on House Bill 437 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Boyd. Good morning, Representative Boyd.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me. And Mr. Chairman, through you to my esteemed colleagues of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is Bill Boyd. I am a state representative representing District 12, the town of Merrimack, home of the Tomahawks, and I am the prime sponsor for House Bill 437, which seeks to provide curative measures for undischarged mortgages. I've handed out my written testimony to the committee, and I've actually provided an exhibit of what the bill seeks to accomplish. What I can tell you is the conversation started immediately with the New Hampshire Bankers Association and worked with the New Hampshire Bar Association, the New Hampshire Realtors to get their buy-in on the bill. We also reached out to the Attorney General's office and the banking department. The AG's office is not taking an opinion. However, the banking department did weigh in with some clarifying language in the bill that I do want to bring to your attention because there is a grammatical error in the bill on line 18. The word action is missing. It's between the words further and the number 5 on line 18. And when you read the context of the bill, you'll see that the language without the necessity of any further action are in all 3 sections. Just section 3 is missing that word action. And I would hope that the appropriate correction would be made to the bill.
Where do you want the word action? I'm sorry.
Sure, the word action, line 18, Mr. Chairman.
Line 18.
Without the necessity of any further 5 years. And action needs to be inserted between further and 5.
Okay, between action. Okay. Okay.
So in brief, the legislation, House Bill 437, seeks to shorten the amount of time it takes for an undischarged mortgage to become unenforceable. Right now, the statute has a 50-year statute of limitations for private mortgages. The law is silent as it relates to public mortgages, banks, credit unions, and mortgage companies. So the bill before you would replace Section 47928 with completely new language. The language is going to mimic what the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has. Specifically, mortgages with an expiration term or a maturity date would be voided 5 years after the date of expiration. If mortgages are filed without an expiration term or maturity date, generally speaking, in Massachusetts, the law is 35. The bill proposes 35 years. So no expiration date. That mortgage would be unenforceable from the date of recording plus 35 years. So that's the proposed law in a nutshell. I have Michelle Rady Coffin, my colleague, Mary Harkin Phillips, one of the co-sponsors, and we have Susan Cole from the Realtor Association, who are also going to be testifying to speak firsthand about some of the other problems that they've experienced with these obsolete mortgages. I started pulling books in the Registry of Deeds when I was 13 years old. I'm 56 and I'm still doing this line of work. And then this is kind of the bane of my existence when I get title work down in Massachusetts and I see an unenforceable mortgage. I can write it off by statute down in Massachusetts, but in New Hampshire I can't. I have to report that. So that the conveyancers are made aware to do what they need to do to try and remedy the issue. And the anecdotal testimony that you'll hear today will amplify why this bill actually is going to fix a problem. It's going to provide a necessary remedy to consumers and attorneys and conveyancers that have had this particular problem with obsolete mortgages. So in summation, this is really it's a consumer bill. And it'll make the mortgage and conveyancing industry a little bit easier in terms of how we reconcile obsolete mortgages. So with all of that being said, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your time, and I certainly would enjoy the opportunity to answer questions.
Any questions? See none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Representative Harkin Phillips.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Mary Harkin Phillips, serving Hanover and Lyme in Grafton 12. I'm so pleased to be with you today speaking as a co-sponsor in support of HB 437. So my day job while serving in the New Hampshire House was practicing as a real estate attorney here in Concord. And as part of my scope of practice, it included helping resolve real estate titles for clients who had an interest in clearing title irregularities attached to their properties. So more often than not, the case originates because when you're preparing to close a real estate transaction, an undischarged or improperly discharged mortgage would pop up on the title search, and this is known as a title defect. These defects or irregularities trigger the need for the current owner of the property or the title insurer to go through a time-consuming practice and financial expense of finding the old mortgage lender and getting them to complete a formal discharge that's proper and then record it. Or in the alternative, it's finding an attorney like myself to file a petition in court to have the undischarged mortgage cleared or quieted from the title. And you do that by getting a judge's declaratory order. In my experience, neither remedy was either efficient or fast. In fact, the latter example, when you have to hire an attorney to clear title, these court cases take several months and thousands of dollars to complete. And after proper notices and weeks of waiting, more often than not, a judge would enter the order discharging the old mortgage because no interested party holding the old mortgage came forward and no one contested the actual property ownership interests. So it's really a one-sided court case that takes a bunch of time that doesn't really, have any contested issues in the court. So let me just be clear, it is stable work for attorneys in property law, but I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone else who believed that they benefit from this process. Sure, it definitely gives the actual mortgage holders time to come forward and to claim that they still are holding on to an unpaid loan. But in my years of practice, I never saw that happen. So that's why I believe that this proposed statutory process for wrapping up these expired mortgages and title defects can be a benefit to our legal system and clearing unnecessary docket clutter. And we all know that our court systems could use a few more resources for, tackling the most pressing issues before our state. But I also believe that the proposed statutory process could benefit our title examination standards in a way that helps home buyers and loan customers while fairly balancing those interests against mortgage holders and banking institutions. So as a formal commercial lending attorney, I can also speak to the perspective of lenders who will need time to adjust to the proposed statutory process changes that we're proposing here. This law will put mortgage holders on notice that they must more frequently update their recordings to extend a mortgage and those liens on properties. But I believe, they're going to have adequate time to prepare. And then when they do have this new process, they will appreciate having the system in place because it will continue to protect their interests as well. And I think that's what we call a win-win, when both parties win. So for these reasons, Mr. Chair and Committee, I urge your members to move ought to pass on HB 437. And thank you so much for your time and attention. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, I do. So you're Representative Boyd in his day job, and you stumble upon one of these. And you say, oh, it's past 5 years. I don't see that there's actually notification to whoever was left on the record that that their mortgage is now going to be treated as discharged, even though it wasn't. In other words, you're talking about how it puts people on notice that they need to pay attention, but I don't really see that language in here. I'm seeing is that, it could have been 10 years later and the bank could have been long gone or, the people who were involved gone, but there's no responsibility of sending out a notice and saying, oh, by the way, we just noticed this wasn't properly discharged but under New Hampshire law, we have the right to discharge it, but there's no notifications, right? Am I missing anything? I don't see that in this bill.
So I think we're just talking past each other a little bit about the term of art under the legal system as notice. So we are a notice state, which requires any transactions for real estate to be recorded at our local county registry of deeds.
Correct.
So that's the actual legal notice of transactions in our state that we currently recognize. So this law proposes that mortgage holders would have to legally record more notice every 5 years to extend their mortgages. Now, in terms of the obligations of mortgage holders to notify their own clients of,
That they didn't do it or they forgot to do the renewal?
so actually, I think the interest is that the obligation is on the lender to do the notice at the recording office.
Right. Well,
It's
I'm just
not-
saying, so let's say the lender screwed up.
Yeah.
Okay, and forgot to do.
It happens quite a bit, actually. And there are
Let's not throw the banks under the bus yet.
some of the issue is that mortgages can be reassigned, as you all are aware, I'm sure. And so many times large institutions from out of state will have new assignments and
Yeah. I am very
not be
familiar
on the
with that
timely
problem.
basis
Yeah.
for re-recording or extending those mortgages. So very often what happens if you're someone in the know of how this process works, you can contact your lender and let them know they need to update their mortgage assignments, or they need to if there's an error in the actual recording, they need to go back and take corrective action and make a new recording. So yes, that is it's technically on the onus of the mortgage holder, but as practice, and many people here will speak to, the reality in practice is that gets delayed.
Okay, so what you're saying is
So-
that if the bank really did, the mortgage holder really did screw up and didn't keep it up, they didn't keep their book straight, and they didn't do it, and then after the 5-year period, 10 years later, when someone wants to mortgage the property and find this defect, they have no obligation to notify the bank they screwed up, because at that point, that bank has probably already written off the mortgage in the first place. They've already done it or something like that. But anyways, it's tough bananas for them. They have no legal right to say, "Oh, wait a minute, we made a mistake.
No,
Help us out."
I mean, they do have a legal right to contest it, for sure. And so that is what this law would ensure, is that lenders or mortgage holders have noticed that they have a new obligation to do this more timely. And if someone were to
Now,
contest,
where do they have that notice? How are they getting
that's
that?
how this law would change, the proposed law, the RSA.
The fact the law is on the books, that means they should be paying attention to it.
Yes. And so,
Okay.
but those who would contest it, right? So if there is a bank that is holding a note that is not paid in full, but forgot to extend
Right.
their mortgage,
Right.
they can contest this in court if someone were trying to make a sale or, without paying the lien on the property. So, your full due process rights are still available as a mortgage holder, as a lender. You can still go and, contest the sale or contest, the right to pay off the loan. Those rights don't change. So that's why I was saying it's a win-win. It just provides both parties a little more equal share on the responsibility for what is out on the books in terms of the recording process across the state.
All right. Representative Spear.
I am a total neophyte in this area, so I just have a question. And excuse me if it's a dumb question. Are we talking about mortgages that have been paid off, but they haven't been cleared? Or are we talking about ongoing mortgages that still have money on them?
Well, a little bit of both. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there are many instances, at least in my practice that I saw, where private individuals or institutions may have had a small balance on the books, but it wasn't really worth the legal ramifications to go through another recording or actually fully discharge the loan, in some cases the mortgage. So, but there are also instances where the loans were totally paid off, but because of for instance, the 2008-2009 financial crisis across America, many institutions traded hands, were consolidated, and those assets were all moved around, and mortgages got, the paperwork got disrupted, and so it was never discharged, even though someone had paid the loan in full. But it was a new ownership interest, and they didn't follow the correct procedure for whatever reason. So it can be both.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if let's say a mortgage was a 10-year mortgage, 5 years beyond that, though, it's not contestable by the bank. That's the way I read this.
No, I don't believe that is right. So if a loan is not paid off and the mortgage is not discharged, the lien remains on the property.
But once 5 years pass,
Oh,
Then-
under the new proposal, yes.
Yeah.
It would be deemed expired. So I'm
That's what
sorry if
yeah.
I didn't
okay,
catch if
sorry.
you were asking about current law.
Thank
yes.
you.
Yep.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify this morning. I had a mortgage that I paid off long ago, and it had been transferred to a bank in Florida that had no understanding of New Hampshire law. And I do not know whether the bank ever recorded the fact that I paid it off, but under this bill, it is the bank's responsibility to record the fact that the mortgage has been paid.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Michelle Reddy Coffin. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I really am grateful to have the opportunity to speak to you today. This is a very important bill for me. And I really want to touch upon something after the last testimony. What this bill seeks to do is a little bit different than what we're sort of focusing in on at the moment. Oftentimes, 99% of the time, what happens when you're doing let me give you, a little bit of background. I owned a title company in Concord, New Hampshire for 18 years. I have been in the real estate industry since 1989, and I'm now a title insurance underwriter. I've also been bitten by this twice and have had to have 2 quiet title actions. At the time I did them, they were $5,000, and now it's about $10,000, $8,000 to $10,000 to hire an attorney for a quiet title action. What we're really seeking to resolve here is a little bit different. It is that usually what happens in the course of a title search, when someone's either selling their property, the buyer's lender is going to require a title search. The title insurance company that's going to be writing the policy for the lender and the buyer is going to require a title search. When you're refinancing, the lender is going to require a title search. During the course of that title search, you'll see a mortgage that's on record that has not been discharged or has been incorrectly discharged by the wrong entity, right? And so these mortgages, you know that they've been paid. They're so old. They're mortgages that have been on record. If the lender had any sort of a payment due by this time, typically they would have filed a foreclosure action. And so these mortgages are obsolete. They're ancient. They're old. They should have been discharged, but the correct entity to discharge them oftentimes is no longer in existence. And if an entity that discharged it was the assignee, well, there's a missing assignment, and the assignment needs to come from that lender who held the mortgage, who is now no longer in business, right? And so I'm seeing constantly the biggest title defect I see as a title insurance underwriter, and I saw in my 18 years of owning a title company, were undischarged mortgages that were clearly paid. We're not talking about that. And if something has been paid and there's unjust enrichment, the bank has an opportunity to file a petition in equity. That's not what this is seeking to do. This is seeking to clear up the clouds upon many people's title. We're talking about the consumer of mortgages and real estate, right? So we're trying to clear this up because it is extremely costly to go and hire an attorney to do a quiet title action for something that should just be automatically discharged after a certain period of time. That's what we're hoping to do here. That is what we are hoping to rectify. And really, I've said this before, I've sent you all testimony. I highly encourage you to read some of the online testimony if you haven't already, particularly the attorney who had to do my quiet title action, Patrick McNicholas, who was supposed to be here to testify today, but is in Florida where it's warm, lucky him. And Gary Bernier. I would encourage you to read their testimony because it's actually fantastic and I think it really gets the point across of what we're trying to do here. But this is a consumer bill that is just a consumer protection issue that's long overdue for a remedy. And I really hope that I encourage all of you to support it. And I thank you for your time today. And please, if you have any questions, certainly happy to answer them.
I think we're all set. We get it.
Okay. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Susan Cole from New Hampshire Realtors.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you very much. My name is Susan Cole. I am broker owner of Susan Cole Realty in Lebanon, New Hampshire. I'm also the 2025 president of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. Realtors are supportive of House Bill 437. As a realtor, I've seen the challenges that some borrowers face when attempting to obtain a timely and accurate mortgage discharge. During a title examination, we do see, unfortunately, too often an undischarged mortgage. Sometimes the mortgage has been paid off, but the bank either has not issued the discharge or it has not been recorded. The current process that consumers must go through when a mortgage was not discharged properly can be burdensome, cause unnecessary delays, and at times become costly, placing unnecessary hardship on responsible homeowners. Addressing these issues will provide much needed relief to homeowners, streamline real estate transactions, and ensure a fair and transparent process for all parties involved. Mortgage discharges should not be a source of stress or financial burden for homeowners who have fulfilled their obligations. I have clients that have experienced this issue themselves. Recently, I had a seller who was selling a home that had been in the family for many years, multiple generations. At some point in that chain, there was a mortgage that was not correctly discharged. And we had to go through, unfortunately, we went through all of the contingencies within the contract. The buyer was very excited to proceed. This was found on the title examination. And in the state of New Hampshire, the sellers are given 30 days as part of the contract to repair and remediate a title issue. Something like this that requires quiet title takes much longer than that. So at the end of that 30 days, this particular buyer decided, I'm not sure how long this might take. They decided to terminate the contract. For my seller, who then had to continue to march on to try to get this quiet title remedied, it was a lot of expense for attorney fees, the time, not to mention the emotional turmoil that caused them. The buyer, meanwhile, moved on. After a couple of months, I reached out to the buyer's agent and said, okay, we've got the clear title. The title issue's been remedied. The buyer said, okay, I'll come back. I'll resubmit an offer. Guess what that meant for the buyer? The buyer then had to start from the beginning, redo the appraisal, and start that financial obligation to get their loan satisfied started over, essentially. So both the seller and the buyer incurred extensive expenses that should not have been necessary in this situation. It clearly had been paid off. They just didn't have what was recorded properly. So the time, the aggravation, the cost, this should be something that's addressed for the consumers of our state. Realtors hope you will support HB 437. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Hale from the New Hampshire Bankers.
Wasn't planning to.
2
but
minutes.
I'll be 1 minute. How's that? Well, thank you. For the record, my name is Ryan Hale, Vice President Government Relations for the New Hampshire Bankers Association. We represent 40-member banks that employ 6,000 employees. I just want to, first of all, thank Representative Boyd for reaching out to us early on in this process. We vetted this language thoroughly. I presented it to our mortgage committee, received feedback that the feedback that I did receive, they were fine with this proposal. We had many discussions with our policy committee and our board. We did suggest a few changes, and one thing I do want to point out, since it was mentioned, is about notice. We did ask for an extension on when this would become effective, and you'll notice it says January 1st, 2028 is when this will become effective. That was at the request of New Hampshire bankers to ensure that our members have adequate time to make sure that the discharge, that the maturity dates on their mortgages that they hold are properly recorded. I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions, but I know you heard from the experts already.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We'll close the public hearing on 437. And we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 721. Representative Harvey.
I'm going to be testifying.
No?
That's good because if you like going back and watch the videos later.
Oh yeah, the public loves it. Public loves it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Juliet Harvey Bullia, and I represent Belknap District 3. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 721 FN, the Gold and Silver Legal Tender Act of New Hampshire. I passed around just some graphics and whatnot, but I just want to say that this bill is a bipartisan economic justice bill, which will help everyone, even people with little or no means, to hold their wealth and be a hedge against inflation. And what I mean by it's bipartisan, just a historical note that in 1896, the Democratic Party Platform Foundation was a gold-based foundation. Their nickname was literally the Gold Democrats because they were Jeffersonian and they were for the gold standard. So just keep that in mind. Please be open-minded about the bill. It's not for one party or the other. But the big reason for passing legislation like this, which would establish gold and silver as legal tender, is basically there's 3 T's: trust, taxes, and taking. And we want to address those with this sort of legislation. For trust, gold is very trustworthy. It is known as a hedge against inflation. It is actually, according to the banking industry, a tier 1 asset established in 2019. They established gold as a tier 1 asset. So it is not sort of a relic of the past. And a lot of states are going towards this legislation. They're actually expanding on, this is just a basic definition, but there, as you've known from Representative Ammon's bills in the past, that it is becoming more of a platform, a banking platform to use gold and silver. And then we have taxes. And at the bottom of your sheet, I've listed some taxes, how tax structures work in our neighboring states. Maine and Vermont just tax gold and silver regardless of any sort of thresholds. In Massachusetts, if you are trading and buying gold for more than $1,000, then you are exempt from taxes. But under $1,000, then you have to pay the sales tax, and that is because, as you probably heard before, gold and silver coins are considered collectible, and they're not considered money. Even the U.S. minted coins, because they have like an intrinsic value that is over their face value. And so that is shocking to some people. They think that it is real money, but it is not considered actual money. by the IRS or some states, obviously. So you have to pay taxes on your money. So this sort of thing we can't get away from with the federal government at this point, although I hear that there is legislation to establish a minimum, so that if you're buying and selling in small amounts, that you would be exempt. But we want to establish what we're doing is, right now we're not taxing gold and silver, and we don't, but, in the case that we do establish a sales tax at some point in the future, I think this legislation would carve out an exception. Is there something wrong?
You were trying to shock me.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sometime in the future, there may be, God forbid we have a sales tax. This could be a carve out so that we don't end up like Massachusetts, Maine, and Vermont, where there's sales tax. They tax it like any other consumable item. Okay, so and then as far as the taking, on April 5th, 1933, FDR told Americans in the form of Executive Order 6102 that they had less than a month to hand over their gold coins, bullion, and gold certificates, or face up to 10 years in prison or a fine of $10,000. God forbid that happens again. But this is the sort of thing where we want to reinstate, and we want to, make a declaration that we see gold and silver as legal tender. So it's a constitutional issue. It's also a hedge against CBDCs, and it would promote financial independence. Where I see this going is, look at the map here that I've given you. All the lighter colored states either have passed gold or silver legislation or it's pending. It's enormously popular now throughout all the states. Utah is even considering so Utah's done a study. Florida has a big study going about gold and silver legislation. Utah is actually considering paying its state employees with gold, and Florida is considering using so in Texas they have a depository, as you well know from Representative Ammon's bills in the past. And, and that is state-owned or state-sanctioned. In Florida, they're considering a third-party custodian of their banking, their gold and silver banking. I think they're going to use Brinks. And Brinks has agreed to sort of be the custodian and do the business end of things. And that's where I hope to see this going in the future. This is sort of the Florida latest legislation to deal with all the definitions and transactional pieces here. But right now, I'm kind of hoping that the committee will see fit to at least declare gold and silver legal tender. And I realize, so there's a part in the bill, and it says gold and silver is legal tender for all transactions. In order to use gold and silver, the buyer and seller must agree to a fair market value. So I put this in, and I have since learned a lot more about it. Mostly what people are doing is using these. If you look at your page, there's two like credit cards down here. So this can easily be, I made I made an account myself. You can make these accounts, you can buy gold and silver. It's super easy to do. I just did it yesterday, in fact. And there's an app called a Glint app, a Glint card, and this is actually a vault in Switzerland. So you buy, I just bought $50 worth of gold. You can use, and they're going to send me a credit card, and it's almost free. And you just use it like it's a debit card. So you just use it anywhere, like a debit card. So I don't know if the committee is open to hopefully putting in this sort of language about declaring gold and silver legal tender for all transactions. possibly you want to eliminate the part about coins, because this is the future of using gold and silver is in these apps and in these credit cards where it's held. You can monitor, you could buy small amounts, you could add to it. It's very versatile. It's accepted everywhere like a Visa card is. And that way, and the advantage of this is, you know, you could buy your gold in times of volatility and high inflation. You can put your cash in this, and it's over the long run, it's as stable as gold is, which is a great store of value. Just a quick little anecdote about inflation. During the Biden years, you know, we went up to 8% inflation, which was horrifying to a lot of us. And we didn't know where that was going to go. And a lot of people who had cash in the bank were looking for, like, where do I put my money here? Because I don't know how much longer this inflation is going to go on. So, you know, my family, we decided to buy a tractor. And we're not farmers or anything, but we could use the tractor. So that's what we did. And there was a waiting line. Everybody else was also thinking that this was a great idea because it was quite a wait for the tractor. And I was talking to Representative Bean, also from Belknap County, and we were talking about the bad inflation. And he said, I didn't know what to do. This inflation is alarming. And we went and bought a tractor. And yeah, and he's not a farmer either. I was talking to another state representative about, this was over a year ago during our high inflationary period, from the dairy area. And she said her and her husband had just bought an excavator or a tractor, I forget which it was. It was a piece of heavy equipment. So this is what people are doing to us to run away from high volatility, inflation, and whatnot. And I'm, you know, hopefully we won't see that sort of 8% crazy runaway inflation again. But it's going to come back, and someday we'll have that. But instead of buying tractors, you know, this is a good investment. This is a good financial tool for everyone. People can, instead of buying tractors or thinking about buying gold coins, which I thought about buying gold coins, but you have to worry about them being real. And you have to worry about theft and storage. And then they're not exactly easy to break into smaller denominations, you know. You have to spend a lot of money for that. So that's where I'm, you know, when I think about using and having like people paying their property taxes with gold and silver, I'm not thinking about they're going to take a sack of gold to the town clerk and say, here you go, and then forcing the town clerk to, you know, chomp down on the gold and see if it's real or not. This is the future of gold and silver usages through these digital platforms. So with that, I'm welcome to take any questions here.
Okay, so we are short on time here. I was kind of hoping this was going to be a quickie, but so let's not ask too many questions. But if you really got a specific, you know, that you can target into. So Representative Sullivan, you have a question?
Thanks for taking my question. I have two questions. I'll make the first one quick. Is this currently illegal now? If somebody, I mean, is there a ban for somebody two willing parties to exchange in gold or silver? Like, I mean, is there an
Yeah.
outlaw? It's outlawed right now, is what you're telling me.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's outlawed. It's thank you for the question. It's the classification by the IRS that gold and silver is not, it's a collectible. And it's taxed.
That's a federal.
That's a federal thing. And so, you know, the danger is we don't really have a classification as far as I'm concerned here in New Hampshire for it. And so that is why I wanted to codify it and classify it as such. So sort of going forward to protect and to reestablish that we can establish, you know, go forward and possibly explore things like they've done in Utah, Florida, and all these other states to expand upon gold and silver as legal tender. And if the Treasury is holding gold and silver as legal tender, you know, I'm kind of investigating this, but I don't know if I've heard that FDR did not confiscate states' gold in still silver stores back in the 30s, but I'm still looking into that. If that's true, we want to come out and declare it legal
One
tender.
further question really quick.
Further question, may inquire.
You have this picture here of the Visa card or MasterCard that's backed by gold. So I'm assuming if like these are already in existence, it sounds like this might not be necessary because if I have a Visa card that is backed by gold, I can presumably, you say you have one now, use it now to go buy something at Walmart or wherever. So
Right.
this seems unnecessary. I don't understand what problem this is actually solving. So am I missing
Right.
something with that? Because you said this is
Yeah.
the future, but it sounds like the future's already here.
Right. Thank you for the question. I mean, practically speaking, it wouldn't change anything from, you know, if we passed it right now to the next year, except for the trust piece and the idea that, you know, possibly we're having the treasurer hold gold and silver as an asset,
Fortuitous.
and possibly the idea of bartering and whatnot, and the other thing about sales taxes. I mean, again, it's something that possibly in the future we'd have a sales tax, and then this would be a carve out so that you wouldn't tax everything at large. So that's where I'm going with that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really understand this bill, and I'm going to tell you why. I'll try and be as brief as I can.
We will have a subcommittee so we can get into the details. So if you want to keep it at a very high level, you know, but I think she's going to.
I'll keep it as brief as I
And
can.
I can reach out to you too,
Yeah.
Representative Gibbs.
Okay, I understand about holding gold. My father did it, but not as a hedge against inflation. He did it because he and his parents were refugees from the Holocaust.
Okay, so that's a would you believe question. That's not.
Okay.
She's not really answering that question. What is the specific question about the bill that you want? We
Well,
have a lot of people.
I-
We got. I'm sorry I screwed up. I have too many bills today, so I'm really. If it's going to be a high, you know, kind of.
My point is, I don't understand why. And I'm trying
Perfect.
to explain why I don't understand why.
Okay. That's fine. We get it. That's a would you believe question.
Yeah.
Okay, may I proceed, Mr. Chair? Shall I proceed?
I think you asked you made your point. You don't understand the purpose of the bill, and she's just going to repeat.
I don't
what she's
understand
already-
why. It
I
seems
understand. I understand, but she's just going to repeat what her testimony. I don't think there's any new thing that she's going to do to highlight for you.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I think I'm trying to just move this hearing along. Okay. Bear with me on this one.
Well, it just seems incredibly cumbersome and it doesn't make sense to me. And,
Would you believe?
well, I'm trying to ask you
No,
why.
no. That's exactly. Would you believe that's incredibly cumbersome? That's the question, and she doesn't have to answer the question because she doesn't really want to go through the whole thing all over again.
Well, I wish you would.
We will do that in subcommittee. All right, Representative Hammond.
Thank you for letting me ask a very quick question. I guess it's a would you believe. When we started talking about this 2 years ago, gold was $1,900. Now it's $2,900. So it's gone up 50% just in the few years we've been talking about this. It's not because the gold has changed, it's because too much money was printed. So if I hold an ounce of gold, I bought it for $1,900, it goes up to $2,900 and I sell it, I have to pay capital gains on $1,000. But it's not really gains. It's I'm holding value, and the value of the money has gone down, and yet I'm taxed on that gain, on that supposed gain. So if states declared it legal tender, it would eliminate that tax if the federal government would respond to the state's prompting. So would you believe that that would be my explanation for why the bill might be a good idea?
I know Representative Hunt doesn't want me to say anything.
No, you
but,
could say yes. Yeah.
I totally
yes.
agree. Thank you very
Yes.
much, Representative Ammon. If it's also a hedge against if all the states are going towards this adoption of legal tender and pursuing these other means of bringing gold into their economies, then it's a competition for the Federal Reserve. And also, yes, it is not that the gold is going up, but the dollar is not holding its value.
Perfect answer. Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you consider, prior to our subcommittee meeting, making an amendment so that you go beyond the description of coin or bar form, since you're already talking about cards, credit cards, and I know that gold also comes in like a foil
Yes. Thank you.
form as well. So that's it.
Exactly. I was thinking along the same lines. It probably needs an amendment, but that's what OLS kind of threw towards me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry for being so brusque about that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chair will call on Saren Cohen. Looks like New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. The New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes this bill. As it is written, if gold and silver could become legal tender, although I appreciate the sponsor's discussion about using Visa cards, if gold and silver as written becomes legal tender, then people could bring their gold or silver to a town clerk's office to pay their property taxes. Municipalities aren't set up for security for gold and silver, nor are they set up to be metallurgists and determine the sort of the grade of gold and silver. It's impractical for both parties in this circumstance with regard to municipalities. So I'm going to keep it real short. Representative Hunt, New Hampshire Municipal Association opposes this bill. I'm open for questions.
Okay, so you're pointing out that where it has the definition of legal tender, it just talks about is agreed upon by the buyer and seller, but not as is it, that the town is being forced to take it as
Right.
a payment.
Even if it's agreed upon because of the volatility of gold that Representative Amon spoke about, the municipality could take gold and perhaps it would go up or perhaps it would go down. So between the time it would secure it in a vault that it doesn't have currently and then bring it to sell or however it disposes of it.
Okay, Representative Spear.
Just, thank you. Just based on what you just said, would the municipalities have any way to establish an exchange rate, since you have to report budgets in dollars and things like that and pay salaries in dollars? Would you have any way to even establish an exchange rate?
I wouldn't know the answer to that, but my conjecture would be probably not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Joe Haas. Yeah, so you had to push your mic. Yep, great.
Good morning. Joe Haas from Gilmanton. I was just like the representative over here, wondering what this bill was, and I'm glad I listened to it, and I do have a few comments. And one of them to start off is the last speaker on the NHMA of the municipalities having to restructure their system. I will remind her, if she hasn't read it before, and you all too, you take an oath of office to abide by the Constitution. And in New Hampshire, it's Article 97, the value of money, how computed. And when you look at the annotation, it goes to the State versus Fleming case. I learned this from Dick Marple, as you know, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I was around for him too. Yes.
What's that?
Yeah, I was here when
yeah.
he put this bill in, yes.
And I went to archives and I researched that. It said that New Hampshire consented to the Coinage Act of 1792 in 1794. It's in Chapter 28 of the Laws of New Hampshire, Volume 6, page 155. So if you all want to read that, I mean, even Bill Burns, there was a front page story in the Union Leader back in the 1980s. He said that that's what he wants to pay the town, and the town is not cooperating, so he's not going to pay anything. But you know what I say in that? You put the money in the bank and dare the town to take it under RSA 80:2 as a distraint. And I did that in Bosquen. I dared them. They never took it. So then they took my property by tax deed, and that's being contested in the courts. Well, the courts, Superior Court, if you want to read it. Haas versus Town of Bosquen Incorporated. But what I wanted to get at is I was over in Maine. It's not a federal issue only. It's over in Maine. I went to a coin shop and I so-called, I wanted to buy a silver dollar or two. And he said, that'll be 5% tax to the governor. And I said, no, come on. You're actually buying commercial paper. You're the one that has the money. Money is minted, not printed. The Constitution says to coin money. So that's, all this stuff, this has got to be reworded. And the subcommittee would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you again, Joe.
Same here.
Okay, got one card left. Natch Grays from the BIA in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Nate Grace for the Business and Industry Association, Statewide Chamber of Commerce. We do oppose this legislation, mainly because it's unclear if businesses can refuse payment in coin or bars of gold and silver. We'd like to be able to do so if you want to legalize gold and silver, basically because our economy is really not set up at this point in time for acceptance and trade of gold and silver. And I understand that's the intent of this, but realistically, many of our businesses do business out of state. They're going to need to convert this to cash. It appears that agreeing on the fair market value involves some conversion to US dollars. And it would simply be easier for us to, if they want to, continue using US dollars. So that's the basis for our objection. Happy to take any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, I will close the public hearing on 721 and open up the public hearing on 454. I spoke to the sponsor, and the sponsor was unable to come in today because he has to work. His comment to me was, well, I know you'll just kill the bill, so that we don't really know, big deal. And I told him no, that this committee has in the past, historically, always kept a bill that was an issue that was hanging out there, and we would want to send the message that we certainly hope we don't need to pass such a bill. And the best way for us to do that is to retain the bill and hold on to it and just keep an eye on the marketplace, assuming that nothing funky happens in the marketplace and that all of a sudden that this product appears that at this point, this is an old issue. We've had legislation in the past, but I think by retaining this bill, we will hope that we won't see this problem. So having said that, is there anybody who feels compelled to testify? Seeing none, perfect. Thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing on 454. The next bill is House Bill 517, repealing the Granite State Family Leave Plan. And I have Representative Turcotte's card here. And we're up to 517. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commerce Committee. I am Representative Len Turcotte. I represent the towns of Barrington and Stratford, that is Stratford District 4. I am here for HB 517, which is to repeal the FMLI program. I'm going to give you just a quick, brief history because I think for those of you who weren't around when it was implemented, the history of this issue has been going on for a very long time. During my second term, I was on labor for 3 terms, and during my second term, Senator Feltus actually introduced a bill that would have implemented a 0.5% tax on all wages within the state, although he didn't call it a tax. That would have forced every New Hampshire employee to pay into the system. That was not well received, but when the option of opt-in to a system, voluntary system, was suggested, it was near universally agreed that the only way to make a statewide FMLI system work was by forcing everybody in the state to contribute. That was ultimately failed. Then we moved up to, would have been in 2021, when the current program was brought forward. For those that were here, you might remember what actually happened was the FMLI, the House, we were against it, but it was being pushed by then Governor Sununu. What happened was this FMLI program was snuck into HB2 during the Committee of Conference in 2021 against the specific instructions of House leadership. At that time, I was a senior advisor in House leadership and also a member of the Committee of Conference. Long story there. That stunt resulted in the chairwoman of Finance actually being removed under threat that the HB2 would not get passed. That was done a little bit after that, and then she resigned from the House. The House's position on FMLI has been consistently against the program because it's not a fiscally Republican idea. I will say on that HB2, in my 5 terms in the House, I've not voted on 2 bills in my entire time here. One, because I was introducing a bill in the Senate. The other one, because even though I was a member of leadership and expected to vote for HB2, I refused to vote for HB2 solely for the reason that FMLI had been snuck into it. As I said, FMLI, certainly not a Republican issue. After it passed, it was hush-hush. Nobody ran on it in their campaigns. No Republicans ran on it. The governor, the Senate, the speaker, everybody was kind of hush-hush. And that is because it's not a Republican issue. It's, in fact, a social entitlement. The first attempt to repeal was in 2022, and that was before it was up and running. The House passed it. The Senate killed it because at the time it was the governor's program. So here we are again, and hopefully for the last time. So what actually was the result of the FMLI program? So what it did is it instituted into law yet another social entitlement program. The biggest single issue is that all the state employees, 10,500 at the time, were given this FMLI to them without negotiations at taxpayer expense. In other words, everybody here or anybody who pays taxes in New Hampshire is funding this program for 10,500 state employees at taxpayer expense. The reason that was done is they needed to create a base pool. Otherwise, the program could have never got off the ground. What's happened since then is other public sector unions, or what I predicted what would happen, would be other public sector unions would demand the same kind of a deal, that because the state workers were given the program for nothing. For the FMLI actually turns into a public sector and employee entitlement plan paid for by the taxpayers. And actually, I'll get into some numbers, but that is actually starting to happen. Some of the data I got through a 91A request says 23 public employers have actually signed up for the program. I will be passing out a very detailed package for everybody, and it's got a lot more information, and I'm not going to go through the 23 public employers that have actually signed up for it yet. I will say one thing: I haven't been able to determine in these public employers whether or not the taxpayers paying for it or the individuals within the public employee groups are paying. That has not been determined, but we do know 10,500 state employees are having their FMLI insurance paid for by the taxpayers. So why is FMLI failing? I know you'll hear testifying that will say it's not. I can guarantee you with the numbers I'm going to give you, it'll prove that it is, in fact, is failing. During some of my previous testimony, I stated that private employers are not going to pay premiums for employees and incentivize their employees not to work. And the recent COVID experience was a prime example of that. We have a very low unemployment rate, and businesses are unable to find workers as it is. Why would an employer pay for a program, private employer pay for a program that gives his employee paid time off? And many employers already offer some form of a paid leave or a combination of personal days, sick days, vacation days, so they don't need FMLI. So here are the numbers. This was received from the Department of Administrative Services this past December. So 10,500, now keep in mind this program has been up and running now for 3 years. Number of state employees paid for by New Hampshire taxpayers, 10,500. Public sector employees that are part of the plan, 2,044. Private employees or employers and employees, 276 employers for a grand total of 5,800 employees. Private individuals, 1,152. Now, the state has a total employed of somewhere around 753,000 people. The private individuals, which was the goal of the FMLI, they used the base of the state the state employees to get private employers and private employees to sign up. After 3 years, the total program, less than 2.5% of the state's employees are covered by this program. And private employees, 1.4%. No, state employees, I'm sorry, 1.4%. The private employees, less than 1%. Less than 1% of the state after a total of 3 years. Costs, well, the original RFP to get the program up and running, $1.9 million. Advertising alone, $1.9 million. I'm sure many of you have heard ads on the radios talking about this. And somewhere around $2 million annually for the unnegotiated social benefit for the state employees. For the 1,100 individuals, private sector that they've enrolled so far, just on the advertisement and getting this program up and running, works out to about $3,300 per employee. That's a heck of a lot of money to spend on a program to get 1,152 private sector employees into a program. Going forward, private insurance already exists for those who want it, and that's called short-term disability. The other option, employees can self-insure. This requires savings and fiscal discipline, but for many, I guess it's easier to get somebody else to pay for it, and that's what this FMLI program has become. My favorite option would be to simply remove all the taxpayer funding for the state employees, let them pay for it if they want it. But again, as I mentioned before, this won't work because that would be an opt-in system, and without forced taxpayer involvement, it simply won't work. And that leads us to the best and most fiscally sane option, and that is simply to kill a program and get the taxpayers fully off the hook for the entitlement program. Going to conclude with just a couple more points. Something to keep in mind. I don't know how many online support or against you've seen on this, but I can tell you from recent experience that those who are talking about this, many of them, I'll use the word ignorant because they're not dumb, they're not stupid, but they're ignorant of what the actual FMLI is. And I'm going to give you the example that I got into a discussion with on our town Facebook page. The individual said, how can you dare remove this program if, as my husband experienced during COVID, he was out of work for 6 weeks. Without this FMLI program, we would have not had the money to sustain our food, our housing. And I said, well, there's only one little problem with this. FMLI was not up and running back then. So I don't know. And she goes, well, my husband actually received benefits. I go, well, who did your husband work for if he's under FMLI? And at that point, she decided to depart the conversation. Well, it was discovered what she was actually talking about was unemployment insurance. So I would just caution when you hear individuals talking about this program, it's a very detailed program. I've been dealing with it since the Feltus days, along with is it full commissioner Lavers now, or it's deputy? Deputy commissioners since 2017, 2018. So again, the only way you make a program like this is to either force everybody in. The opt-ins just simply don't work. The packet I'm going to hand out has several past news articles in it. They're in chronological order, so you can see the progression. I'll call it the hopes and dreams of many and how this was going to be a great system, and it's turned out to be a total failure. We'll also note that any testimony you hear today from the deputy commissioner or any employee of any of these departments is currently covered by this plan. Keep that in mind. One of the quotes I found in here from Executive Counselor Joe Kenny, I think it's perfect, and he made this during the initial funding debate and vote. And he said, New Hampshire is small enough and nimble enough to take a kind of quasi-pilot program to see where a program like this could go. We'll see how it goes. We hang on to good things and we let the bad things go. This is a bad thing. It's time to let it go. It's time to squash the program. Let's get New Hampshire's taxpayers who've already paid $8 million at a minimum so far into this program for a failed idea. Let's get them off the hook. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Sullivan.
Thanks for taking my question. So I'm just not super familiar with this. You said that there are approximately 1,100 private sector employees that are covered under the plan. Is that correct? Is it statewide? I think you said 1,100, a little over.
Private individuals, 1,152, and private individuals under an employer plan. This will all be in here so you can look at it, of 5,800. So you've got a total of 6,000 in the entire state after 3 years of the program.
Another question.
Further question, may inquire.
So, okay, I'm just, is this because I'm confused? You said that this would not work if it was opt-in. Is the reason it's not working is because it is currently opt-in, with the exception of the state, which is giving it to everybody?
That's correct. If you didn't have the 10,500 state employees using that as their base pool for the entire program, again, being paid for the state taxpayers, without that, the amount of money that each of these individuals pays or the employer pays on their behalf would not sustain the program. It's impossible to do.
One more question.
Further question, may inquire.
So if we're looking at the private sector, what you're saying is the vast majority have chosen not to participate.
That would be the case.
Okay, thank you.
I will also say one of the fiscal notes in there is pretty interesting. We would actually increase the state's revenue because under this current program, a portion of the business enterprise tax that a business pays, they get a credit if they sign up for the program. And there are 276 employers for those 5,800 employees. So we would actually be bringing revenue back in.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I have another why question. And that is, why would you want to make it difficult to impossible for workers to care for family members who are ill? I'm thinking of elderly parents, I'm thinking of young children, and I'm thinking of workers who live paycheck to paycheck and therefore could not possibly self-insure. And of course, disability insurance covers your own disability. It doesn't cover when your elderly parents or your young children are sick. So why would you want to make it difficult to impossible for people to care for their families? Thank
That's
you.
not the intent of of my bill. My bill is to repeal the FMLI program, so taxpayers aren't on the hook for 10,500 state employees at a cost of over $2 million a year. That's what I'm trying to do.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Turcotte, for your testimony. If we, hypothetically, if we did repeal the program, are there private options that the state could use to have the same coverage for their employees?
Actually, there are. I think I mentioned in the testimony, and actually jogged my memory on something. Private insurers actually offer short-term disability insurance. You know, the level of what they do is proportional, or what they cover is proportional to what your rate would be. You know, in those, back during the Feltus attempt, we had a member on our committee at the time who was actually had his own insurance, and I think at the time he was paying like $60 every 2 weeks for the program, or $120 a month. Now that gives you an idea. If somebody asked about, you know, the individual employers, and without us paying for the with taxpayers for the state employees, why the program would fail. And that's because some of these private individuals are only paying $5 every week for a program. That's $240 a year. You take $240 a year, that's 20. Somebody gets into a program, they can pull out, I forget the number. We've looked at it at one time, it was like $5,000 or something, you know, put in very little money. So without the pool, that happens. Also in the packet that I gave you is a letter from somebody in the insurance department at the time when this FMLI was being discussed, and it talks about, she was saying, she didn't say we don't need the FMLI program, but what she was saying was we already have insurance carriers looking to provide short-term disability. So yes, that does exist, and there's a great letter in there for you.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I think the way you are presenting the taxpayers paying for this, I think is somewhat misleading. If my understanding is the taxpayers are not paying the premiums, the benefit, we're probably paying for the administration of the plan. So could you make that clear that taxpayers are not paying Joe Smith's premium for his family leave?
That's exactly what the New Hampshire taxpayers are doing. We're paying for their premiums for the program. Absolutely. That's exactly what we're doing.
Just a little bit
Further question, he is correct. So if you're going to follow up on this question, yes, that it is, in this case, their employer is the state of New Hampshire.
Oh, okay.
And just like it's an opt-in plan for employers, yes, we opted in for our state employees in Senate Bill 2. Okay, Representative Teresa.
Thank you for taking a question. So is my assumption correct that most of the employers who participate, they're only state employer and not private employers?
275 employers have signed up. I heard an ad on NPR coming in this morning.
Private?
Yeah, that's correct. 200, Chairman Hunt is correct. 276 employers have signed up over 3 years of advertising for a total of 5,800 employees, which represent less than 1% of the total employees in our entire state.
Follow-up question.
Okay, further question.
So one of the reasons why I want to repeal is, as you mentioned, that this will remove the business enterprise tax credit for the plan. So if the business enterprise tax credit is that the question, then only a fraction of the employers are enrolling in this. How much the state will gain by not having that? This is very.
The tax revenue question, that I don't know. I don't know the actual dollar figure.
Thank you.
Okay. So just to answer that, the idea is that an employer can deduct as an expense the payroll expenses, which could be health insurance. So you're treating this as in health insurance, so that too is allowable to be deducted. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those private short-term disability policies that you mentioned, do they cover short-term disability of family members?
I think it would depend on the actual plan. I'm not an insurance expert, so I'm not sure. I'm not going to say yes or no.
So with that, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I have only opposition to this bill.
Yes.
And so before I invite you all up to speak, I will have the tag team departments here. Evidently, you guys both fill out a card, or maybe, so Rich Levers and DJ and Catherine Keene and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is DJ Betancourt. I am the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm joined here at the table by my other amigos, Cassie Keene over at the Department of Administrative Services, and Rich Lavers, who you heard is the Deputy Commissioner of Employment Security. I am here today, and on behalf of my department, am officially opposed to this legislation. I've tried to intersperse throughout my testimony a number of clarifying points to the testimony that you just heard and corrections. So hopefully by the time I'm done, we'll have addressed the questions and concerns that you may have. So as I said, Mr. Chairman, I come today in strong support of the paid family and medical leave program and in opposition to any effort to oppose it. I would say at the outset, Mr. Chairman, that the sponsor mentioned that all of us are enjoying this benefit. I would highlight, Mr. Chairman, that I'm an unclassified employee. I have as much time off as I need. I don't need this benefit. Thank you very much. I still do my job. So I want to clarify that at the outset. And look, you know, I have great respect for Representative Turcotte. We've worked together on a number of different issues. He and I simply have a fundamental different definition of success and failure. You know, I approach this issue through the lens of individual liberty, personal responsibility, and the fundamental tenets of economic freedom. Those are principles that, as you know, I have long championed. As you also may recall, given the history of this issue, you know, this issue for 2 decades, finding a viable paid family and medical leave program for New Hampshire was an unresolved puzzle. There were a lot of proposals. There was a lot of controversy over that period of time. And the state in the past several years took a trailblazing approach which really followed the New Hampshire tradition of tackling policy issues in innovative ways while also avoiding the missteps or problematic practices of what other states have done in this area. And again, I think that this program exemplifies that commitment. So I want to just briefly, and as I said, I'm going to hit these points as I go through here in terms of the quote-unquote cost to the state. So it is true that we are providing the benefit to state employees. The state employees form the basis, the foundation of the risk pool. The reason that you did not have, prior to this program, a private sector, if you will, range of options for this coverage is because insurance carriers could not adequately determine what the take-up rate of a voluntary paid family and medical leave product would be. And so because they did not have a basis of what that foundational risk pool would look like, they could not derive actuarially appropriate, actuarially sustainable rates given that uncertainty. And so by having the state employees, approximately 10,000 in number, serve as the foundation of that risk pool, the carrier was then able to go through that actuarial analysis to derive that rate and then to make that benefit available to all who want it and not foisted upon anybody who does not want it. So first and foremost, let's recognize the essential purpose of this program. Paid family and medical leave is designed to provide critical support during some of life's most significant moments, events that in many cases are unforeseen and in many cases are incredibly difficult for individuals and families to go through. As insurance professionals, we understand that personal and economic risks are an inherent part of our society and that appropriate coverage is necessary to address them. This program is founded and grounded in solid risk management principles. It pools resources, delivering voluntary support to those in need while protecting individual insurers and businesses from overwhelming costs. This is fundamentally a free market approach that fosters stability, allowing our partner, in this case MetLife, who the state contracted with, a large, well-experienced insurance company that is partnered with the state to administer the program, to create competitive pricing models based on real data. And let me say, too, the benefit of having MetLife administer this program and contracting and partnering with MetLife is that MetLife retains all of the risk of the program. So again, I disagree with Representative Turcotte that this program has been a failure, but let's assume that the experience, which by the way has not in any way borne out to this point, let's say that the experience begins to go sideways, that the premiums become inadequate to cover the claims. That's not a risk that the state of New Hampshire is bearing. That is a risk that MetLife is bearing. We are not on the hook should for any reason, and again, it's not happening, but for any reason, if the program begins to wobble financially, MetLife owns that problem, not the state. So again, this is a structured program that promotes healthy competition, which we have seen. We have seen it through other carriers offering supplemental products, offering certain pieces of this program while not doing the whole package. And MetLife just 2 weeks ago offered an additional benefit for mental health within this program. So they're innovating even within the confines of this program. The result of all of that has been to keep the premiums low and affordable for both employers, employees, and individuals. You know, it's interesting. When we began this program, one of the big concerns we heard was that for individuals, the premiums were going to be potentially too expensive for them to afford. Those who are on the lower socioeconomic end of the scale in our state. And so we capped the premiums for the individual pool at no more than $5 per pay week. And I thought to myself at the time, well, I know exactly what MetLife is going to do. They're going to go right to the cap. They're not going to do the underwriting practices that would traditionally go into setting a premium for these people. But okay, we created a mechanism to make sure that that $5 per pay week was going to be sustainable. Well, I was wrong. MetLife has gone through the appropriate underwriting process, and the average premium in the individual pool is actually below the $5 per pay week cap. So again, I think it speaks to the financial viability and experience of the program thus far. Mr. Chairman, repealing this program would inject uncertainty into the marketplace. Now that consumers and businesses have come to rely on this coverage, And I think the sponsor did speak to that, that there are people who are relying on this coverage. It could potentially lead to increases in claims on short-term disability. I'm going to talk about short-term disability in a moment because that was brought up quite a bit. And potentially workers' compensation insurance causing premiums to increase for those two products. And I do not think that we can afford to be increasing that burden on our businesses or our families. Let's talk for a moment about short-term disability. So I think, as a number of you brought up previously, short-term disability is a different benefit than what this program offers. Short-term disability is for you. You as an individual get sick, again, not hurt on the job, that's workers' comp, that's a separate matter. You get a bad diagnosis, you get hurt in a non-work related incident. The short-term disability covers you. It does not cover your ability to take leave to take care of a family member who is ill, or the result of having a child, or adjusting to a military deployment. That is not covered under short-term disability. There was some concern at the time that this program was created that it would eviscerate short-term disability, and instead what would happen is everybody would gravitate toward this program. Didn't happen. Short-term disability coverage in the state remains very, very competitive. And in fact, the program is flexible enough that employers can keep their current short-term disability coverage and work with MetLife to get a skinny down version of this program that will cover just the coverage for if you need to take care of a family member. And we have a prominent business in the state who has done exactly that. And the cost for him to add this coverage on top of his short-term disability benefit is unbelievably affordable. Very, very affordable, working very, very well for that business. I also want to be clear that New Hampshire's approach here is being mimicked, but at the time it was unparalleled in the nation. While other states were imposing mandatory programs that needed to be subsidized with punitive taxes, we carved out an innovative approach in a market-oriented path that supports our workforce without strangling those employers with new costs. It's no accident that my phone frequently rings from the offices in governor's offices and legislatures in places like Florida. Governor DeSantis' office was calling me every other week for a good period of time, wanting to know how we designed the program, how the experience was going thus far. Before she became a cabinet secretary, Governor Noem in South Dakota was calling us quite frequently. We'd also heard from the governor's offices in Iowa, Kansas, and Louisiana, all wanting to understand how we had approached this, how it was going, high degree of interest on their part to potentially bring this model to their state. I would also mention that the program serves as a strategic tool for attracting top talent and retaining top talent. And as you know, in today's competitive job market, companies that offer these types of benefits stand out. I will tell you from personal experience, I live in Salem. To borrow a phrase, I can see Massachusetts from my house. And our employers in Salem, in all of the communities along the New Hampshire border, have a really tough road to hoe because they've got to compete with Massachusetts. They've got to compete with the Boston market. Now, there are obvious and smart benefits to working in New Hampshire versus Massachusetts, but this current generation of workforce has different expectations and values different things than the generations of the past. You know, my parents and my parents' generation, they stayed with one employer their entire career. They collected a pension. They retired. This current generation values work-life balance. They want a wide diversity of benefits to take advantage of. They're a little bit more mobile in their careers. And I think that this program has served as a valuable tool to the business community to be competitive for workforce, to again retain and attract this critical new generation of workforce that they're going to need in order for not only them as a business to be successful, but economically for the state to continue to be successful. There's been a lot of talk about the tax credit component of this. I want to bring clarity to that issue. The business is entitled to a business tax credit for 50% of the premium that they pay for their employees for this benefit. So I just want to be clear about that. So the costs we have not seen hit the general fund in any significant way thus far. I think if it had, you'd probably see DRA here in the room, and they're not here. So again, Mr. Chairman, repealing this program would jeopardize, in my opinion, our state's economic edge as businesses evaluate where to invest and grow. And why are they looking at this benefit? Well, again, it's about retaining and attracting workforce. But as the representative mentioned, a number of businesses were self-insuring this particular benefit. And so this program has allowed them to get a financial benefit as a result of that, which I think is a good thing for our business community, allowing them to enjoy some of the benefit of offering a coverage that their employees want and need. So in summary, members of the committee, the paid family leave program strengthens our economic situation here in New Hampshire and supports individuals and families. It embodies our commitment to community resilience while driving a competitive insurance market. Interestingly, I heard that there was a concern that other public employers were suddenly motivated to offer this benefit because the state was doing it. I assume the term public employers means municipalities, to which I would say I remain a strong adherent to the New Hampshire tradition of local control. And so if communities want to make decisions as to what benefit offerings they're going to extend to their employees, that's going to be up to them. And I'm not sure why the state would be trying to dictate what they can or can't offer in terms of benefits to their employees. So the local control piece for me still remains quite prevalent as it pertains to that particular point. The last point that I'll make, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues, is the idea of enrollment. So let's remember at the end of the day that this is a commercial product. This is not a mandatory program. We have not had to employ an army of state employees to run this program. It is available to all who want it. It is not forced upon any who do not. So therefore, it is fundamentally a commercial product. And so I've asked a number of insurance carriers to look at the enrollment numbers for this program. And I have asked them, if you were rolling out a product for the first time and you had this type of enrollment, how would you feel about that? And their response was, for a first-time program, and by the way, the numbers for the employer side of things, yes, the program has been in existence for 3 years. Very important to note that the first year of the program, it came online, I believe, in December or January. And for those of you who have owned or operated a business, you know that you've made your decisions in terms of what benefits you're going to offer to your employees well in advance of December and January. You've probably made those decisions in September or October. So I think in terms of the employee, the business enrollment, you've got to discount, I think, that first year of the program. So what you've left with in terms of, again, the employer side of that is really a 2-year experience. But again, back to my point. I've said to those insurance carriers, if you had this enrollment within a 2 to 3 year time period, how would you feel about that? And they have said that enrollment is phenomenal. It's phenomenal for a commercial product being rolled out for the first time in that period of time. That enrollment is incredibly strong. So at least from an insurance perspective, here again, Representative Turcotte and I say this respectfully, have very, very different definitions of success and failure. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it over to Cassie Keene.
Good morning. My name is Cassie Keene. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services. And Commissioner Betancourt is in charge of the Insurance Department, and they implemented rules to establish the commercial product that he's been talking about. But it was the Department of Administrative Services and the New Hampshire Employment Security Department that were charged with implementing the benefit statewide. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how that benefit works. And Rich is going to talk more about enrollment numbers that the committee has been interested in. So I'll start by saying in New Hampshire, there were 4 state employees who worked on implementing this benefit. It was Rich, it was me, and it was 2 other individuals at the Department of Administrative Services. We did have consultant support. We do have a marketing vendor because the law authorized us to enlist that support and required us to promote outreach and education about paid family medical leave. As Commissioner Betancourt said, this is a unique model for a paid family medical leave. In our country, this issue is being debated from state to state, and our model is different from most other models. It's voluntary. The way the program works is the law requires that the state provide coverage to all state employees to create a market so that an insurance carrier will come in and provide this product in our state. Thereafter, participation in paid family medical leave is completely voluntary. An employer can choose to participate or not to participate. An individual whose employer does not provide the coverage can choose to purchase the coverage on their own through what we call an individual pool, so that anyone who is a New Hampshire worker has access one way or another to paid family medical leave coverage. It may interest you to know that there is a federal bipartisan working group working on paid family medical leave, and one of the models that they have adopted for presentation and debate is the state of New Hampshire model. That's what they call it. And quite frankly, we're quite proud of that. The law passed, it was House Bill 2, right? So it passed in June of 21. We opened enrollment to employers beginning in December of 22 for coverage, and employers can enroll at any time. And we did our first open enrollment, and there's an annual open enrollment for individuals who want to participate. Under the law, it's a 60-day period. In 2022, we did open enrollment from January 1st till 60 days later. Sorry, can't remember the date now. Let's see, under the law, we were required to cover state employees. There are just shy of 9,000 state employees who are today receiving that coverage. By the way, for state employees in the law, it was actually designed, I think, quite specifically to take into account that state employees already have that first person coverage that the commissioner was talking about. We already provide a form of short-term disability income protection for state employees. So state employees only have paid family medical leave, okay? That means that they can submit a claim if they have a family member who has a serious medical condition and they need to be absent from work, or if there is a deployment in their family, either to help someone prepare for that deployment or in the event of illness or injury, their absence from work and their wage replacement benefits go into effect so they can help take care of that family member. We, as I mentioned, were charged with promoting this product throughout the state, and we worked very hard. We have a very wonderful website. If you go on nh.gov, on the top left, you'll see a nice big button. It says New Hampshire Paid Family Medical Leave. You click on that, that brings you out to our website. On that website, you will find copious information about paid family medical leave, and we also provide that information to an individual, whether they are seeking coverage for themselves or whether you're an employer. We have employer toolkits, we have individual toolkits. We have worked very hard to promote the plan through we have a television commercial. Maybe some of you have seen it on Channel 9. I tend to see it on Sunday mornings before close-up. And we've also promoted it through radio spots, radio interviews. We've spoken with the Business and Industry Association. We've gone to many chambers of commerce. We're on social media. We've attended and had sponsored Fisher Cat games, thrown out first pitches. We have also been at the Glendy and I'm leaving one out, one major thing we did. Job fairs. And we recently went to the Municipal Association annual meeting and had a breakout session on paid family medical leave. So we've worked very hard, very diligently to meet our responsibility under the law to get the work out. And we are proud of the enrollment in this plan. And what it reflects is that it's a voluntary plan. And that's what we chose for our state. And we believe it's been quite successful. So I'm going to turn it over to Rich for him to cover the enrollment with you.
Dance here. Mr. Chairman, I just had a handout. I'll hand over here and we can circulate it. Oh, thank you, Commissioner. So I'll quickly, and again, Richard Lavers, Deputy Commissioner with the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security, tasked along with admin services and operationalizing the program. So I'll talk to enrollment, what we've seen, and can obviously answer any questions about that. I know that some of the numbers that Representative Turcott has provided will be different, but I think they're obviously point-in-time numbers, but also some of his numbers might not represent exactly what he was describing them to represent. So any discrepancies between those two, I'd be more than happy to address that. One other state that is also borrowing and stealing what New Hampshire has done is our neighbor to the west. Vermont is now doing exactly what New Hampshire has done, including creating an individual option. So that's the best form of flattery when someone steals your good ideas. So as those handouts make it around, I'll just, again, just a few slides here with numbers. The first one, just a chart showing our current enrollment, the number of workers with New Hampshire paid family medical leave available to them. You'll see that we have just over 23,600 New Hampshire workers who have this coverage available to them. This includes the 8,800 state of New Hampshire employees that have it as an employer-provided benefit, as the sponsor had described. But we also have just over 13,300 workers with both public and private New Hampshire employers that have chosen to voluntarily sponsor coverage and make this benefit available to their workers. Lastly, in this chart, you can see just over 1,400 individuals. So in New Hampshire, we have the individual plan where you can purchase your own coverage. We'll get into that a little bit more. But we have 1,400 individual workers who did not have this coverage available to them through their employer. So they chose to purchase it on their own at that maximum weekly amount that Commissioner Betancourt had described of $5 per week. So those are the current numbers for New Hampshire workers that have this available to them. When we flip the page, there's a little bit more detail on the employers that have chosen to sponsor coverage. We have 308 New Hampshire employers that have sponsored coverage. 85% of those employers that have sought this out are smaller employers, meaning they have fewer than 50 workers. The information on the bottom of that page, you'll see in the bar chart, you see some detail on the individual benefit. One of the, I think, the real wins for the New Hampshire program is what New Hampshire has been able to provide to those workers who have no other option in accessing this type of coverage. And so you can see here a little bit more about those individuals that have chosen to purchase coverage. And what we have experienced thus far with those 1,400 individuals that have chosen to purchase, they are largely women. They are largely young women. And it should come as no surprise that these young women who have no other option for paid leave from their employer who chose to purchase this, they are by and large taking this in order to spend time with a newborn child. So 75% of those individuals are women, 67% under the age of 45, and nearly 80% of them are utilizing this leave, which they have decided is important to them. They are using this to bond with a newborn or newly adopted child. When we flip the page for the last two charts, you can see some detail on utilization across all three coverage types. So both the state of New Hampshire workers and how they are currently using it. Very low utilization for the state of New Hampshire workers. You'll see how the individuals who have purchased this, how they're utilizing the benefit. Again, 80% of the leave is for bonding with a newborn child. And then in the employer-sponsored coverage at the bottom of that chart, you see a little bit more of a balanced picture for what individuals who have the coverage through their employer and how they're utilizing the benefit. So there you've got 46% of those workers are utilizing it, or 46% that file a claim. Again, utilization very low in the employer-sponsored market, but 46% of those claims are for bonding with a newborn child, and 23% of those are for caring for a family member. So Commissioner Betancourt had described that another type of coverage that is not available to a worker who might have short-term disability coverage available through their employer. Again, that's only first-person coverage. You don't have the ability to take that leave with some wage replacement in order to care for your spouse, for your child, for your parent. All of those are options that are available through if you have New Hampshire paid family medical leave coverage, and you can see how that breaks down.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but I'm having a little trouble because it looks like the two colors is the same.
I know, I apologize that, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes,
So I'm
sometimes
gonna
Adobe and PowerPoint don't behave.
So I'm
and-
going to just take it as the lower one. So, like for instance, the state of New Hampshire coverage, the 66 is actually child bonding.
Correct. Yeah. And I should have mentioned in state of New Hampshire, you only see two types of leave being taken because
the individual
yeah, as
is
Deputy
obviously
Commissioner Keene had mentioned, that's
right.
all that New Hampshire provides to its employers because we had an existing short-term disability program.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
And lastly, and again, sorry about that blending of the colors. And then lastly, you see in that bottom slide, just some information on the individual open enrollment that we just completed. So every year from the beginning of December through the end of January, we do as the law requires. We do a 60-day open enrollment for individuals. Again, these are individuals who work in New Hampshire. They do not have comparable coverage available to them through their employer, and they are then eligible to purchase that coverage on their own. So that 60-day open enrollment that we just completed, we had nearly 1,000 applications come in, and we now have an enrollment picture in that individual program that is going to likely be north of 1,800 individuals. So some of those are still being reviewed by MetLife. They need to confirm what types of coverage the employers have to confirm that they are in fact eligible. But again, so you got 1,000 individuals who came in during a relatively short window, and we have an enrollment in that individual benefit of over 1,800 individuals that are now able to have this coverage. So we thought that, seeing some of those numbers and what that take up has been in a purely voluntary model would be helpful as you evaluate the legislation that you have before you. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Sullivan, start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for taking my question. So I think what I understand the sponsor of this legislation. I think his issue with it is that the approximately 8,800 people from New Hampshire are getting it for free, and that seems to be what is upsetting him. But I'm curious. One of the things he said is without them, this program would not be viable. So is this the crux of the issue that we're dealing with, or is this something that could be, rather than throwing out the whole bill, maybe it could be tweaked to make them have to pay some share or something? Like, I'm curious what the options are here, and maybe you could answer if there weren't 8,800 people from.
Let's stick to that fundamental question. We have everybody else wants to ask questions. It's
Okay.
already noon. Let's try to be short and sweet. I guess to really narrow the question down, for someone who was around when this legislation, the history of this legislation, do you know how many of the employers are actually paying it directly or actually deducting it from the employee's paycheck?
So Rich probably has those numbers. Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
to Representative Sullivan's point. Yes, it is in fact the case, as I described in my testimony, the approximately 10,000 state employees are necessary for the program to then be offered to the rest of the
critical
public
mass.
because, yes, you needed that foundational risk pool for what eventually became MetLife to be able to then derive an appropriate actuarially sound basis to set premiums at. So you need those individuals, again, to make the rest of the program work. I appreciate the fact that he objects to to this being paid for those employees. I would mention that I once did the numbers, and Cassie can probably correct me if I'm wrong. I once did the math, and it represents somewhere in the range of 0.03 to 0.06% of the total cost of the benefits that the state of New Hampshire offers to state employees. I understand that the state is working through a difficult economic time. I don't know that you're going to solve a ton of problems with that 0.03 to 0.06% savings at the expense of the benefit that this program offers to the state, but that's my opinion.
Thanks for the answer.
And Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, the employers that are sponsoring coverage, 70% of them are paying for the full premium. So that's 214 of those sponsoring employers. 20% are having their workers pay for it. In any time the employer sponsors but has the worker contribute any portion to the premium, the workers have a choice whether they want to do that or not.
Oh, really? Because that wasn't part of the original plan.
No, so they have
They can choose to opt in or opt out.
Yeah, so that's another layer of this, how
Okay.
this is voluntary.
Okay, great. That's great
And
to
then the other 10% are split. That's a shared model.
Shared model.
Where
Okay.
the employer and the worker are each picking up a part, but again, those workers would have the choice.
Great.
And then a number of employers that offered a short-term disability plan that are now offering this, or rather the employers that did not offer short-term disability coverage, is about 66%. So 2/3 of the sponsoring employers had no short-term disability prior to deciding to offer this. And I can almost guarantee you that if you're an employer and not offering short-term disability, then you probably do not offer a family caregiving benefit either. So new coverage for all those workers.
Great. Representative Walz, did you have your hand up? Seemed like everybody over there had their hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Sullivan covered some of it, but as a follow-on, to solve this, or I'll reword it. What is the taxpayer dollar amount that is being paid for this, the 8,826 state employees that receive this benefit for free? Do you have that number?
I do. I have the fiscal year 24 total expenditure was 1.452 million to cover all state employees, all three branches of government.
Okay. Representative Spear? Okay. Representative Burrows? Okay. Representative McAleer, I'm just going to go around.
Yes, just to, I think when I asked my question earlier, Representative Turcotte, I didn't quite get it through. So it's true that taxpayers pay 100% of this benefit, but they also pay 100% of their salary and everything else. So this is not that much different.
Would you believe?
Would you believe? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. Just focusing in on the advertising budget, I think I heard the number 1.9 million. Did I hear right? And so just a question about that. Are you tracking ROI on your advertising, uptake versus spending? And is there, trends that you're tracking? Can we see that data?
I'm looking at my budget numbers from fiscal year 22 and 23, which are our implementation years. We had an appropriation of 700,000 in 22 and 1.7 million in 23. We actually only spent 1.3 million in 23. That's what I would call administration. Representative McClear was referring to. As I mentioned, we worked with a consultant during implementation, and we do have a marketing vendor that's helped us place the media that I mentioned.
And just a quick
Further
follow-up.
question?
And so you're tracking the uptake for dollars spent, and it's the state spending the money, not the carrier. So you're advertising a product for a private company.
It is
that right?
correct that the state is responsible and paying for the marketing and outreach. Yes, we are tracking how many individuals we reach with different kinds of initiatives, like the TV commercial, social media, that kind of thing. And then ultimately, we have our enrollment data that Rich referred to.
We can see that.
Yes.
It'd be great to have that. Great. Representative.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. So I was wondering, now that the program is up and running, is there any interest, desire, or next steps to have employees, the state employees, contribute to this program? So I want to make sure I understand. They're not contributing, they're contributing zero for the benefit now. In the future, is it possible to ask them to start to contribute to this benefit, is my question.
Is it possible? Sure. That would have to be hashed out in a collective bargaining negotiation, which again, speaking to Representative Sullivan's point, the reason we simply offered the benefit to state employees was because we wanted to get the program up and running, and we didn't want to potentially get bogged down in that collective bargaining process. So if you have a desire to see the state employees begin to contribute, identify the members of the negotiating team on behalf of the state, and you can put a bug in their ear on that.
My memory was that when we did it, the state employees hadn't had a raise in like 4 or 5 years, but prior to this was actually sort of in lieu of a raise.
It had been quite some time to my recollection, and obviously in the last budget, you guys provided a healthy raise.
And didn't calculate this, I guess. Representative Gibbs, did you have a question?
Just to clarify, at the time when this came into effect, the state employees had not had a raise, so this was in effect in lieu of a raise.
No, I don't think that's exactly.
That is true. It is not. It was not in lieu of a raise.
That's
it
right.
was just happenstance, and it was just the beginning of COVID too. So,
Right.
Okay, Representative Teresa.
So thank you for taking a question. This seems like an excellent program. My question is that as the representative who sponsored the bill, he was mentioning that only 5% of the private employers is participating currently. So can you throw some light why the enrollment is so low from private employers, and what can be done to make it more appealing to the private employers?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The downside of having a voluntary program is not everyone makes the choice that you want them to make, right? And
What you wanted to make, not what I wanted to make when we had this bill.
So we've done as the law has required, and we've toured the state talking with as many chambers and employer associations and small groups and large groups as we can to talk about this program that's available to them. So employers make their own choices. They decide what's important for them for recruitment and retention. And those employers that have decided that this would be a good tool for them to help attract and retain workers have purchased the coverage. Others are looking into it. They might offer a short-term disability. And, they will continue to be education and outreach that is done. And that number will continue to grow. What it will grow to, I don't know. But that, again, that's the part of it being voluntary. We'll continue to provide that education. Employers will continue to make their own decisions on what they want to do.
Thank you.
Okay, we're all set? Oh, yes, Representative.
Thank you, Chair, for taking my question. Are you adding the cost of the person is on long-term leave, okay, during this benefit? So somebody else is doing that work. Are we adding that cost also into the calculation? Because somebody else is doing the work, that person will not do any other work.
Yeah, I think employers, when they look at sponsoring this type of coverage and providing paid benefits in general, they weigh that, right? So here we're talking about 6 weeks of coverage. For most plans, employers that do sponsor, they can increase that to mirror the FMLA protection of 12 weeks. But I think most employers look at this and they balance the cost of the employee not being there to the cost of losing that employee when they go out to have a baby, to bond with a new child, to care for a family member. I think one of the lessons learned in COVID was not wanting to lose that connection to your employees, and this helps them maintain that connection.
Yeah, I would say that when we took up this legislation, that issue did come up. In terms of, the employer, and that was one of the reasons why this committee insisted this be a volunteer plan rather than a mandatory plan. But I would say we do have in a statute that you can't fire an employee who is taking leave because of having a baby. So.
Right, and the job protection is only that which is already in place for the
Right.
Federal Family Medical Leave Act.
Exactly.
This doesn't expand that or change it in any way.
Exactly, but that was already on the books, so to be clear. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Needless to say, we're past the lunch hour. I have the last bill, he's going to come back later. So every one of you here is opposed to this bill, and we certainly understand that. This committee did, to take the position that it was supported the bill on the circumstance that it was voluntary. Having said that, I guess is please, when you come up and testify, because we always want to let everybody have an opportunity to speak, but if you can find something new, otherwise you can get up here and say, please do not do this, don't pass this bill. That would be good too. But that most of you are 2 to 3 minutes, and if we do that, we're going to be here another half hour. So, Laura Milken, New Hampshire Hungry Solutions. And if you've written testimony, that's even better, right? You have to push the button. There
Good
you go.
afternoon, Chairman Hunt and honorable members of the committee. My name is Laura Milliken. I'm the Executive Director of New Hampshire Hunger Solutions. We are a small nonprofit. We are one of the private employers who gladly pay the premiums for the New Hampshire plan. We are able to hire and retain employees because we can offer a competitive benefits package. We would not have been able to afford it without this plan being in place. We have 8 employees. We offer them 12 weeks of leave through the plan. We pay all of the premiums, and we think it's a good deal because it allows us to attract excellent employees. And to date, 3 employees have used the benefit. 2 of them were young women who took the leave to care for their children. Both of them had complications during their pregnancies and also needed to be able to heal during that time. It was absolutely critical. And then my one other employee had to take leave to take care of her mother who got cancer. And they were able to get through those hard times without worrying about being able to make ends meet. And that was absolutely critical for them. And they came back, and that was what was absolutely critical to us. So I will just say that the plan is very important to nonprofits like mine. And to the health of our employees throughout the state. So I urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 517.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nancy Glynn.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nancy Glenn. I'm from Sutton, New Hampshire. I am also a select board member for my town. This kind of feels like a deja vu moment for me because the first time I ever testified on a bill was for paid family medical leave. Thus, I would like to think that I would not be considered ignorant when it comes down to what this bill looks like. I shared my story publicly, including with Governor Sununu, about my son who is going to be 13 in April. God, who was born premature and he experiences chronic health conditions and a disability. I also shared a story about my second son who unfortunately passed away shortly after he was born. He was also premature and I had some complications during birth. This has affected me and my family drastically, both physically and mentally. But thousands of people right now in New Hampshire currently stand to lose this program. Many local municipalities like mine, we are able to offer this to our employees to help keep our local property taxes down. It's an incredibly affordable program. We have 26 employees in Sutton, thus we do not qualify for the federal FMLA job protection coverage. We spend about $6,065 per year to be able to cover all of our folks. We did a buy-up plan to 12 weeks, and we cover, again, the entire cost, and this equates to just cents on the dollar for our local taxpayers. A couple months ago, we had an employee out because of side effects from a brain injury that they received from a car accident, and they were able to utilize this program. Right now, we have a transfer station employee who is on leave because he had to get surgery on his eyes, and he also has access to this program. And in a few months, our town administrator will be taking it to be able to care for their wife and newborn. All have the option to utilize this program. I just wanted to amplify that small businesses and small towns, we can't afford this on our own. And our wages really aren't that great because of how high taxes are. And having affordable benefits like this helps us to attract workforce, which is, again, difficult for small towns, and a younger workforce, for that matter, that are more likely to accept a lower salary for more benefits. My personal story clearly motivated me to want to make sure that my town employees had access to paid family medical leave, and I'm incredibly grateful that the state has created a program that people like me could have accessed this back in the day when I had my kiddos. But I just wanted to sit up here and just say, like, let's not remove something that does good for Granite Staters and something that helps local municipalities like mine be able to offer a benefit to their employees. So I am here to ask you to also vote inexpedient to legislate on 517. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Devin Quinn.
Hi, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Devin Quinn. I'm the Director of Policy at the New Hampshire Women's Foundation. We also oppose this bill, but I would like to read to you portions of a letter from two employers who couldn't be here today, but wanted to make sure that their voices were heard as well. First, from Jack Savage, the President of the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests, writes in, and I'll read a couple portions, not the whole thing. The Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests is proud to offer the New Hampshire Paid Family and Medical Leave Program as a benefit for our eligible employees. The Forest Society pays the premiums for this program, so there's no cost for employees. And the way they've set it up is that this prevents an employee from depleting their health leave or PTO balances for these qualifying life events. The annual premium we pay is $16,000. In 2024, 2 of our employees utilized the benefit, which amounted to $18,000 in wages. Excuse me. Both the benefit to our employees and the security of stable insurance premiums has worked well for our organization and employees. The Forest Society has 40 employees enrolled in the program. Our employees report that this is a huge financial relief to some who would have been made to go without pay. Our employees have a level of comfort knowing they have this option, and as an employer, we use this program as a recruitment and retention tool. We feel this program is not only beneficial to the individuals who use it, but the organization by promoting staff longevity and loyalty. This program is an important motivator of younger, family-starting staff and potential staff who want to live and work in New Hampshire rather than seeking employment out of state. As a nonprofit, we pride ourselves on making efficient use of our revenues, which include promoting high staff retention rates. The loss of this program would set us and the state back in attracting the best and brightest to live and work here. Respectfully, Jack Savage, President of Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests. And secondly, a letter from Amanda Grapponi Osmar, the owner and chief vision officer of Grapponi Automotive. We are writing to express Grapponi Automotive's strong support for New Hampshire's paid family medical leave program and our opposition to HB 517, which would repeal this program. Grapponi has 375 employees or team members at our Bow and Concord locations, and the PFML program is very important to our team. We have 148 team members who participate in our paid leave and paid medical leave program. Additionally, we advertise paid family and medical leave benefits on our job postings, and it's part of our robust benefits package we offer that help us recruit and retain our excellent team members. We put in much thought into our benefits program last year to align our disability insurances with the paid family medical leave program. We terminated our short-term disability program and changed our long-term disability program to align with the paid family medical leave program so that no one will have any lapses in their coverage between the two plans. From when we started the program in September 2023 to today, 17 team members have already utilized or are currently utilizing the program. We also anticipate 2 more team members taking time away in the next few months for medical leave. If paid family medical leave were repealed and the program ceased to exist as early as this year, as HB 517 prescribes, we do not know how we would accommodate this sudden loss of benefits. It would leave Grapponi scrambling to find a new benefits plan, and there would be significant financial repercussions for our company since we would honor what we've promised our team members, including those who have already made plans to take leave later this year. Our team members are very grateful that we participate in the program, and this bill would negatively impact our company and our workforce. It would be a financial burden to our company, and it would be a huge loss for our team if New Hampshire's paid family medical leave program ended. We ask that you vote in opposition to this bill. Sincerely, Amanda Grapponi Osmer. That's all I wanted to read.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Adriana Spida.
Hello. Excuse me. I don't want to get in the way of lunch, but good afternoon, I guess, now, Chairman and Committee. I've lived in New Hampshire since 2017. My name is Adriana Espitia. I work here. I got married here. I'm a homeowner in Nashua, and in 2024, I gave birth to my son here. While my employer does offer some paid parental leave, it does not cover the full 12 weeks of FMLA. I was exploring options on Google to cover that unpaid time and discovered this program. I asked my employer to participate, and they did. They have less than 50 employees, so I pay MetLife directly. 2 of my coworkers have used it. It was extremely helpful to them. I couldn't use it for my first child since I found out about it too late in my pregnancy, but I've been paying for over a year since January 2024 in the hopes that I could use it for future children. I love New Hampshire and my job, but if paid family leave goes away, I may have to look for a transfer to either our Boston office or even leave the state altogether. Our family could not afford for me to take unpaid leave, especially with the cost of childcare for my son and our mortgage. Paid family leave is part of the package of reasons that I enjoy living here in New Hampshire and working at a New Hampshire business. I've been paying my premiums dutifully. I have a reminder on my phone to do it, just like I pay my health insurance, my car insurance, and my life insurance. If this is repealed, then I don't get the benefit or the product of what I've been paying into, and that is quite frankly not fair. All those premium payments would be for nothing, and if I had known that this program was going to go away, I would not have started to pay into it. Early this month, my son turned a year old. We celebrated at the Common Man. I consider him a true Granite Stater. So I'm asking the committee to vote ITL to give me a chance to continue to grow my family here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amanda Sears.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Amanda Sears, and I'm the director, the New Hampshire State Director for the Campaign for Family Friendly Economy. I just will be very brief to say that we would ask you to make an ITL motion on this bill. As you've heard, there are thousands of Granite Staters who are benefiting from this program. We in fact believe that what you should be doing is considering the opposite of this bill and expanding this program so that it covers more folks in this state and better meets the needs of New Hampshire families. In particular, I want to point out that this bill would, of course, get rid of this benefit for New Hampshire state employees, which would be, again, the wrong direction to go to get rid of this benefit for people who are relying on it to meet the needs of their family as they meet the needs of our state through their employment. So thank you.
We do have a question. Representative Evan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Is it your position that we should consider making this program mandatory? And when you said expanding it, what did you mean by that?
That is my organization's position, yes.
She's been following this issue for a very long time.
Thank you.
Okay, Mackenzie Nicholson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. My name is Mackenzie Nicholson. I'm the Senior Director for Moms Rising in New Hampshire. Moms Rising is an on-the-ground grassroots organization representing thousands of moms across the Granite State. And I'm passing around my testimony. I'll skip it because I know we are all excited about lunch and I'm very hungry too. But I will share that just hit your inboxes is a list of 158 Granite Staters, many from your districts, who have comments about asking you to please ITL this bill. The comments include things like, I work with dementia caregivers. I cannot imagine them losing access to paid leave. Comments from moms saying, Massachusetts already offers most workers up to 26 weeks of paid leave. What is the incentive for young workers to stay here? So that email just hit your inboxes. There's 158 people asking for ITL from Moms Rising in that email. And I'm just here to say that when moms are able to participate in the workforce because they have all the other supports and services that they need, everyone benefits. Our economy does well, small businesses are supported, and maternal mental health is boosted, which does good things for all of us. So Moms Rising is asking you to please ITL House Bill 517, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I think we're all questioned out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lacey Federbach.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lacey.
I am from Auburn, New Hampshire. I am a New Hampshire native born and raised. I will make this quick. I am going to go a little different, same with Representative Sullivan, and say that, sorry, I'm moving a little past myself. I am frustrated. I am frustrated that a person who is not impacted by this bill, who himself walked out of here saying doesn't understand how insurance works, doesn't understand how this bill works, is able to just walk in here and say, hey, I understand this. I don't know if it could be better, but let's just cancel it anyway. And we're all just putting it on the table and talking about getting rid of it. This is obviously a program that people have been working on for a long time, and it should be invested in and improved. We don't just throw things away when they're not working. We put more work into them, and we don't just throw up our hands and throw away all the people in New Hampshire who desperately need this for so many things, especially when we've just gone through a pandemic. And now we have more things coming up that we're not watching out for. Guys, we need this. Don't take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Model of brevity, too. Representative Beecham, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you got stuck on the bottom of the pile because you must have got here a little late. Sorry.
I got stuck at Senate hearings, so I came in late. So thank you, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the board. I'll try to be quick as much as I can, but I'm a talker. No, I respect it. I'm kidding. My name is Paige Boschman. I represent Hillsborough 3, Nashua Ward 4. I'm also a registered nurse working in the women's maternal child health space for the last 15 years. I am also certified as a perinatal mental health specialist by the only certifying board in the country. I'm also a mom of 3. Excuse me. I will say that my position is that we also need to be working towards more comprehensive FMLA. If you're not aware, and I'm going to take the position of the moms because we know there's a large majority using them. There's a maternal health crisis right now. This is the most dangerous country to have a baby. We have the highest morbidity and mortality rates in the country. The number one cause of pregnancy-related deaths is maternal mental health. And most of the deaths happen not in the birth, which a lot of people think, but within that first year postpartum, as far as 6 to 8 months out. Now, New Hampshire has some of the highest rates of maternal mental health as well, conditions. Now, the risk factors for that are going back to work too early. Financial stressors are a huge component that will increase our risk of maternal mental health. In addition, it decreases other things that we need. So breastfeeding rates, which the Academy of Pediatricians recommends exclusively for 6 months. We know when people don't have enough leave, those rates decrease, which increases health conditions in the baby. That leads to more visits to the pediatrician, more times that parents have to take off of work. Keeping FMLA will decrease the rates of perinatal mental health conditions. It's going to increase the rates of breastfeeding and therefore actually save money in the long run by helping us with some of those other avenues. I would like to also speak to the economic piece. I recently worked at an organization in Boston providing resources for women during pregnancy and postpartum. Our product is so much in need that companies would come to us and buy this product to improve the pregnancy journey for people. And I bring that up to show that this is so important, that women's health, FMLA, these kinds of things are so important that we're absolutely seeing a standardization of that. And so people who are young are looking for this. I gave the example of Boston because, as someone said, people can just go over the line and we're going to lose people in the workforce. Another economic risk here is that we know that when people don't have enough FMLA, they're actually less likely to come back to the workforce. So what we're looking at here is businesses having to take on, what I'm sure you're aware of, extra costs of training new employees. So this not only attracts our ability to attract, but also to retain many, many employees. I will summarize here and just say that it's clear that the program may not be perfect, but we need to be moving towards FMLA. We need to make the program better and not get rid of it completely. We need to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, pun intended. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My position is obviously to ITL.
Yes. Thank you. All right. Corina Benfield.
I think I'm the last one too.
Another one
No?
appeared out of
Oh.
nowhere,
I thought I was going to be the closer.
hiding back there.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. For the record, I'm Corinne Benfield from State Work Play, New Hampshire. We are a statewide nonprofit born out of former Governor John Lynch's task force on young worker retention. As you can imagine, I reiterate and align with everything that my colleagues and other experts at the table have said in regards to the workforce risks that repealing the FMLI present to our New Hampshire marketplace. So I will not repeat all of that.
Appreciate it.
However, I also was not going to speak. I was just going to drop off my letter and be a great audience member. But I was called to speak to you all because the prime sponsor on this bill shared an alternate to this program as a private insurance. Alternate program being private insurance, and reference that individuals may just need to be more fiscally disciplined. Unfortunately, no amount of discipline can eliminate the growing cost burden of living in this state, especially if you are considering starting a family. It takes a lot of bravery and fiscal capital to start a family in New Hampshire. This is not very conducive to our efforts as an organization that's looking to attract and retain young people here in New Hampshire, nor does this comment really feel rooted in a reality that is true for the majority of young people here in New Hampshire. So just again, reiterating Commissioner Betancourt's definition of success as well. Brands take a long time to build. So I would just counter that the state might consider partnering with more organizations to spread the word on this program. State Work Play would be happy to partner on that as well. And we also are in opposition of this and would move to ITL as well. So that's all. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. So the last but not least, Leon Perez. Okay, Leo. Wrap it up.
I apologize. This is my first time. So I'm going to make this quick. I'm here in a strong opposition to House Bill 515. Eliminating this vital program will have detrimental effects on the working class and consequently the economy of New Hampshire. My wife and I are expecting our first child next month, and the existence of this program has been a tremendous relief to our family. It provides us with the opportunity to bond with our child during this crucial time without the added stress of lost income. The support is essential for families across the state that are navigating the significant financial demands that come with parenthood. I'm sure you all know kids are expensive. Short-term cost cutting will not bring long-term economic success for New Hampshire. This is not a handout, this is a hand up. From a personal standpoint, we're fortunate to have built successful careers in software engineering and public interest law, which have given us financial stability. While we could likely manage the financial burden if this benefit were cut, it would still impose significant hardship on my wife's ability to recover from medical trauma of childbirth, something I hope Representatives Christine Perez and Erica Layton, co-sponsors of this bill, can empathize with. Bills like this discourage us from wanting to remain in New Hampshire long-term, pay taxes here, and raise our family in the state that we currently call home. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Having no more cards, I will close the public hearing and recess till 1:35. We'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 556 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Purcell. Good afternoon, and I apologize for our delay.
Of course, this morning. If you're within a day of the scheduled hearing, you're ahead of the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes, thank you for that welcome. For the record, I'm Lucius Partial, representing Marlborough and neighboring towns, Cheshire District 8. And thank you for allowing me to introduce House Bill 556. I'd like to think of it as a truth in labeling protection for products labeled as biodegradable or disposable. In general terms, this proposed legislation is a truth in advertising measure to ensure the integrity of our solid waste management. It does not require policing and generates no expense within our state budget. Neither does it ban such items as foam cups or plastic bags, but it does ensure that such products are labeled compostable, that they meet certifiable benchmarks before being deposited within our waste flow. Governor Ayotte's proposed moratorium on new landfills emphasizes our need to better manage our current landfills. The New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services estimates that Granite Staters disposed of approximately 165,000 tons of food waste in 2020, accounting for a quarter of our entire waste flow. And as of February 1st of this year, House Bill 300-0223 requires producers that generate 1 ton or greater of food waste per week to divert such waste from landfills to authorized food waste facilities, provided that said facilities within 20 miles and the alternative faculty has capacity to manage it.
You owe us $5.
We know that nearly half our landfill waste originates out of our state. But this is one area, this particular area is one area we actually export more waste than import when it comes to compost. We have seen small compost collection business spring up and flourish in many of our municipalities, but we have only one in-state composting facility located in Somersworth. 2 other facilities, one in Lebanon and one on Star Island, are unavailable to the general public. Star Island, that's because it's on an island. So as a result, much of our compostable waste is taken across the border to Vermont and Maine. I had visited the Dummerston, Vermont compost collection this past summer. It was part of my cheap date with my wife. And I've been told there they're nearing capacity, and it'll only be a matter of time before they can no longer accept out-of-state waste. So we need New Hampshire solutions in order to manage our own waste flow and address our organic waste stream. And this has to be one of the first steps, I feel. When we have generally greenwashed, we've generally greenwashed in sorting our plastics into various categories, but this also causes us to lose sight of the larger components of proper landfill management. Much of our household trash is known to be contaminated with forever chemicals such as PFAS, among hundreds of other potentially toxic compounds. When the waste is combined with our organic waste, our landfills produce a toxic and complex biological and physiochemical soup called leachate. These leachates invariably find their way into our beautiful streams and rivers and compromises not only their health, but the health of every citizen in our state. So there's a clear cry for emphasis on diverting our organic waste into compost. And I have full faith that, given time, our state will embrace the proper treatment of our food waste at least as effectively as we manage our plastic stream. So it leads to the question of what solid food waste is actually compostable. The obvious banana peel easily breaks down in my backyard composting, but meat scraps and the other they require higher temperatures that are typically found in our commercial facilities. There's also an emerging market for products that break down within the guidelines of these commercial faculties. The products are fairly identified to the serviceware that is commonly found in our takeaway packaging. They're able to be fully composted without even microplastic residue. There are laboratories such as Biodegradable Products Institute, or BPI for short, You might have picked up a coffee cup and seen that on their label. It certifies that the product's been independently tested and has been verified to break down completely in a commercial compost facility after use. The third-party certification follows ASTM standards 6400, D6868, or ASTM D8410 standards set forth by the American Society for Testing Materials. Again, I stress, this is a language bill and does not require any restrictions in purchasing habits of our retailers or consumers. Neither does it have any financial impact. I have circulated an amendment which I would highly recommend. It contains suggested language from BMI, cleaning up some of the language that was in the original bill. And it also moves the placement of this bill under RSA 339 as advised by the Department of Environmental Services. So in conclusion, as a common sense provision, I would hope pave the way to better management of our waste system, and I urge its passage. Thank you. Available for questions.
Representative Spear.
Not in any way questioning whether or not this is a good idea. Have you talked to DES, or how would we even know that somebody was doing this? I mean, how would we enforce it?
I have spoken to the DES. Right now, there is no enforcement because you can put whatever you want on a package, including that's biodegradable, compostable, or even or whatever. But this language specifically reserves the word compostable to a process that we can scientifically test to and say it breaks down. Now, you're asking about the teeth in such a bill, I gather?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You're asking about what teeth comes with this bill?
Well, yeah, I guess that's what it is, because some of these, some of this stuff is coming in from companies that are outside the state or wherever. So I'm not clear on how we would control any of it.
What comes in from out of state is a little bit beyond our control right now. This bill does not address what people do in other states. This bill addresses what happens in New Hampshire. And it does not ban anybody from selling a foam cup. It merely states that if you're going to put compostable on the label, then it has to adhere to a certain amount of testing or mislabeling. And if you are mislabeling your product, you are subject to the same fines and provisions as for any type of mislabeling bill as notated in RSA 339. Does that help?
I'm going to have to do some research because I can't see how we're going to enforce it. I can't see how that can happen yet.
Would you
gonna be
would you
standing there?
believe?
What?
Would you believe?
Would you believe?
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The original bill refers to products labeled as biodegradable or compostable, and the amendment removes the word biodegradable and refers only to items labeled as compostable. Can you tell us why you made that change?
I made this change on consulting with the BPI labs, the Biodegradable Products Institute labs. They said that keeps us in line with what occurs in most other states. They use the word compostable.
Okay. So, yeah, we're notwithstanding your amendment had some number problems on it. And so I'm going to ignore the 399 in your amendment and look at the 339. And I have to admit, for myself, it was like a path down memory lane, because some of those this is number 80, so I've been around for a couple of those, and how they were in the statute and the nature of the statute. I have to follow up with whether it's an unfair trade practice on the Consumer Protection Act, which is 398. So I'm not sure. I think that's where the 399 was supposed to be, but it's a wonderland. So no matter what, every bill in this committee does go to a subcommittee, so we'll figure a way out on this one.
Well, that's
But
good. That's good to
the
know.
first
Thanks for
thing
fixing
I guess I want is, when it says labeling is compostable, are we talking about the packaging Or are we talking about what's inside the package?
I would say, well, we're talking about both. When I pick up my paper cup from my local co-op or from my coffee shop, I can see right on the coffee cup itself that it says it's been tested and certified by BPI to break down in a commercial facility. It also says it's not, don't put it in your backyard, but that's another story. But it says that
Well,
right
that's,
on
I
the
mean,
cup.
that's in terms of what, I mean, now we have to get into the definition of what's a compostable, right?
I think this circumvents the idea of what is compostable because we're relying on the standards set by for the American Society for Testing and Materials. We're using their standards. So we don't have to worry about defining the word compostable. They've already done it for us.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. I now have another card from Mike Norick from the Department of DES, who was reluctant to testify, but I'm dragging him up here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Nork. I'm here representing New Hampshire DES. I'm in the Solid Waste Management Bureau. And we're not taking a position on HB 556, but I am happy to provide any information or answer any questions that the committee might have relative to this bill.
Would you be the enforcement agency for this legislation?
So, as introduced, the bill was placed into RSA 149M, which DES is responsible for enforcing.
Okay.
We had communicated with the sponsor about placement in that statute because the particular location in that statute was that was chosen was around disposal, prohibiting disposal of certain items, and this seemed to be a bill related to distribution of products. It's not a disposal ban per se. So that's why I think Representative Parshall had introduced this amendment to place it in RSA 339.
To move it out of...
Which is in Trade and Commerce, right?
Right, move it out of...
So in terms of enforcement as amended, I'm not clear on who enforces RSA 339. It might be Department of Justice.
Well, it's consumer protection.
It's consumer, thank you. So
that's why it was memory lane for
Gotcha.
me. So, okay. So in terms of, I guess before I let you go, this, I've never heard of ASTM before. Do they distinguish between the packaging, what biodegradable, is the packaging biodegradable, or is it what's inside it biodegradable? How do they distinguish when someone puts it on the package?
That's a great question. So this is those ASTM standards are American Society for Testing Materials. Thank you. It's a national standard organization that sets up a lot of different procedures and testing protocols for various engineering purposes and other scientific purposes. These particular standards, as I understand it, are targeting what you might call compostable products or serviceware, things like spoons, cups.
Right, that's what I
silverware.
thought when I read
So
the
the
bill.
actual,
That's what I was
not
thinking.
necessarily the packaging, but the product itself
Right.
is intended for like food service. That is something that would break down in a composting process.
Right, because I've seen now I have these plates and they're
Correct.
actually silverware looks like wood, but
Yep.
they're supposed
That's
to
the idea. So these standards are governing
Those
the
products.
breakdown of those types of materials and those products.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions? See none? Thank you very much. Having no more cards on 556, we will close the public hearing and moved on to the one looks like a lot of people are here for. Okay. So we'll open up the public hearing on 774 and hear from Jessica Lamontagne. Good afternoon. I apologize for the delay.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Jessica Lamontagne from Stratford, District 17, which is Dover Ward 5. And here to talk about this bill. This bill does three important things. It removes the exemption of Medicare supplement plans from the now well-established law that health insurance companies cannot exclude people from their plans based on having a pre-existing condition. It requires that any insurer of a Medicare supplement plans offer these plans based on community rating for the age of the participant. That means they cannot charge over-the-top premiums to individuals with pre-existing conditions. It also requires that every insurer in the state that offers Medicare Advantage plans must also offer Medicare Supplement or Medigap plans. This is to prevent insurance companies from reacting to number 1 and 2 by simply not offering Medigap policies in the state anymore. Insurance companies make a lot of money off of Medicare Advantage plans. So protection for pre-existing conditions is really important, and we have laws that protect us from being denied coverage for having a pre-existing condition, and most Americans take this for granted now. When we buy health insurance, we understand that we don't have to pay extra for having a pre-existing condition. That's what's called a community rating. The amount will go up as we get older, but it's also based on where we live. But it's a shared risk pool. However, Medicare supplement plans do not have these protections, which I only learned recently, and I find it really appalling. There is guaranteed issue when you first sign up for Medicare at 65. And with few exceptions, it's only guaranteed that first year. After that, if you develop a problem on a long list of conditions that include Alzheimer's, cancer, congestive heart failure, diabetes with complications, or end-stage renal disease, there's no guarantee that you can get another plan if you want to sign up for a different plan. You have no protections. So that gets us into the problem of Medicare Advantage. Medicare Advantage plans are not traditional Medicare that operate on a fee-for-service model. With the Medicare Advantage, insurers are paid an annual fee by the government to cover that patient. And so they make money by spending a lot less on the individual's medical care than they receive from the government. And I understand how that's all insurance works that way. But the big difference is instead of the individuals paying for that premium, the federal government is paying that premium. So Congress approved these plans because they were sold on the idea that Medicare Advantage was going to save a lot of money to the taxpayer, but the opposite is true. Companies like United Healthcare are making huge profits with Medicare Advantage, and the cost to the government has only gone up. And these plans are really heavily marketed, especially when people are first turning 65 and eligible for Medicare, or they become disabled and are eligible for Medicare. And we've all seen it, the endless ads during open enrollment to buy these plans. And they're a little misleading because you look like you're given a number to call the government to sign up for Medicare, but you're actually calling a private insurance company that's selling you on this plan. And, my husband's 75. Every open enrollment, he probably gets 20 calls a day for the months on end, trying to get him to switch over to Medicare Advantage. Now, many people like their Medicare Advantage plans. They tend to be the younger set of people eligible for Medicare, 65 to 75. And this bill does not prohibit anyone from buying Medicare Advantage plan if that's what they want, or signing up for it. The government's the one that's buying it. But the problem is once you've passed the initial enrollment and trial period, and then you develop a major medical condition, you can't get another plan that works better for you because of the exemption of laws that protect the rest of us from being discriminated against for having the pre-existing condition. So people are then trapped in insurance plans that are not working for them because they often have highly restrictive networks, tedious and lengthy prior authorizations, and high claim denials. All this keeps individuals from getting the care they need and when they need it. 9 out of 10 Medicare enrollees do not have guaranteed issue protections to purchase Medigap beyond the initial Medicare Advantage trial period. And if these enrollers develop a serious medical condition, they will not have the coverage that they need. So if this bill were to pass, will it cost us all a lot more in premiums? Probably yes, but not by that much. The Kaiser Family Foundation published research looking at the average Medicare supplement premium rates by state and by the type of rating. The nationwide average for premiums for all plans is $217 a month. There are 10 states that have community rating. The average of all those states is $223 a month, so only $5 more. And I understand that that figure is not really statistically confident because you need to control for a lot of other things like how big the state is and what kind of plan mix they have and other things, but I don't have access to that data. But it does suggest that community rating for having a larger pool does not overwhelmingly increase the premium rates. We did meet with the Department of Insurance several times to discuss this bill. And just at our meeting last Friday, they gave us results where they conducted a survey of 23 insurers. And we were informed that the responses suggest an average 15% increase in premiums. And that's not really consistent with the data from the independent Kaiser Family Foundation that shows that, community rating is not 15% higher for the states that have that with states who don't. So I'm a little skeptical about that. But moreover, I disagree with some of the premises stated on a fact sheet that the insurance department wrote up regarding this bill. I mean, one statement is that Medicare supplements are guaranteed renewable. That's true, but only if you choose the same plan. Another is that products are priced assuming stable regulations. First, we have a lot of time before regulations could be adjusted if we were to pass this law before the next open enrollment. But I believe it's more important for the market, for the consumer, to have freedom of choice and flexibility. That's really what we're looking for here. And another is the idea that healthier people tend to choose cheaper plans with more cost sharing. When they get sick, people would tend to switch to the more benefit-rich plan, and this would increase cost ratios and drive up rates for all customers. But however, that seems to me that that's how we should behave as consumers, right? We want to make the most rational choice for us to make. And if that means getting an insurance plan that meets your needs, that should be a choice that we're allowed to make. And the existing laws actually prevent people from being able to do this. And it is true that when people disenroll from Medicare Advantage plans and go back to traditional Medicare, they do tend to cost more. Studies show that Medicare spends an average of 27% more on such beneficiaries, but in the first year after they make the switch. And likely cause for this is that switchers were unable to get the medical care they needed before they could switch. And the fact is that Medicare Advantage plans tend to cover the younger, healthier set of the people eligible for Medicare. And that's the main reason Medicare Advantage insurers are making such huge profits. But my biggest problem is the statement made that allowing consumers to join a traditional Medicare plan with supplements later when they're unhealthy unfairly causes premiums to rise for all enrollers that joined when they were first eligible. But what seems really unfair about this situation is right now we expect people when they first sign up for Medicare at age 65 to choose the plan that's that's going to be good for them for the rest of their lives. Now, who at 65 is going to say, well, I know in 8 years I'm going to have cancer, so I need a better plan then? Okay, no one can make that decision. Though I think it's likely after the conversation we had in our committee this morning, given how the access to medical records, electronic medical records, the insurance companies probably could predict pretty well what you're, based on your family history. And I think that there's a lot of data out there that people can predict what risk you have for developing certain conditions better than we can ourselves. You look really skeptical about that, but
Well, it sounded like you just applied that they have a HIPAA violation, that they're getting personal information about people's medical records. I'm shocked to hear that.
okay. That may be, but I believe that there is a lot of data out there and that individual insurers, they can ask us a lot of data about our health, given the record. Okay. But that is conjecture.
Not supposed to be able to, but
I
maybe HIPAA's
agree.
not working then.
I agree. But I think this legislation is really important because without it, it leaves so many of our seniors and people with disabilities seriously underinsured when they develop major medical problems. And this will ultimately cost the taxpayers more money in the long run. Because if people develop a serious medical condition, they don't have adequate financial protections with their insurance, they will go broke trying to pay their medical bills. 65% of all bankruptcies in the country are due to medical debt. And if we leave our seniors without these protections, many of them will end up on Medicaid. So this bill will ensure that New Hampshire seniors and people with disabilities on Medicare have the ability to choose the health insurance plan that works best for them. They're not trapped in Medicare Advantage plans that don't meet their needs and have the same protections regarding pre-existing conditions that the rest of the population has already.
Great. Before we take questions, I do have a couple of questions because I'm now 68.
Yeah.
So at 65, I got the letter saying that I had to buy Medicare.
Yeah.
I had to get it. I had to get off of my wonderful small employer plan, and I had to buy Medicare.
Yeah.
And I was informed there are two kinds of plans I can buy, supplemental plan and an advantage plan. And I said, and then it was made clear that the advantage plan, the supplement fee was nothing.
Yeah.
And so I said, what's the catch? Well, the catch is that if you choose advantage, you can't go back to the supplemental at all. Now, you're telling me what I'm about to learn here tonight, and you learn something new every day, is that if I really did want to go back to a supplemental, that then I have to go back to a pre-Gene Jaheen 711, that I have to fill out a medical report, and they can decide how much they want to charge me for my premium because I'm making this decision to choose to go back to a supplemental.
What is
Yeah.
a supplemental?
Supplemental is what I used to call it the gap. So if you're within your Medicare, you get, it's 80 20 whatever, 85 whatever, and that remaining amount, you're getting a third insurance company. That's that gap policy.
Yeah.
So you can do away with that if you choose the Advantage plan, which doesn't have, yes, I'm the only reason I'm in United Healthcare now is because Harvard pulled out on me. But I would say is, to answer your question about cancer, I made sure before I choose that Advantage plan for Harvard and for my United Healthcare, that I said the only thing I'm worried about is cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to make sure that both Leahy Clinic and Dana-Farber were in the network, and they were. So that's why I chose those products. So what I'm trying to understand here is that the open enrollment period in November, December, that period, I thought you can change your Advantage plan with no consequence. And I believe that's what the department is saying. You can change your plan, but if you want to go back to the supplemental plan,
Yeah.
the one that you waived off on,
Yeah.
when you choose Advantage out of the get-go, you run the risk of having them do underwriting.
Well, you may be more informed than the average consumer of insurance products.
Well, I hope I'm probably the most informed, yeah.
And, a lot of people aren't necessarily going to be able to judge their own risks that way. And also that the plans are so heavily marketed and they'll promise, oh, we're going to pay for your gym membership or this or that. And most people aren't going to be aware of the issues that they will have until they develop a serious problem. And they may think, oh, I'll be, you don't know what the network you'll be in, the network that you thought you would be covered by your plan, that might be completely different 10 years later. I mean, we see that the healthcare industry is changing all the time. But it seems really wrong to deny people because of one decision they make one year that they're going to have to live with that decision, stay on that plan for the rest of their lives. Even when 10 years later, they've developed renal failure, which is going to be a chronic condition and very expensive for them, and they have no coverage for that.
Fair enough. Any questions from the committee members? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, I have a couple things. So.
Okay, next co-sponsors. I was looking on the list, but okay, Peter, you can come first. I was going to do Representative Nagel. He was second, but you're up next now.
I'm older.
You've been on Medicare longer than all of us in the room.
My committee is about to go into executive session, and I will be brief because Representative Lamontagne basically said it all. But I have been watching Medicare Advantage ever since I turned 65, which was 22 years ago.
Amazing.
Okay? I like Medicare. That's all I've got. I'm my secondary coverage. Because when I look at Medicare Advantage, I go like, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. And when I hear what's his name? J.J. Johnson, J.J. Walker, that's it. Or Joe Namath. I remember when Joe Namath was flogging Medicare Advantage, and I'm going like, this is so good. There's got to be like not one catch. I look quickly and I wear glasses and I notice that little tiny line underneath, and licensed insurance agent will contact you. And I'm going like, he ain't going to get me. And the bottom line is we have got to do whatever we can do to stop this ripoff of the American public. Mr. Chairman, when you said I probably know more about insurance than such and such, you've been doing this for what, 30 years, right here in this room, in that chair. And you understand insurance if anybody in this state does. So you're not going to get hornswoggled by some flashing lights on television. But unfortunately, a lot of people get hooked in and then they are stuck. So anyway, that Representative LaMontagne said it all, and I don't have to beat that nail any flatter than that. But you guys can do something about this, and my colleagues have been working with the insurance department, and I salute the commissioner for his provision of staffers to talk with us about every aspect that we can think about, and I think that we've got something that deserves your thoughtful consideration. So thank you very much for your time. And I will take no questions because my gang is waiting for me back in the next room.
Okay, well, hurry back. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to see you, Peter. Yeah. Okay, Chair will call on David Nagel, also a co-sponsor of the bill. You're next, Jonah, don't worry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, honorable members of the committee. I'm Dave Nagel. Trying to figure out how I could add to this conversation because pragmatically, I'm clueless. I just turned 65. I'm still in counseling from
Welcome
going
to the club.
Yeah, and I'm still in counseling from having to go through the process. So I got a tremor in this arm, and so I can't hold my needles quite as well as I used to. But I didn't really want to dwell on that. I really wanted to dwell on what I deal with from my role as a physician. I never wanted to be a doctor, believe it or not. I worked in the tennis industry from the time I was 13 till I was 25. I had a broad clientele that aged anywhere from 3 years old. He went on to be the number 5 ranked tennis player in the world. That's an aside. But anyways, to 95. I mean, I had amazing experience as a young kid. And the weirdest thing about it was that you really learned about the tenuousness of life because you'd be dealing with a very able-bodied person who'd be doing just fine one day and then the next day, boom, something happens and everything changes. And now they've got a disability that they didn't have before. And, now that I'm 65, I'm in perfect health. I'm a dashingly attractive male and I'm, God's gift to mankind. I'm in full denial that anything bad could ever happen to me. And I'm humble, totally. I heard that. I'm just repeating what my wife said yesterday. So anyways, it's just life is so tenuous. And so, the reason why I wanted to become a doctor was I found out there was a specialty where we dealt with function. And that's physical medicine and rehab. And that's the only thing I wanted to do. And that's what I did. And, geriatrics is my thing. I was recruited to come to New Hampshire by Easter Seals. I created a lot of geriatric programs. And I will tell you that every elderly person I dealt with thought they were fine when they were 65. And all of a sudden the stroke happened, the spinal cord injury happened. Just to share 2 stories with you. One, I had a gentleman, acute onset quadriplegia, wonderful male. His insurance was fine till he was a quadriplegic, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. And this was the worst thing in my life. I mean, spinal cord injury is devastating to the person taking care of them and as well as to them. But we used to have to advise them to do? We had to advise them to get a divorce because that was the only way they could get insurance because they would have to get Medicaid, otherwise they would be destitute. You know what it's like to tell somebody who's been married for a long time that this is the only way we can help you? It was like really horrible. And that's why I don't do spinal cord injury anymore because I just couldn't tolerate it. But there's another story that happened right here last year when one of our colleagues, very able-bodied 70-year-old gentleman, all of a sudden one day is fine, the next day has a stroke. And now he's not so able-bodied. And he said that was a total wake-up call. He never even thought about it. So when he was figuring out which insurance to get, never even occurred to him that this could happen. And he was not as smart as you, Chairman, but he was a very smart man, and he really thought a lot about, but he realized that what his initial selection of insurance wouldn't be the same. So this is my other concern. I don't have the same negative feelings about Medicare Advantage that other people have said. 90% of people are very happy with them, but this is the problem that I do have. We talked about this earlier, the bill that I met with you guys earlier, but continuity of care is the most important thing that we do for our patients. When you're on a Medicare Advantage plan, you are stuck with a network. And that network may be absolutely wonderful when you're able-bodied and healthy and whatever, but you get this disability and all of a sudden the right guy to deal with your problem is not in your network, then what do? That's a problem. Last year we talked about prior authorization reform. I don't want to say this too loud because the insurers are behind me, they're my friends, but we do call it Medicare disadvantage for a reason. Sorry, but the reason why has totally to do with prior authorization. It's like really hard, and it may not be a problem when you're healthy, all of a sudden you're not. You have to deal with that issue. There's a gap here, and that's what this is, an opportunity. This bill presents an opportunity. We see a gap. How do we deal with people with acquired disability when their insurance is no longer working, and how do we give them options that are no longer going to make them destitute or whatever? Is this the right solution? I don't know. I'm not the right guy, but I am here to tell you that there is a problem and we need to fix that. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Representative Spear. We will
Did I
have a
talk you out of-
subcommittee.
If I'm on Medicare,
So am I.
and from the time I was like 22 or something like that until the time I was 65, I saw all these things that you're talking about. We're not talking about plans for the 22-year-old. We're talking about plans for 65 and over.
Mhm.
By that time, you've kind of seen a lot of stuff. I'm not, and we see a lot of insurance things here about people who way underinsure themselves, thinking that they're going to be perfect the rest of their lives, and we know they're not. And you read the news all the time, and you know they're not. Are we trying to fix something because people make very weak decisions?
I think I think this issue was already outlined before I got up here. I mean, a lot of decisions that we make assume perfect knowledge, and we don't have perfect knowledge. And I was joking, I'm in counseling over this issue, but I mean, I'm a doc. I've been doing this for 40 years. I have a brain somewhere, and I've had to deal with these issues for a long period of time, and I was beyond overwhelmed by this. I also have a disabled son, and we're dealing with another insurance thing. And, I've dealt with people with disabilities my whole life, and I was overwhelmed by that. So if I'm a knowledgeable person that's overwhelmed, how does everybody else make decisions when their knowledge is not perfect? And so can you blame somebody because they make a decision because they don't have perfect knowledge or perfect whatever? And then this was the other thing that bothered me a lot. So I decided I don't know anything. So I got an insurance guy to help me with this decision, and it turned out he was wonderful. He was absolutely great. And then I told that to a bunch of people, and they said, "Really?" And they didn't believe me that he was really helpful. I said, no, he really was. They didn't believe me. They said, for the most part, they're not that helpful. So if there's nobody to turn to help you, where do you go? And I mean, I think that's what we talked about the last time I was here. How do we make the whole system dramatically less complex so that we can make wise decisions? So I don't think you can blame somebody for making a wise decision when they don't have perfect knowledge.
Thank you very much. Oh, Representative Shariza, sorry.
Yes, quick question. Thanks for your question. So I understand that a lot of times people stay underinsured or when they're healthy is because they want to save on premium. So can there be a provision, something when you jump from there to the insurance plan that suits and covers most of the stuff? Maybe they can increase the premium and not deny, instead they can ask for more money as a premium and still can cover and switch to the new plan? Something, would you believe?
You know what? I'm going to defer that question to somebody way smarter than me. Yeah. I don't disagree with what you just said, but I'm not smart enough to answer it right.
Always a pleasure seeing you.
That was
Chair O'Con, Jonah Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I walk up, I see scraps of all the dead bills on the floor here, and I hope we don't have to join that today. So thank you very much, Chairman Hunt, members and friends on the House Commerce Committee. It's always a pleasure to be here. My name for the record is Representative Jonah O'Brien Wheeler. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. Representative Schmidt says he wasn't born last night. Well, I can say that I was, and I'm still here today to say that I think that patients deserve freedom of choice, that Medicare disadvantage is clearly not working, despite the fact that it is so lauded in our country today. And I'm just here to say, you know, it's very simple. Freedom of choice for patients that we have here today. You shouldn't be locked into a network, or you shouldn't be locked into a certain doctor or a specialist when the other specialist might be right there on the neighboring network. We should make the insurance system and the healthcare system work for our patients and not be a boon against the patients. You know, when we talk about the decisions that they make, this is a very complicated system that does not make it easy to make these decisions. And the television commercials with all their bells and their whistles and their, you know, fancy words and their government-looking websites make it quite hard. It's a charlatan's business, you know, and human beings are susceptible to charlatans. Even the smartest of us all are susceptible to snake oil salesmen. And that's in large part what these plans can become, because you promise a lot and then you don't deliver. So I'm here to say I support freedom of choice for our patients. This very simple, nonpartisan piece of legislation, I think, should move forward, at least in the subcommittee process, as I know each bill of yours does. I'm sure the doctors and people behind me can answer those questions a lot more, the complex questions, which I don't have answers to as a 22-year-old who doesn't understand the insurance system. I've only had insurance for 6 months. Okay, so and I don't
Congratulations, that's
anymore.
great,
Well, hold
yeah.
on, I don't anymore, so I don't know if congratulations is in order.
Oh, what?
But so that's where we are, and I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I hope we'll be able to pass this legislation for the patients of the state of New Hampshire and make sure that the insurance system works for them in a coherent, simple way that they can understand.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, well, this is a rare opportunity to invite my former vice chairman up here. I am shocked to see her name. We haven't seen each other in how long? This is Jennifer Coffey, and welcome back to Commerce, Jen. Yep, you got to push the button. Yep.
Okay, there we go. Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and honorable members of the Commerce Committee. I will say it is surreal to sit here as I was once your vice chair. I come before you today on a human issue, not a partisan one. President Trump and President Obama have both said pre-existing conditions should not be held against someone for the sale of health insurance. The law at the federal level states as such, but leaves out two segments of our society, not by race or gender, but by existence. In New Hampshire, it's legal to discriminate against the elderly and disabled for the sale of Medicare supplemental policies. We have an opportunity to change that, to close this loophole in New Hampshire law. This aspect of insurance has been left to states' rights. New Hampshire wouldn't be the first to even the playing field and make insurance companies compete for its members rather than members being trapped in plans for life. I was sick when I was serving with you. I just didn't know it. Cancer has had its way with my family, and I've now beat it twice. But I didn't get away clean. After breast cancer in 2013, I developed a number of rare illnesses. I have CRPS, small fiber neuropathy. CRPS is complex regional pain syndrome, and it's also known as the suicide disease. It's the most painful disease known to modern medicine. The level of sheer torture causes 70% of the people with it, young and old, to choose suicide. They shouldn't have to go there when there are treatments available, but health insurance companies deny access. When I first found out about the treatment costs of it, it led me to nearly sign my DNR. The doctor walked in the room and kept asking me if he really had to bring it in. I made a big mistake. I was at the lowest point in my life, and I gave up traditional Medicare for Medicare Disadvantage. It was supposed to cover everything Medicare did, but that and a lot of other things are lies. Should we be forced to die from one wrong decision? For the first few years of receiving infusions, they allowed me to end my over 2-year confinement in a bed. I paid out of pocket for everything. I sold everything. I resorted to GoFundMe to continue my treatments because I didn't want to die. We suffered 2 massive hits in our home back to back. One of our vehicles was totaled in a drive-by shooting, and then our rent went up $400 all at once. We were on the verge of homelessness, so I started rationing my infusions. I was declining. I had reached a point of talking to my neurologist about what he calls the drug of last resort. And then in an act of desperation, I decided to go after my so-called health insurance and demand that they cover my treatments. Others had coverage across the country, so why not me? I chose to go public, and I joined People's Action Care of a Cost campaign. I learned countless millions are suffering due to delays and denials of care. People are languishing in pure torture while prior authorization requests are denied. Or you get the prior authorization and then they refuse to pay the bill. Or worse, they simply refuse to even let your doctor bill for the service. In my case, there's a small clause in their contract that allows providers to charge cash and insurance to take a walk on what is life-saving treatment. Medicare Advantage preys on consumer ignorance. And I sit here after working with all of you, and I'm one of those ignorant people. They sold me a product and said it covered everything Medicare does, but left out the part about having to fight to get that care. I have no doubt that every member of this community and this committee has heard horrible statistics of healthcare denial rates. What's sicker is that somewhere around 80% of those denials of healthcare services are overruled on appeal, but only about 1% of people appeal because you have to do it in a 19th century way, through snail mail and writing letters. We live in the 21st century, yet when I helped present demands to United Healthcare in their own Minnesota lobby to create an electronic appeals process, they refused. I know United Healthcare's own stockholders are demanding change, as are Americans, both Republicans and Democrats across this country, who are tired of the fleecing of America. My insurer, United Healthcare, takes hundreds of billions of dollars in public money and profits by denying people care. Last year, they received a nearly 4% increase in their Medicare dollars, yet they raised premium, mine's 51. They took away dental care, and they reduced other services this year, so they could still make over $400 billion in revenue. Billion. By the way, they make $8 billion every quarter, every 3 months, $8 billion. So they increase their income and medical services are taken away. Meanwhile, New Hampshire services of all party affiliations are trapped on Medicare Advantage plans, left with scraps of health care. And we deserve better than that. Chairman Hunt, I was a Dana-Farber cancer patient until United Healthcare took it away. I am no longer allowed to be treated there. My last bill was half in network, half out of network. I had to go to Senator Hassan's office, file CMS complaints. Then I finally got it fixed. So much for the No Surprises Act. They paid it half in, half out, and I was told I can't go there anymore. I had to move my care after 10 years. That was my routine breast cancer exam that I'm talking about. Nothing difficult. Medicare says it's supposed to be covered in full. I had a fight. And I served with you. I got kind of a clue on trying to fight. What about everybody else? Let me share one piece of my story, though. There's one specialist in New Hampshire that has all the treatments I need, and more importantly, the skills to take care of my rare diseases. He was in network when I started going there. But like all Medicare Advantage plans, they can change that any day, any month, any point throughout the year, and we have no choice. We get a month, maybe two, to pick for the year what insurance we're going to take. But they can change the rules midstream. Too bad for you. For almost 2 years now, I've had to go to Senator Hassan's office and file complaints with CMS to get attention from United Healthcare to grant me a prior authorization for care. Then I got to go back to her often to get them to pay the bill after they've issued the prior authorization to care. And then go back again to continue to get access to that care over and over and over for almost 2 years, every month, every week, every day of my life has been fighting to live. I don't want to die. I don't understand United Healthcare, honestly, because why do they keep doing this to me? Over and over and over again. I've been to their headquarters. I've been to DC. I've spoken to White House healthcare aides. They just keep doing it. They admit, now get this, they admit they don't even have a network to give me. The law says they have to provide you a network for this in-network, out-of-network thing to work. They don't even have a network. Not only do they not have a network, they don't have one single doctor to send me to in the state of New Hampshire. Not one. And I'm not allowed to leave the state for care. At this point in the mess, they actually tried to send me to a clinic that was closed with a doctor that was retired, rather than pay my doctor at the in-network rate. I actually thought they were going to fix this recently because I just went back to Senator Hassan's office again. And they sent a letter on February 7th saying they were going to look into this. They were going to work on this. They gave it a case number. They gave a phone number. They told for my doctor to call to finally solve this and put him in network for me. And that was a Friday. Tuesday, I got a phone call from United Healthcare telling me it was being denied, that they had started the process on January 29th, unbeknownst to me or my provider. And since they didn't have the records they requested, they were going to deny it. We could file an appeal. So I've had to go back to Senator Hassan again and file another CMS complaint. I was on the phone with this woman from United Healthcare begging her, can't you just give the doctor 1 week? Just 1 week to give you the information. We only have the letter. He's barely had it for 24 hours. Can we please? 1 week. She hung up on me. I'll never understand why they don't deal with this unless the idea is to stress me out until I'm dead. I mean, it's been almost 2 years of living heck with all of this. Forgive me. At least that's the way it feels. And I can tell you, I could have never imagined this would be my life when I was a first responder. A very healthy, hardworking EMT. I worked emergency room, I worked on ambulances. I was a tutor, a high tutor, teaching other students, teaching other people how to be EMTs, how to save lives. Politicians are told that Medicare Advantage is so good because of how many people are on it. But what they're not told is that we're trapped in it. We can't go back. I tried. Can't go back to traditional Medicare. Nobody will sell me a supplemental. I got laughed at, hung up on, and when I called the insurance commissioner's office, they told me to talk to the federal government. There was nothing they can do. The only way to change this for New Hampshire citizen is to change this law. And we're not going to be the first. There's other states that have done this. Maine's got it. New York's got it. Rhode Island's got it. We can do it. We can choose to do it. The only way to go back for traditional Medicare for me is to pay 20% of every single bill that I get. Every bill, every lab, every doctor visit, everything. United Healthcare will probably sit here and tell you that, oh, she can go to any doctor she wants out of network. $75 to walk into his office per visit. 50% co-insurance. Is out of network really an option? Everybody in New Hampshire deserves to be protected against pre-existing condition denials of insurance. But in New Hampshire, the law literally gives an exception for elderly and disabled people to be discriminated against when it comes to Medicare supplementals. If you're born with a heart condition, no one can hold that against you till you're 65 or if cancer gets you. Only in America do people make hard money choices on whether to eat and buy medication, rationing their care to try and survive. That's grotesque, and not the lives we have all paid in for. All of you have a chance to be healthcare heroes, and in this moment, you have the ability to save lives. The choice is yours. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
So I'm very sorry to hear about. I guess I only have one question, because my understanding was that the open enrollment every year, you can switch your Advantage plan.
You can switch your Advantage plan, but there's no point in switching it if nothing is even better. All of the Advantage plans are primarily the same for me. And at this point, I've been through such heck with them, to start over with another Advantage plan isn't even worth it.
Well, I mean, give an example.
He's not in network for any of them. United Healthcare, this provider is in network for United Healthcare, except their Medicare Advantage plans. They don't have them in network for Medicare Advantage.
I hate to do this, but how about Anthem?
None. I got nothing.
Have you tried?
It's all the same. And then when you do the chart comparison, you get your My Medicare book every year. When I go through that, there's nothing there that's going to offer me better than what I have. Like, United Healthcare's insurance isn't horribly like shutting everything out, but they shut out so much. And all of them are the same. All the Medicare Advantage plans are the same when it comes to this issue. You have the co-insurance, the co-whatever. So now you're in that situation. You want to go back to traditional, you can't.
But
Switching to another Advantage plan isn't going to solve my problem. I'm still going to be looking at high deductibles, high out-of-pocket costs, coverage.
Well, see, my understanding was that you were saying U.S. Healthcare was telling you can't go, but if you switch once a year, you get the opportunity to switch to another one, and if you switch to Anthem, which is a little more active here in the state of New Hampshire, you might be getting a better response.
From when I will definitely look back into it. But when I looked at my Medicare book and looked at the charts and weighed it all out, it was better to stay with what I had. And I actually increased it to get more dental because they took away all the dental. That's why I'm paying a premium of $51 a month so I can have dental care, because they took that out of Medicare Advantage. And they're not the only one. The Medicare Advantage across the board, they have increased cost. You get admitted to the hospital, that could be $400 a night on a Medicare Advantage plan.
Okay.
And that's in network.
Rather not.
That's in network.
Another question. Representative Spear?
So I'm trying to get my head around all of this. So is the reason why we need this bill because there's people that want to move from Medicare Advantage or Medicare Disadvantage or whatever everybody's calling it and get back to Medicare, but because Medicare doesn't let you do the supplemental with a pre-existing condition after you're 65, we want to get rid of the pre-existing condition so that you can get back to regular Medicare.
Correct.
Is that what the crux of this is about?
That's pretty much the crux of it, yes. Everybody in New Hampshire has the ability to buy health insurance and not have pre-existing conditions held against them, except for the sale of Medicare supplemental. There's literally an exception in New Hampshire law for Medicare supplemental products.
Follow on, just a quick follow
Right,
on.
but then we'll have the insurance department get up. But what I was hearing was about creating a community rating. The
Yes.
comments about community rating. Okay, so I'm one of the few people in the room who knows what that means. But
So you don't. So you can't, like, if I try to get a supplemental right now, and I've tried, one, they won't sell it to me. But if I can find somebody to sell it to me, they're going to give me a huge premium, and they're still going to deny coverage for certain parts of my care for the first 6 months to a year. So it's
of that
impossible to go back.
because of that medical underwriting, they're going to rate the risk, and therefore the premium would be higher than if they just went back. So yes, they want to go back to the supplemental, but the supplemental, because they hadn't chosen it right from the get-go, is now going to be potential higher premium and the medical writing.
Or laugh at you and hang up on you, which is what they did
I
to
think
me.
we banned pre-existing, but what I was thinking with the whole concept of community rating, and we'll find out when the insurance department gets up here, but it sounds like they would have to be creating a new product for those groups of people who are in this category, who are trying to switch back.
Why would there be a new product? You have Medicare supplementals already exist.
But Medicare supplemental doesn't have it was for people who signed up initially. Someone coming back.
So if you make
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, and let's have the insurance department explain it. Let's have them explain it to me. Okay.
I would just end with saying that, we make the best choices we can. The people in this room know more information than the average person. So I, as a medical professional for 20 years, made the wrong choice, and I was in a very, very unhealthy way when I made that choice. So one could argue that I was very much taken advantage of at that time. Now, knowing better, I have no way to undo that damage. I will possibly pay for it with my life.
So sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Michelle. Did I get a card from you too, TJ, or?
Sorry, tack him onto mine.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. DJ Betancourt, Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department, joined by Michelle Heaton, who heads our Life and Health Division. I want to start by saying that there's one fundamental premise that I certainly 100% agree with all of the folks who have come to testify, which is all of us need to do far better in educating the public about the choices they make when it comes to their Medicare options. I joke with you sometimes about not getting your Medicare Advantage advice from Joe Namath and William Shatner, and it's a bit of a laugh line or a chuckle, but I think what you've come to appreciate from the folks who have testified is that it has real consequences to it. And I think that to the extent that all of us can do better in making it clear to the public that it's a really big decision to make, and you've got to weigh out a number of different factors prior to making that decision. It is in fact true, and I will tell you it is of great frustration to me, that this department does not have any oversight whatsoever of Medicare Advantage. I have begged the federal government. I have worked in concert with other insurance commissioners across the country through the National Association of Insurance Commissioners in lobbying the federal government to give the states back oversight authority just of the marketing of Medicare Advantage. Not the programmatic features, not any of the blocking and tackling of the program, just the marketing of it. And the federal government has politely declined our offer to help. And I've put ideas on the table for shared oversight if they were not inclined to give us back that authority, and we have not gotten anywhere with that. And it's a shame, because I believe that the states would do a far superior job in providing that oversight, in being responsive to consumer issues as they arise. And we have seen very unfortunate situations at the outset where a senior was tricked. That's about the best word I can put to it. Tricked into a Medicare Advantage plan unknowingly, had their entire world turned upside down. And we have gotten involved in working with that consumer and the federal government to unwind that decision. But it is an absolute bear of a process. It's very difficult and very time consuming, and that senior is left hanging in the balance. And so I am in complete agreement with a lot of what you have heard from those who have testified in terms of doing a better job of alerting the public to the seriousness of the decision, the different considerations that need to be taken into account as they make that decision. I did have the pleasure, as did Michelle and some others in our department, of working with the stakeholders. From my perspective, it is a policy decision for you all to make. I always try to be helpful when somebody comes to the department asking for assistance and for feedback. And one of the things that I shared with the stakeholders is, having testified in front of this committee quite a bit now, that one of the questions that was likely to be raised was what might the impact be in terms of cost? And they agreed that that was probably something that we needed to look into, again, assuming that it was going to be raised at some point in your deliberations. And so we did the best that we could to gather the data that was available within the time frame that we had. And I know some of the sponsors have expressed some skepticism of that data. That's fair enough. I wouldn't bet my house necessarily on what we were able to find. Again, given the time frame that we were given to look into it, it was not our typical deep dive analysis as we've done for, say, the ambulance report or things of that nature. But we can certainly look into it further, depending on what the committee decides to do. But again, at the end of the day, from my perspective, it's a policy choice for you all to make. But I did want to seize on this opportunity to, again, raise some public awareness of the fact that people really need to be careful and thoughtful when they make their decision, and that collectively all of us as public servants need to do our part to increase awareness and education about, again, the pros and cons of the decision of one over the other and what the potential consequences of choosing one over the other might be. And with that, I'll turn it over to Michelle for anything she'd like to add.
Thank you. Just some things I want to clarify because we've heard a lot of different testimony. When we're talking about these Medicare products, there's kind of three different products. There's traditional Medicare, which are your Medicare A and B. That is what most people are entitled to, and you do have to, once you turn 65, start paying the premium for Medicare A. For B, most people get A free, assuming you've been paying into the system and you meet those requirements. Now, if you do nothing, you should at least sign up for the Medicare B, and you have A and B. A is going to cover your hospital, and then B is more of the outpatient type services. In addition to that, there are other products you can purchase to supplement that traditional Medicare coverage. And that's where we get into Medicare Advantage and Medicare Supplement, or Medigap. Medigap has been around for a while, and that's to bridge that gap. So traditional Medicare is going to cover roughly 80% of your cost, and the patient is required to pay that additional 20%. That's your cost sharing, co-pays, all of that stuff. What MedSup has done as a product is it bridges that gap and it covers those parts that are in that 20%. Now, there's a number of different plans, and those are the lettered plans, that some of you may have seen, and they have different ranges of coverage amounts. So some of them will cover almost everything. Others will cover, a percentage of that 20%. The other plans that we're talking about here are Medicare Advantage. Medicare Advantage works a little bit differently. And these are some of the plans that you can get where you're not paying any additional premium. Sometimes if you want richer benefits, you do have to pay more. These plans look and operate more like the traditional HMOs or PPO plans that most people have had throughout their lives, under either employer coverage or if you were on more recent exchange plans. Those operate very differently in that you're going to have out-of-pocket maxes, you're going to have deductibles, co-pays, and co-insurance. All of these plans, though, cover the same benefits essentially. They're all going to cover what traditional Medicare A and B cover. The difference for Medicare Advantage is that you're now in a network. You may be subject to prior authorization. There could be different mechanisms in place to ensure that the care you're getting is medically necessary and appropriate. And that's to bring down overall cost. And those are the same types of ideas we see in, other insurance products.
Like for the small group market.
Yes.
So basically, you're not getting no questions asked, versus the advantage is it's going to be the same thing you had through your whole working life.
Very similar, yes. They look similar, but they do have differences. But I think when we're talking about benefits here, I think there was some reference to things not being covered, like your cancer treatments not being covered, they are covered under all of these plans. They should be covered. However, if you're in a Medicare Advantage plan, you may need to go to in-network providers. You may need to pay more in cost sharing. There's different things, and you would have to go with what's in your plan. But all of those same services are going to be covered under these plans, assuming that they're medically necessary and appropriate. They're not going to cover things like experimental. That's the same across the board. So that's kind of the big differences between the different plans. You do, when you turn 65, you need to make that decision about which route you're going to go. If you go to Medicare Advantage and then you decide you don't want Medicare Advantage, you can always go back to traditional Medicare.
Okay,
The
now this is
problem-
where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
When you go back, what's the consequence?
The consequences, you're back on traditional Medicare. You have that 80-20 where you're responsible for paying the 20. At that point, you could try to purchase a Med-Sup policy. However, when you're outside of that initial enrollment period from when you turn 65, those products are allowed to do underwriting. So they can look at your health history and they can deny you coverage. They can also require you to pay an additional, like a higher premium than what you would have paid had you signed up for it when you were 65. And for some people with, significant medical issues, they may not underwrite you for Med-Sup. And at that point, you will be stuck paying that 20% if you've opted out of your Medicare Advantage. So the big difference here is the out-of-pockets among the different products and how much you would end up potentially having to pay depending on your health needs and as they change over time. So, but the coverage is all very similar, other than you may need to stay in a network. You may have some restrictions on your ability to access the providers you want to access. Whereas under traditional Medicare with Med-Sup, you can go wherever you want and see whatever providers you want, which is one of the advantages to those products.
Right. So to understand why we're here,
Okay.
is that so you've made that decision, you want to go back, and notwithstanding that you have cancer, and you can't. All the supplemental plans say that's a pre-existing condition. We won't cover that at all. So that just means you won't get covered for the 20%.
Yes.
You have to do the 80 is going to get, but the 20%, you can't find someone who's going to pay the 20%.
Yeah, and every company is different. So some may want to take on that risk,
It's based
but
on
they
what
can use that as a factor to
Okay.
deny you coverage.
So then, given I know a little bit about health insurance, we used to do an age band, but the premium difference, how much can they rate up if they were going to accept you as the pre-existing condition? This, I assume, this is where the community rating conversation came in. That how much more can they charge you from that supplemental plan, or is the sky the limit?
At the end of the day, they need to be charging rates that are actuarially sound. So if it is a huge increase in the risk they're taking on, then yeah, the rates will go up proportionally. So I think part of what when we were looking at this bill, we did draft a fiscal note. I'm not sure it's posted yet, but in our fiscal note analysis, we're estimating that if people are if you can't underwrite for health conditions anymore, then rates are going to go up. And that's why we tried
For the supplemental.
For the supplemental products.
Technically, it wouldn't affect the Advantage plans.
No.
It's only going to go after the ones that everybody wants to get into. You get back to the supplemental, and that means that it will affect all the people who are in the supplementals.
Yes.
In other words, we're going to be raising all the people who made the right decision. We're going to raise their premium to take care of these people who made a mistake and shouldn't have done the supplemental.
One of the issues that I had raised was, in theory, what you could potentially see are the elements of adverse selection, in the sense that you could have a large flow of people who have expensive conditions moving into Med-Sup. It's
Right,
obviously
because we can only assume the reason why you're moving is that you really did have a medical crisis, and that you were not, and that the turns out that the Advantage plan didn't have somebody in network, which is a violation, right? Don't we have network requirements for all insurance?
Network
but
adequacy requirements
network
for
adequacy
Medicare Advantage
is
are
supposed
not
to.
within our jurisdiction, and they are different requirements than what we.
So
know
we
as
don't
network
regulate
adequacy. We do
their
not regulate.
network adequacy.
No, and no, we do not. And as Michelle mentioned, their standards, the standards set by the federal government in terms of network adequacy are much different from what we have.
I heard that's one of, that can be a critical issue.
Yeah,
Yes.
so one of the things that, as I mentioned, we tried to look into was for the states that have gone down the pathway of what the bill proposes to do, what has
Right.
their experience been? Again, we were only able to get so far with that analysis. There are probably a number of different things that need to be looked into in addition to trying to drill down into, did they have any adverse selection elements or consequences to it? You know, I think boiling down what you've heard, the problem with Medicare Advantage, amongst a number of things, is the networks can oftentimes be lousy for the types of doctors and specialists that people need when they have very
Very
complicated,
unique
yeah,
things. Right.
conditions. That's right.
Okay, so if I can make sure I understand the problem, so we all, is when someone switches back, the financial consequence is that they can't just switch back and get what they should have had, should have signed up for in the first place. Okay.
Right.
There's a penalty. There's got to be a penalty from switching from the
You're
Advantage
subject to
to come back. But the federal government hasn't set a penalty rate. There's no standard of what a penalty is, other than the fact that the supplemental insurance companies will now get a choice to decide whether they'll even take you and what premium they'll offer you, if they offer you anything. And the odds are it's going to be very high because you are in a very unique class that you're switching over to them.
The biggest penalty you speak of, Mr. Chairman, is being subjected to underwriting at that point and not
The
have
underwriting.
a guaranteed issue.
Which is way back when I first cut my teeth on 7-Eleven.
And if the situation is dire enough, the Medicare supplemental carrier at that point can choose not to write you at all.
Right. You have to find someone who's willing to write you.
That's right.
Yes, and generally speaking, the older you are when you purchase that med sup, you're going to pay higher rates typically. But there's a lot of factors that go into it. The type of plan goes into it. And when we were doing some analysis and looking at some of the other states, we didn't see any other states in our initial analysis that have done what's being proposed in this bill. There's a lot of variations to it and caveats to that. And just looking at the rates in those states, they are higher for the most part than what we are currently seeing here. There's a lot of other factors that go into
Right.
it other than underwriting.
Because this bill simply says they got to carry the same rate, right? Is that what this bill does?
No, this is
guaranteed.
Still allow you to do some medical underwriting, or did
This
they?
would-
What was the community rating? Are we having a community? Are we creating a new insurance product, a community of people who are switching back?
Well, fundamentally, what it does is it says that guaranteed issue rights are extended throughout the individual's life when they're
that you
looking to
can't
go into
use-
med sup.
Yeah, you can't use health factors as a basis.
You're banning the medical underwriting,
Yeah.
which was a fundamental. Can we do that? I mean, isn't that a fundamental part of the?
We have jurisdiction over Medicare supplemental products.
Okay.
That's a nuance in our jurisdiction that we have
So,
no oversight of Medicare.
If we were to pass this bill, do we run the risk that these supplemental companies will pull out of the state?
Well, that was what I was trying to look into. That's what I was trying to determine. And as I've said, some initial data points that came back suggested that there is upward pressure on premiums. But again, we didn't have the time or the ability to do the deep dive to factor in all of the different components that went into why things were the way they were in the states that have done this or something similar to it.
Got it. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do Medicare Advantage plans, in fact, have a higher denial rate than the combination of traditional Medicare and Medicare supplemental?
Totally.
We don't have any data on Medicare Advantage because we have no authority to regulate them. So I don't know exactly how their claims are administered. We also don't have claims data necessarily on traditional Medicare. Medicare SUP operates a little bit differently. So we would have to do some digging, but we could look into that potentially and see what data we do have available to us.
And in terms of Medicare and Medicare Advantage, that data is maintained by the federal government. We would have to see if the federal government would make it available to us. Maybe it
No.
is. Maybe it is in some places. Because we don't deal.
We have
a
someone
lot-
here who claims that he's got
good.
he's got the data.
Bring them on
so-
up.
Okay.
Again, because Medicare Advantage is not a lane we typically operate in because we don't have regulatory authority, we just don't maintain data the way we do the products that we do.
Representative Teresa.
Yeah, quick question. Thanks for the question. So do people take Medicare Advantage is because the premium is lower, much lower, or?
Zero. It's zero. It's nothing.
Okay.
Very appealing. And they send you lots of mailing.
And follow-up question. Follow-up question, please, quick. So when they sell this Medicare Advantage plan, do they advertise that once you take this, you cannot go back to traditional?
I think that speaks to the marketing piece, and again, very, very problematic there. Some have higher ethical thresholds than others in terms of making that information known to the consumer.
But I have to say for myself personally, this is not rocket science. When someone else is saying charging you, okay, supplemental, and they break the supplemental into two because they put the drug is kept separately, so you have two different supplementals. Okay, and then they said, and then go, oh, with Advantage, well, we're going to cover everything, drugs, everything for nothing. I mean, come on, buyer beware. I mean, where's the catch? Well, yeah, the catch is you're locked into it.
That's right.
And it's and you say is, well, people were buffaloed or scared, but it's a simple consumer beware. When you're looking at paying over $100, and I think the first year I did it the normal way, and I did it for my wife because she turned older before me, but I paid like $160 a month, and then the Advantage is nothing. So it's not rocket science to say, gee, what's the catch here? Representative Meckler.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. My understanding now is if I'm in a lower tier supplemental plan, I might not be able to go to a upper tier plan, correct?
No.
I've been told that by my,
Yeah, that could be the case.
but this might change that and make it possible.
So the way this bill is currently written is not going to change that. I think we've been talking about a lot of different ideas here, and I don't think all of those ideas made it into this bill. So if that's what I think, it comes down to the policymakers. If you guys can tell us what you want to achieve, we can help draft it in a way that that's going to happen.
We got to figure out the problem. How we
Yeah,
get this
but I
right.
think there's the way this bill is currently drafted. I think there are some technical issues with it. We did raise those issues to the sponsor. Some of them being that we have no authority to regulate Medicare Advantage, so some of that needs to be cleaned up. But I think what we would need from the policy or the decision makers here is like, what policy do you think is appropriate, and how can we help you achieve that? And that's why we are dedicated to doing additional research on these issues so that you have a better understanding of, if you pull this lever, what is that going to mean in terms of premium? What is that going to mean in terms of market stability? All of those issues. But we're just not able to do that in the short amount of time right now for you guys to act on this bill. We would need many months to do that.
The question I posed to you, I believe, is correct, that you might not be able to qualify for a higher tier program. So just maybe make sure of that.
And I had made a commitment to the stakeholders that I'll reiterate today, which is we're happy to work with them to get this bill to do what they intend for it to do. What I also said was we needed some direction from all of you as to where you wanted us to go and what you wanted to focus on, what you had an appetite for, what you didn't have an appetite for. So sorry to put the ball back in your court. You ran for these.
As it should be. Most of the times, most bills we've had, the department takes no position. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair will call on Rebecca Skye from New Hampshire State Commission of Aging.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name is Rebecca Sky. I'm the Executive Director for the New Hampshire State Commission on Aging. The New Hampshire State Commission on Aging is part of state government. We're a 26-member commission created with a key charge to advise the governor and the legislature on issues related to aging. And this is in response to the rapid permanent transformational demographic shift our state is undergoing. So I'm primarily going to address two parts of this bill. Number one, the change in rating methodology for Medicare supplemental policies sold in New Hampshire from attained age at time of purchase to rating, to community rating. And the second part about the requirement for Medicare supplemental policies to cover pre-existing conditions. So the New Hampshire State Commission on Aging recognizes the high cost of Medicare supplemental plans and the burden felt by New Hampshire's older adults to afford the product. As healthcare costs go up, so do the costs of these plans. The challenge is that at a population level, as we age, our income declines. The Commission recommends public policy like community rating that keeps plans from being the costliest when people can least afford it. So at one point, continuing the conversation about the rating methodology, at one point the New Hampshire Insurance Department rules required issue age rating for all Medicare supplemental plans sold in New Hampshire. Annual increases for this rating model are only subject to general rising costs of providing the plan. With this methodology, moral hazard is limited as there is still an incentive to buy a robust plan while younger, as changing plans at older ages results in a person having the same plan as their same age neighbor, but paying more for it as the neighbor purchased their plan at a younger age. In comparison, the current methodology in use, attained age, results in plans with annual increases subject to two variables: but a person's age, increased age, and the general rising cost of providing the plan. This makes plans most costly when people are of more advanced ages, when they have the least resources to pay for the high rates. If this committee decides against community rating, the Commission on Aging highly recommends legislating a requirement for issue age rating for Medicare supplemental policies sold in New Hampshire. So moving on to talk about regarding guaranteed issue, the coverage of pre-existing conditions. Advocates for the status quo suggest that changes in this bill would introduce increased moral hazard. More people may choose cheaper products with fewer benefits when they are healthier and opt for more expensive products, which will become more expensive under this bill, as they age and experience more health conditions. This is not limited to moving between various Gap plan options, but also includes opting for Medicare Advantage rather than traditional Medicare. Medicare Advantage is alluring is in that, as we've already discussed here today, there's no need to purchase a Medicare supplemental plan, and that it also often includes benefits such as prescription drug coverage, dental, and vision care. The Commission questions how significant the moral hazard, the lack of incentive to guard against risk where one is protected from consequences in this market. Choosing coverage is complicated. Fully understanding the consequences of the choices is complicated. It is so complicated that the federal government provides public resources in every state for options counselors to help people make informed decisions. Yet this resource is extremely limited. Appointments during open enrollment periods at our Aging and Disability Resource Centers book out very, very fast. The Commission has heard from people who have chosen Medicare Advantage plans, not realizing that when they made the choice, about two distinct challenges with the product. Number one, we've discussed already about network adequacy. Networks of care providers are significantly limited in comparison to traditional Medicare providers, especially in the more rural areas of our state. And I say this in particular, many examples have been brought up, but one common example has not, and that is post-hospitalization needing for skilled nursing facility care. Try and find one up in the North Country and network. And when you're post-hospital, you want to be close to your home community and your family and friends who can support you to get you back into your everyday life. And as was already mentioned, network adequacy. When somebody was in an HMO plan when they were younger, our New Hampshire Insurance Department oversees to make sure that there's an adequate network. The federal government, as Commissioner Bencourt said, does have different standards of network adequacy, and that's where we've gotten the most feedback from the community. So. And the second part of it, beyond network, the second challenge that I just want to raise is at face value, Medicare Advantage plans seem like the most cost-effective option. Yet, according to Kaiser Family Foundation analysis, traditional Medicare beneficiaries with Medigap are less likely to report cost-related problems than similar Medicare Advantage enrollees. Medicare Advantage share of the market has grown substantially in New Hampshire in the past few years. In 2018, it was they had just 13% of the market share. As of September 2024, it was 35% of the market share. Guaranteed issue could provide a level of consumer protection, though it does raise the specter of increasing product costs and reducing providers in the market. To that point, advocates of the status quo will argue that the best way to keep rates low are to have a healthy market for Medicare supplemental policies. They suggest that these changes will cause Medigap providers to discontinue sales in New Hampshire as it increases their exposure to risk. The question is, how do you define a healthy market? What is the What is the threshold of enough providers, enough products for a healthy market? The Commission on Aging really does not have a solid answer to this question. We can say that as of March 2024, the New Hampshire Insurance Department listed 20 different companies selling Medicare supplemental plans in New Hampshire, each offering at a minimum 4 offerings, 3 for people who were eligible after 2020. With a majority of the companies offering more options, with one company offering up to 10 different options. And there is also, in addition in this bill, there is a requirement for Medicare Advantage plan providers to also offer Medicare supplemental plans. So the question of will this disrupt the market? That's a question for you all to decide. So I thank you for your time today and happy to take any questions.
So am I understanding you correctly that even though I'm not paying, with my Advantage, not paying anything now, when I turn 80, it's not going to be zero anymore?
In what part are you referencing? Are you talking?
I'm Medicare. I'm Advantage.
So in Medicare Advantage, you are if you stay with Advantage, you have what you have. But
so I will have my zero for my entire life. Even if I live to be 90 years old, I still would be at zero for my Advantage plan.
So I will say that there's people in this room who are better able to answer that question. What I am saying in the very beginning is that when you go to buy Medicare supplemental policies, the older you are, with the way the rating is done now,
right?
But it's significantly more costly.
It will go up.
Yes.
In other words, if I stayed in the traditional, the one that everybody wants to switch back to, as they get older, it's going to get more and more expensive.
Yes.
You're not doing a good job of telling us the disadvantage. Okay. But okay.
When I was talking about the disadvantage, where I was talking about is the network adequacy.
Adequacy is definitely an issue.
Yeah.
We deal with that in this committee. We're very, very much in tune to that problem. Okay. Representative Spear.
You said it, thank you. You said it very quickly, so I just wanted to make sure I heard what you said. You talk almost as fast as I do.
She might be from Brooklyn too.
No.
Did you say that it is possible that we might create or somehow get created a Medicare Advantage supplemental?
Oh, I'm so sorry if I confused folks. I'm not talking about Medicare Advantage does. If you have Medicare Advantage, you have no need to purchase a supplemental policy. If you have traditional Medicare, you do not have to choose a supplemental. But there are no caps on out-of-pocket payments with traditional Medicare. So that is why people choose to buy a supplemental product. And what this bill is seeking to do is change the way that product is constructed, so that it's about the rating, how they set rates for it. So right now it's attained age. So every year you go age, the cost goes up. And it goes up by two variables. One is because the cost of the product goes up, costs are going up, the cost of healthcare is going up, and the other is that you've gotten a year older. There's three ways that Medicare supplemental plans are rated. So that's one way. That's how our state is currently doing it. At one point in the past, New Hampshire did do issue aged rating. So when you were 65,
Age banding. We call it age banding.
Okay.
Okay. So when the traditional community rating was that in New York, when they first did the true community rating, and that means there was no age banding. No matter how old you were, you paid the same premium price. We in New Hampshire battled over from 3-to-1, 4-to-1. I think maybe got 6-to-1, but that meant the lowest premium compared to the highest premium of the person who's the oldest. What's that band? And I've always said our problem was that we could never get the right ratio.
Yeah. I think you need a whiteboard in this room because it's best done on a chart to be able to look at the way the different rating mechanisms work. So, and the third way is community rating. So there's the issued age, the attained age, and community rating.
But community rating is one flat number for
Yeah.
everybody, regardless of your age.
The middle line.
And like I said, we never went there in New Hampshire. We never went to a true community rating.
Yeah, it makes it more expensive for younger folks, the 65-year-olds, but it makes it less expensive for the 85-year-old. And what we're suggesting with the chart here, with the chart on the first page, is your income decreases, the population's on average, so that the income decreases as you age.
Right.
So
But
it should be.
We would call that reverse age banding because the way that we did our age banding was the youngest paid the lowest premium, the oldest paid the highest, and you want to flip that.
Yes. Yeah.
Whoa, what a radical idea.
Radical. But, by 2030, close to 30% of our state is going to be over the age of 65. So
We're coming from your position in Commission of Aging. I think that's a wonderful suggestion for us to think about. But that is a big, tough pill to swallow because you have to then decide this is the bell curve. Where's the bell? Are we going to go to the top of the curve? But
yeah.
Okay.
So that's the advantage of community rating, and that would be a benefit. But as I said, issue aged would be better than what we have.
Right.
So,
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that the cost of the premiums goes up as the policyholder ages. Does it go up just for new enrollees? That is, when you enroll, if you hadn't enrolled when you were 65, it's now going to be higher if you're older, say if you're 80 or 90? Or does it go up continually or periodically for current policyholders?
So I'm first going to say that I am sure the folks at the New Hampshire Insurance Department can answer this question much better than I about these various rating mechanisms and how that works. But to my understanding, with the current attained age rating, your rate goes up every year because the cost of the product goes up, providing the product goes up, but also because you're a year older. So it goes up every year by those two factors. If it was issued age and you bought it when you were 65, it would only go up because of the cost of health care and the cost of providing the product. It wouldn't go up because you got another year older. So that benefits somebody who buys it at 65. At 75, if I so my neighbor bought it at 65 and they got it at this rate. So their price for that particular product is this. The same product I'm choosing at 75. Oh, I want to switch to that product. I'm buying it at 75. That's my issued age. It's going to be for the same product. It's going to be more money, but it sort of takes away that question of moral hazard away. That I'm not just going to get it cheap when I get a cheap product with little benefits when I'm healthy, and then I'll buy something more expensive later. That's there's for the people who are concerned about a gaming of the system, but the community rating will keep it so that. The product price will still go up every year because the cost of providing the product goes up, but it won't go up because of your age.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think I got
I
it.
did that. Okay, insurance department people.
Right. Basically, when I say it's a bell curve, because right now our age banding, it goes to 65 because Medicare 65 kicks in. So your premium is lowest when you are a young person, and then it's highest when you get to 65. What she's suggesting is at 65 that either we go community rating, a flat rate for everybody in the supplemental, or if we're really going to try to entice people to say supplemental is not such a bad idea, that we would do the reverse bell curve where the premium would be higher when you just turned 65, but then would go down as you got older. Did I get it right?
Yes, but that's not possible. I recognize the boundaries here. There's 3 different types of rating.
But that's what you were.
We got to choose between those 3.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have James Fresher. Yeah, your name's on here on top, so I'm calling you because. But I know
it's James Fisher.
What is your name, sir?
Fisher. This is.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually, if it's okay with the chair, I would like to defer.
Yes, that's fine. I wasn't sure. I was just guessing because he's so
got all the numbers.
He's so dapper in his dresser that was
your questions.
And I was looking at the handwriting, so I had the wrong person. But I right. I think you guys have been here before. I think I've seen you before, so I should know better. So.
Thank you. Boy.
So all I can say is I think we've all got what's going on here. So please don't repeat anything we've already heard.
Well, I'll try not
Try to
to.
be right to the point. Maybe you can answer that question that she
Sure.
had.
So let me introduce myself, if I might, and thank you to yourself, Representative Hunt, and this committee for really tackling a major consumer affairs issue. That's what you guys do, so thanks. I am a geriatrician. I've practiced and still practicing in New Hampshire for the past 43 years. A geriatrician takes care of elderly patients. That's what I do. The old. That's the nature of what I do. And I will say that there's been compelling testimony from younger people as well as older people about the reality of the necessity for reform. It may or may not be exactly as this bill proposes. So the reason for this legislation, just to review, is the inability of ill beneficiaries to disenroll from Medicare Advantage plans that don't meet their medical or financial needs. So that seems to fall within the province of this committee. Thank you. And this bill facilitates allowing those medical insurance products to exist. Right now, people cannot even just rate them. They're not available. Many of my patients who try to leave Medicare Advantage will not find a supplemental bill. They're just not offered. Forget the fact that it's medically underwritten, that they can't afford it. They're not offered. So if I might, this bill guarantees, at least is an effort, which you guys may work out further details on, to guarantee that Medigap plans are available beyond that initial period of eligibility. This is complicated. Not everybody in this room has gray hair, so you haven't been through the process as we've heard. So I have some background here, as Representative Hunt has also described. To be aware, there's an initial enrollment period when someone turns 65 or becomes eligible for Medicare. At that period, Medigap plans, these supplementals are also called Medigap, are guaranteed at
various formats through all 50 states. By the way, you can have both age and community rating simultaneously. You could have attained age, you could have age at issue. Every state has decided to do this in a different fashion that benefits its population. And I think New Hampshire has not tended to be as directive as other states in offering community rating, which makes it affordable. I do want to say that we talked a little bit about the responsibility of the senior. But you know, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you've turned 65, free is free. Zero premium sounds pretty good if you're having trouble putting, food on the table. And forget Joe Namath pushing this on you. It is really hard to resist free ice cream.
I hate to do this to you.
Yeah.
I see you wrote 10 minutes, but I think what you've been we've covered already. We all get these problems. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, let's talk about
just get something real. Tell us something we haven't heard yet.
Okay. Well, the question was, how often do people disenroll? So a couple of issues. Nationwide, 17% of seniors disenroll from Medicare Advantage due to lack of clinician coverage or financial burden. But that doesn't account for the many others who wish to disenroll, but they can't because they don't have a supplement available
So
to them.
let me just understand that it's a disadvantage. Now, the disadvantage is that I'm not paying anything, but the disadvantage is because the physician they want to go
Yes.
to is not in network, and now they're paying out of pocket for out of network
And
care.
it's more than that, Representative Hunt. So let me explain why
Okay,
people
so let's get into that
because that
detail
has
then.
not been discussed yet.
Yes, that is correct.
So we have 17% of people nationwide disenrolling from Medicare Advantage. Why? Medicare Advantage plans have benefits, as we've discussed, that are structured to provide incentives and advantages to a low-cost and profitable enrollee. That's where they make their money. It's why they're advertising the gym membership. The person's healthy, they're 65, they're not going to have many medical needs. So why not? So instead of updating original Medicare, Congress elected to foster tax-funded Medicare Advantage contracts with private insurers that enables these very low premium costs and, as mentioned, incorporates the Medicare Part D drug coverage into the same plan. It's very onerous as a senior to have to select out Medicare Part D and your individual supplemental plans. So the promise to Congress was that efficiencies in managed care plans would provide more services at lower costs. But as we've discussed, services and choice of doctor are demonstrably less. By the way, it's important also to realize as citizens, although we cannot affect Medicare Advantage from where we sit today, there are overpayments of anywhere between $88 and $140 billion per year. That is actually, this has been presented by MedPAC, the congressionally authorized group that analyzes and makes recommendations to Congress. $88 to $140 billion per year of overpayments to Medicare Advantage. So why do people trying to disenroll? So not only are people trying to disenroll because it's harming people, but it's also costing us enormous loss. So 3 issues: prior authorization, denial of service, out-of-pocket costs, 4 issues, and limited networks are why people leave. Somebody asked about, actually Representative Gibbs asked about denial of service. So there are 3.2 million denials by prior authorization by Medicare Advantage plans in 2023. Unfortunately, we're talking about people being savvy about what's going on in the insurance world. Well, this is pretty complicated. Only 11.7% of those denials are appealed. But if you happen to appeal, no, that's not right. This is a care I should be getting. If you do appeal that denial, 82% of the appeals are overturned. So if 82% of the appeals are overturned, it demonstrates that these are initially inappropriate rejections. 1 in 7 denials, by the way, for services which are denied by Medicare Advantage are actually legally required by Medicare. And this is something from the Office of Inspector General that was determined. And more importantly, I talk with hospitalized people who work in the hospital all the time. 20% of inpatient care issues. This patient needs a particular medication. This patient needs an additional stay in the hospital. 20% of inpatient services are denied by Medicare Advantage, which is way above any kind of denial rates in Medicaid and commercial insurance. And of those, 70% of those are appealed on, reversed on appeal. So those are some statistics on, again, Medicare Advantage, but there's another important issue, which is cost. And so it's not just networks. Cost sharing fees kick in for the person who is ill. As Jen Coffey mentioned, there's 20%, she has a 50%, it varies by plans. 20% is typical coinsurance for an inpatient stay, a skilled nursing facility stay, medical equipment, and outpatient chemotherapy. That is not the case in traditional Medicare. And you need copays. If you are at home getting physical therapy after your stroke, you have a copay. And it's free in traditional Medicare. Again, even there is a cap of $8,850 on expenses in Medicare Advantage. But if you have any care out of network and you have an HMO plan, you're going to be having astronomical costs above that. Anyhow, I don't need to reiterate limited clinician networks, but I would say that in rural areas, this is an important statistic. Rural areas, 35% of enrollees, if you live in the North Country, are in plans that only cover 30% of the doctors who live in that area. Forget the folks who live in Boston who want to go to Mass General if they happen to have an exotic or unusual cancer. If you're in a rural area and you're not looking for exotic care, you're just not getting the care you need. Ghost networks was also mentioned. So you have a listing of psychiatrists, mental health counselors, dermatologists, but you cannot find them actually when you come to look for them. So these are the reasons why people disenroll from Medicare Advantage, among many others. As mentioned earlier, states do not have the capacity to alter Medicare Advantage policies. They are congressionally written and administered by CMMS. But we do have, as a state, and this committee has the capacity to regulate Medicare supplement plans. So the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1990 determined the plans A through N. It has to be within that framework, but states can direct what kind of rating is used, whether it be community rating, age attained, or whatnot. And I do have a graph in your chart of the fees associated, so the average monthly premiums associated with various types of different plans. I'm sorry, and that might be interesting when we are worried about the costs of premiums going up. You will see that it does not link
That's
with
the premiums of the supplementals.
Yes, supplemental.
So
yes.
the problem I'm just saying
Yeah.
I'm having, okay, is that I thought the purpose of this bill was the disadvantage plans. But now you often switch into talking about the problems with the
confused.
supplemental plans, and that is where you guys want community rating. You want to change the rating system.
Sure.
And so the fact that you're trying to solve two different problems with this one bill is frankly a little overwhelming.
I think we're trying to-
all I can say is I get it.
Yeah.
I understand that there is no perfect plan.
Agreed.
Okay, I get
Agreed.
it, and that you're hoping the state of New Hampshire will step in and try to fix both of them.
For those folks trapped in Medicare Advantage, this didn't used to be a problem. It's a new issue.
Right. Then don't talk about the supplemental then. If you only
they're
want
trapped
to
in, no, they're trapped in Medicare Advantage because they cannot afford or find a supplemental plan. So the whole intent of this bill is to alter the guaranteed issue. 5 states offer guaranteed issue. Remember I mentioned at the outset?
We will
Yeah.
absolutely be
Yeah.
looking at what these other states are doing. This is going to be a long drawn out. I have to say right at
Sure.
this moment, there is no way we're getting this bill out too quickly. This is going to be retained. We're going to have to work on it. We're going to have to find out what all these different states are doing and see what's the right way to go. But
Thank you.
we absolutely hear you that there's a disadvantage to both plans, regardless of whether advantage or not a disadvantage. That even the the supplementals is a problem too.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Sorry to cut you
Yeah,
off,
no,
but
no.
I got a lot of people out in the hallway, anxious to get in here.
Been a long
Thank
day.
you.
Thank you.
All right. James, you have something new? Something new to offer?
I hate going so late, but sure. A couple of things, just to mostly, I have a really
Introduce
nice-
yourself, sorry.
I'm James Fisher. I'm a retired primary care doctor living in Dover, New Hampshire. I have over 30 years experience treating patients in both private clinic setting and the VA system in New Hampshire. And I'm testifying in support of HB 774. I wrote a nice, wonderful.
We would
2-minute
love to have
speech.
that submitted. We'll get
I'm
it
not
in.
going to submit it.
Why not?
Because it's mostly what you've already heard before.
Okay.
And I don't want to waste any more time, but I
Okay.
have been sitting here for 2
Right. Well, I
hours
feel
plus
bad about that. Yes.
and
I'm
would
sorry.
like some time. I want to point out just a couple of things that it's sort of been mentioned, but sort of lost in some of the shuffle. One is that under Medicare Advantage plans, by the way, I want to try to avoid using the word disadvantage because I think that's where a lot of confusion comes from.
Right.
In the Medicare Advantage plans, some of the tricks that they've used to increase their profits has been something called upcoding. I think you've heard that expression before, where a certain problem like high blood pressure, or heart problem, whatever, somebody will come in from the Medicare Advantage plan and make it seem like a more dire problem than it actually is, so that they can get more money from the government. But that goes on the patient's record, and that puts them in a higher category when they then try to go on to one of these supplemental or Medigap plans. So one of the advantages of having a community rating is it wipes out that false or misleading diagnosis that patients often have when they're on a Medicare Advantage plan and then try to go on to traditional Medicare and get the supplemental plans. So this bill addresses that. This bill does not address Medicare Advantage per se. It has nothing to do with that. It only allows the option of patients to switch over to traditional Medicare, which has only a 2% administrative fees. The other thing is that under Medicare Advantage, there's a high rate of, we've discussed high rate of denials of prior authorizations. In 2021, the rate of denials in New Hampshire was 19%, which was the highest in New England. The average in New England at that time was 9%, and it's the second highest in the country. So again, these Ken mentioned reasons for switching out of Medicare Advantage. You know, the premiums are low or zero, but those can change over time, and so, you know, the Medicare Advantage plans are front loaded. You get all this advertisement. Nobody advertises for traditional Medicare. Nobody advertises for Medigap plans. And so that's hidden more or less from public view. And so people don't get a very fair chance to choose what's between the two of them. So I think people need to have the advantage or have the ability to change their minds once they experience Medicare Advantage and decide that they don't like it. And that may take more than a year to do. Therefore, you need a bill like 774 to allow people to make those changes and change their mind. Chairman Hunt, you didn't hear most of that, but does anyone have any questions?
I'll see the tape.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much. Okay. Ahmad Nidhi?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good.
Sorry to hold you up for so long
Oh,
here.
no, we came together. I'm Dr. Ahmed Kuti. I've not practiced in New Hampshire, but I retired to New Hampshire 11, 12 years ago. But I have practiced 50 years from 1962 to 2012 as a cardiologist mostly. So let me just give you, if you would indulge me, I was a first-year cardiology trainee resident after internal medicine in 1966 July at University of Missouri, Columbia, and President Johnson came in person to deliver the first Medicare card to Harry Truman, who lived in Independence, Missouri, 60 miles from my university hospital on July 4th. And I got wind of it, and a few of us young residents went to that event held in front of Truman's residence, Independence, Missouri, where now they have a Truman Library. So I was there. So from that point on, Medicare has been a blessing to American seniors. And these products and all the stuff that we were talking about, we heard all day or afternoon. 2003, President Bush introduced that legislation called Medicare Modernization Act. That's what brought in Medicare Advantage. Until then, Medicare was very simple program, A and B. And Chairman Hunt, you mentioned and when I turned 65, the enrollment period is 6 months prior to your 65th birthday, anytime in that period. You don't have to enroll. All they did was Social Security office called me just to show up my face so that they know I exist, and had me sign up for Social Security and Medicare. And A is part of what you paid for into it, okay? So Part A of Medicare is free in the sense that it's not free because you have paid into it. But B, Part B, which is the doctor's part, needs to be a premium. That's optional. You don't have to. So when you said, oh, they made me buy it, no. Medicare A is available to all seniors. B is available to all seniors.
As soon as you
but
paid in, yes.
Pay a premium. But me and most of us allowed our Social Security to deduct that,
Correct.
So that you don't notice it. It's already deducted. You notice it, it is there, but you don't pay it monthly, okay? Or you can say it paid quarterly.
Right.
Wait a minute.
Well, the only reason I laugh is because when I turned 65, and signing up for my A and B benefit, getting they said, don't you want to now get Social Security, start claiming Social Security, and that way you don't have to make those payments. That payment will be deducted from your Social Security check. And I go, no, I want to hold out until I'm, 62 and a half or whatever, the 67 and a half. So that's why I'm laughing.
Yeah, I did pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
I took out Social Security 69 and a half.
Yeah,
because after that, there's no difference.
So what do you really want to say about why we should pass this bill?
Right. Because C is what Medicare Modernization Act introduced. That
Right.
Medicare Advantage incorporates C. Okay.
Got it.
That is the supplemental.
Yes.
Whereas traditional Medicare, A and B people like me and also all have or should have a Medigap plan. And if you have Medigap and Medicare, 80 and 20.
Well, we just heard that Medigap has a problem too, because the
I mean,
premiums keep going up as you get older.
I know, that's what I'm getting to. So Medigap plan is not perfect, but it is most states, the issue is guaranteed as well as community rated, okay, at age of issue.
That community rate,
Yeah, when you're 65. Whereas when you disenroll from Medicare Advantage, MA, back to TM, traditional Medicare, then they make it hard for you to pick up a supplemental plan. That supplemental plan, when you pick up, going back to Medicare, traditional Medicare.
No, we got it. We understand.
I know, but they make it difficult by two reasons. One, no guaranteed issue. And they did it to my wife. Medical underwriting, meaning that they ask you individual questions about your health. Whereas if you have Medigap plans, community rating means all people living in that community. Say I'm from Peterborough, so Peterborough area, they will take average. Risk pool is larger. And you are in that pool, and then you pay the rate. True, And myself, I could give you one more figure and then I'll be very brief. My own supplemental coverage, say from Mutual of Omaha, I tried Anthem once I moved to New Hampshire and I found it higher. And so I went back to where I was. About $10 to $15 goes up, the supplemental cost. So age-related increase does occur with supplemental plan. But I am still happy with traditional Medicare with the supplemental plan. So anywhere I can go, anywhere in the country, as long, including Hawaii and so on, United.
They are our 50th state.
Yeah,
That's true.
United States, anywhere in the world, within the United States, Medicare coverage is there, and my data is accessible. If I go to LA, even during fire, they can look up my ECG because it comes up. Whereas Medicare Advantage makes it very, very difficult for seniors because they are trapped. They're only trapped in the sense that they cannot get back out into traditional Medicare. They can. Traditional Medicare will always welcome them, but traditional Medicare will not sell them the supplemental insurance at a community rating and guaranteed issue. That's the crux, and that's what this bill is asking for us to, or you guys to help us reverse that problem or help the seniors for that problem. Not, regular people, 65 and above, those who got into Medicare Advantage, as you said, when they were younger, a young senior, healthier, takes Medicare Advantage, sure, because, however, as you probably know, $2,200 per enrollee, more cost to Medicare Trust Fund. So Medicare Advantage is charging or losing money from the Medicare Trust Fund, but we individually
we
don't
have
see
no
it.
control over
Yeah,
that.
we don't see it. I
We're,
know.
we're worried about the New Hampshire
know,
consumer and
I know, even in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, the U.S. taxpayer, and whether the Medicare Advantage is
but
that is way over our
I know. I'm not-
realm of.
But the same applies because the people are,
Right.
New Hampshire people also are seniors. So Medicare Advantage overcharges.
Okay,
$2,200. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you
Thank you.
coming in. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Very nice.
bye-bye.
Hope to see you in Peterborough sometime. Okay. Maura Weston, you're really gonna do this, Maura? She's representing the Medical Society.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Maura Weston. I'm here today on behalf of the New Hampshire Medical Society. I will be brief. I have written testimony that was drafted by Dr. Travis Harker that I will hand in for the record. We are here today in support of House Bill 774. The Medical Society envisions a state in which personal and public health are high priorities, and all people who live here have access to quality health care. We believe that this bill is a step in the right direction, and I will rest on the record of the written comments. Thank you.
So, the one question I will have, you can survey your members. Is there any hospital in the state that is not in the network of U.S. Health? What is it? United Health? United Healthcare. Would you find out that for us?
So I'm
we're
representing
hearing about the terrible networks,
Right.
but you represent the Medical Society.
The
the
physicians.
physicians. So I'm saying anyone in your practice who are not in United Healthcare Network.
I have made a note, and I will follow up.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from anybody else? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you. Paula, as I always like to do, to have you have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for an opportunity to speak, and I'll be very quick. I'm here on behalf of AHIP, which is America's Health Insurance Plans, and some of the member plans are here in the hearing room as well. I've listened a lot, and I have to admit to something. I know not a lot about Medigap, MedSup, Med Advantage, but knowing the bill was coming up, I did some research. And I thought we have sort of a tiger by the tail here because there are seniors and others that feel that they are trapped when they elect a Med Advantage plan and later change their mind just because they want to change their mind or because they are having to struggle with a health insurance issue, and they would feel more comfortable with MedSup or MedGap that they didn't choose the first time around. And there is a gap for that person. They face the possibility and probability of medical underwriting. And I guess in some instances, they may be rejected. I did not hear a lot of that today. So you're sitting there and listening and thinking, well, what do we do? What can we do? Well, you had a presentation by the insurance department, which I think was very helpful. And the commissioner brought up one thing that I think has been lacking, and that is some way to educate around the issue of what you're choosing when you first go in to make a choice. While I was sitting back there, I thought, well, how many people are going into Medigap versus Med Advantage, and what is the enrollment? And I quickly came out with some figures that suggest that nationwide, there are more people in Medicare Advantage plans than there are in Medigap plans. So we have a matured market that's been going on for quite a few years with people that have sorted and found their ways to go in different directions. We have friction between those two markets. We have a federal regulator that does the Medicare Advantage largely. And we have a state regulator that has more control over the MedSup issue. And we have a challenge. And I thought, well, New Hampshire can't be the first state that's had this challenge presented to them. So I'm going to recommend a couple of things to you. And I think Representative LaMontagne mentioned it. The Kaiser Family Foundation has something online. And if you Google around and look for GAP, Kaiser Foundation, Medicare Advantage, you'll find it. And it's actually an excellent snapshot of what the national picture is, because other states have faced just what you're facing. And some have made movements in various directions. And the market issues are probably in their minds as well. Well, what if you allow everybody that's not served well and is maybe a higher risk to come over to the Med Gap market? What are you going to do to the rating over there? And so there are lots of questions that come up. And I thought, well, somebody out there must have done a recent actuarial analysis for another legislature that has looked at these issues. And I pulled one up, and it's Minnesota. It's done a mandate review of a proposal before, is it Minnesota? Yes, it's Minnesota, before their legislature, and they have an immense amount of information within that. Now, that doesn't mean that you could take that item and decide that that's going to be truly informative for our market. We have a smaller market. I'm sure the insurance department can get you statistics, and I guess I'm saying I'm relieved to hear the chairman say there's enough going on here that we need to retain the bill. Because I don't know a lot, but I know that there are challenges. And the question is, what would this state like to do about it? What can they do about it? And then, of course, what should they do about it? That's where I am.
Perfect. Thank you. Having no more cards, we close the public hearing. Okay. And, okay, 7:06. All right. Okay, all right. For the committee members, I'm hoping that we will, we've gotten rid of the heavy load. And obviously, we know how liquor bills are easy for us because we all know liquor. we'll drink. So, but there's one more bill here, and it's going to be quick, right?
It's going to be quick. Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody wants that.
Yes.
3 cheers. And luckily for you, some of the people that want to testify had to leave, so we're in good shape.
Go ahead. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Hunt and committee members. For the record, my name is Alicia Gregg. I represent Nashua Ward 7. I am pleased to be before you to introduce House Bill 706, which prohibits insurance companies from conducting audits of provider services after services have been delivered, but before payment has been made to such a provider. Several weeks ago, I testified before this committee in support of House Bill 507, a bill that will improve the credentialing of mental health care providers, thereby ensuring Granite Staters receiving these services without unnecessary delays. Like House Bill 507, House Bill 706 takes modest steps to improve the delivery of critical mental health services to patients in New Hampshire. House Bill 706 will improve outcomes for patients and mental health care providers by ending needless delays in the billing process caused by prepayment audits. Prepayment audits often require 1, that providers submit full patient records, 2, to do so in paper format, and 3, to specify avenues within the payer system that are outside the normal course. These requirements typically result in providers having to either take away from clinical work to respond or hire outside resources at additional costs to respond. Importantly, these costs are not paid for by the payer regardless of the results of the review. Additionally, if a provider does not respond in the time frame required by the payer, they will simply never be paid for the services already provided to the member. These delays threaten the financial viability of many small providers, as most of them have no sources of income other than payment from the insurers. This means delays of even a week or 2 in payment for services already provided can result in missed rent payments, unpaid electrical bills, and other financial hardships. No one is questioning the right of payers to conduct reasonable due diligence to ensure proper procedures are followed, but there must be a balance. Too often, payers insist on exhaustive, time-intensive audits that overly burden providers, keep them from getting paid for their essential work, and away from providing their important services. House Bill 706 seeks to strike that balance, providing necessary financial security to providers by simply requiring that no insurer may conduct an audit of provider services after services have been delivered, but before payment has been made to such a provider. As I noted in my testimony a few weeks ago, our state's mental health challenges are nonpartisan and demand all of our attention. As Governor Ayotte concluded when addressing behavioral health during her inaugural speech, seeking care for your mental health is just as important as going to the doctor when you're feeling sick or dealing with a physical injury. We all need to work together on this and take care of each other. I'm happy to do my best to answer questions. Rebecca Sarter from Life Stance Health was unable to still be here, so I do have her testimony, which will save time, that I'll pass around to you. But
Great. Thank you.
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
This is going to go to a subcommittee, so we'll.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll do the deep
And there's a
dive
few people
and-
that will be there that had to leave today that'll be there for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, but just let them know that we're not taking testimony. It's a conversation, when we do that. Okay. Michelle Eaton from. Okay. Sabrina Dunlap from Anthem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I will do my best to be brief and not repeat what Peter already said. So my name is Sabrina Dunlap. I'm Senior Director of Government Relations for Anthem. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We are opposed to HB 706 for a number of reasons. We find the bill extremely problematic. And I would just like to briefly cover what Peter touched on, that grounding the conversation that auditing is part of payment integrity. So that is about preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. That is about protecting our members. That is about protecting employers who are clients of ours. And we have a fiduciary duty, as Peter mentioned, to make sure claims are being properly billed by providers. And I will just add, ensuring payment integrity is industry norm. This is something CMS does, something state and federal government does, because there's a lot of waste in our healthcare system. So we have a team dedicated to ensuring claims are being billed and paid properly. They do this for a number of means. It can include data analytics. It includes finding patterns that are sort of odd for the type of provider. And if we identify billing patterns outside the norm, we might request additional records to make sure that the billing makes sense. And I just want to get into one detail and part of why the bill is so problematic. Most of what we consider auditing is done after payment. So we've made the payment and then we conduct some of this analysis. You get into a distinction, and it's unclear to me if the bill would cover this, where we're up a level, where it's an investigation. So that is a very high bar. It means we've seen something very irregular in billing, and it's very concerning. And so that sort of issue of whether it's prepayment or postpayment is very important. And I just want to note that the prepayment review is extremely important, because by the time we get there, it means it is an extremely concerning billing pattern, or something else that suggests, something abnormal, not necessarily fraud, but could be. So I also just want to point out that as far as I know, no other state has a bill this restrictive. I think Maine passed a bill. I talked to one of my colleagues there, not nearly as broad or restrictive as this, but we have not seen something like this in other states. And I just want to say, we have to be able to use the tools that we have to look into billing patterns, to do our part, meet our obligation of preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. And I think this bill fundamentally alters and interferes with that ability. So happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Representative Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So did you say that your Anthem actually allows for the service and then makes the payment and then they will do the audit?
Thank you for the question. That is part of the bigger picture. Payment integrity and audit can be done after the payment is made to look at.
But that's what you said that
correct,
Anthem
yeah.
does? Okay. So in this bill, it would be the opposite. So you'd be allowed to the person would have the service, but then you would do the audit before the payment. So it might even change your entire auditing process in the negative. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure I understood, but okay. Sorry, my brain is still a little fried from your 2-hour hearing on Medicare.
This bill says, when terms giving a time frame for the audit. And the audit can't be before the payment, but you were saying you were saying, oh no, we pay and then we do the audit.
Correct. But I just wanted to highlight that the bill gets at what we would consider the investigative phase of
what you call
audit.
right.
And so it's unclear to me.
You don't call that an audit, you call it
right. It's an investigation.
Right.
But it's sort of part of the bigger picture.
Okay, we have a whole new definition we need to be putting in the bill. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you do a prepayment audit or investigation and decide that something improper happened and decide not to pay, does that leave the patient liable for the bill?
Thank you for the question. I need to think about that. I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
You'll get back to us.
So yes, I will look into that. Yeah.
Forget about that.
I want to say no, but I do want to make sure I'm giving you the correct information. And there's this issue with in-network and out-of-network. And as Peter mentioned, when a provider is out of network and we've paid the claim, the only way and it was improperly paid because it was billed incorrectly, basically you have to go to litigation to bring that money back. And again, that money is not the carrier's. That is the member's money. That is the employer's money.
Right. Follow-up question?
Okay. I had surgery, and I do not have Medicare Part B because I kept my federal retiree insurance. And Medicare, I have Medicare Part A, of course, and Medicare Part A and Blue Cross were sending the bill for that surgery back and forth. One would send it to the other, one would send it to the other. They were both refusing to pay. And eventually, the hospital decided that I was liable for the bill, and they sent me a bill for $37,000. after considerable argument, Blue Cross did pay, but in that case, the hospital decided that the patient, I, was liable for the bill.
Would you believe? We've heard this story already. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Paula, you want to wrap it up? Okay, good. Don't need it. Close the public hearing. Moving right along. All right, all you health insurance people out of here. Now we'll take in, bring in the liquor group.
Bring liquor people.
Okay. In a perfect world, we would have been. Okay. We'll open up the public hearing in 565 and hear from Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the committee. This is a very simple, straightforward bill. It's brought about because sometimes they have trivia at the VFW and we can't bring the baby inside because babies aren't allowed and the bartender's afraid they'll lose their liquor license. Also, if there's a special event, like I bought my son's and my husband's names to go on the wall in front of the VFW. It was cold out when we were waiting for the ceremony, so we tried to go inside to wait in the canteen, but we had the babies with us, so we couldn't go in. So this bill would fix that for special occasions. It's not going to be an issue. I already talked to the Liquor Commission, and that's it.
No, it's not. Would you be opposed that we change the minor or minors have to be a family member? Be signed in. Has to be both your examples was family.
Yep, that's fine.
So family. Has to be a family member.
Yeah,
You okay with that?
of course.
Yeah, okay. Because this is the minors, we don't know who they're bringing in, but family is, family, like via the VFW. So, yes, Representative Walls.
Okay, I don't think that Representative Notter is aware of this, but yesterday we talked about Bill HB 276.
Yeah, I just mentioned it out in the hallway.
Yeah, so
we're going to do the same thing with that bill.
okay, because Section
we'll
3
do family
says
member.
no
Right.
person under the age of 21. Okay, so you'd
Right.
fix that as well.
I'm
if
going to
we...
fix that. Now, I had 24 hours to think about it. This is why we don't do things too quickly in this committee.
All right.
I had 24 hours and thought that the best way to handle this is to say family members, because if your family, especially the VFW, so we're all set. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Henry Glasson? No, we got one more person to testify. Are you, I don't see you on the globe. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Welcome to the Commerce Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. Representative Henry Gaius, Hillsborough 29th District. I want to speak in favor of this bill, and then I'd like to caution you on that amendment real quick. But first, in favor of the bill, I am a lifetime member of the VFW and of the AMVETS, 24 years in the military, retired combat veteran. And I can tell you circumstances where I personally was affected by this policy not being in place, by this law not being in place. About probably 8 months ago, I was honored by an organization called Quilts of Valor. And they presented me my quilt at the Concord VFW that I'm a lifetime member of. And, you know, they were not in town, but had they been in town, my nieces and nephews would not have been able to go. I have friends with kids that would have liked to have been there. They were not able to go. Because a lot of these places do have a function hall, but unless it's something that's significant enough to open up the function hall, then that's just a giant expense. So anything that happens in what's considered to be the canteen or the bar section has these restrictions. So and we're also not talking about, you know, we're not talking in this instance, I don't know about the other bill that was referenced about public bars. We're talking about people where you are either a registered member, a signed-in guest, or a trespasser. Those are pretty much the three options. So everybody knows the people that are there through membership. And, you know, parents or guardians should have the ability to make that judgment call as to whether or not an event is safe for their family to be at and to participate at will. Because at the end of the day, you know, our job is to defend the rights of the people, and that would be a parenting right decision. Now, with your amendment, the caution that I would give you is that there are circumstances where somebody who is not direct family may be a guardian, whether it be adoption system, whether it be a dating relationship that is unwed, where one has a kid that they co-parent. So there are circumstances where that may be too narrow. Now, with that said, if that's the only way that this would pass, I would support it, but I would be concerned that that may narrow it down too much to have the guardian or parent make healthy decisions for their family.
We can certainly work with the enforcement to, you know, make sure guardian or the family, if family's not the right word, but yeah, it'd have to be your first example about, you know, let's say your children have friends who want to come in. No.
No,
No. Yes, go do it in the banquet hall. Okay. Make sure that, but that in terms of, you know, what the idea is family, you know, or, you know, guardian, so that, you know, they're, and because we're not saying that you got to show ID because they don't have IDs, right? They're underage, you know, so it's not like a thing. It's just that, it has to be showing, you know, I'm sure family or guardian will come up with a good expression to get nieces and nephews. But we'll figure out something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pending any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Chief, do you want to say anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick, just because for not only time, but also what has been eloquently spoken in front of all of you. First of all, for the record, Chief Mark Armaganian, Director of Enforcement and Licensing for the Liquor Commission. We believe that the bookmarkers are on this issue and no reason to restate all the obvious here. We're neutral on this. And see this as a positive movement forward. And are open to any conversations of narrowing this down. Yes, we can help out with that.
Okay. Well, and if nothing else, I want to be consistent with what we do with the tavern bill. I
Absolutely.
want these two bills to be the same.
Absolutely.
Did you say you
Representative Spear.
supported it? You said so many
We're
words.
neutral. We're neutral on it, but
the bookmarking, that we're maybe not too familiar with that expression.
there are safety measures that are attached to this. That's all.
Right.
You'll hear me say that again here shortly.
Right. I mean, the reality is that the fundamental reason why this is here and why the issue is because there is no food requirement for the canteen facility.
Which we heard yesterday.
And which, as with related to the tavern bill and is the tavern license, that is the exposure of how and how we want to be consistent in what we're saying.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other question, Representative Miles?
Sorry, this is just for special occasions, this bill? Is that what
yes.
Representative Notter said? Okay, so it's not like every day they're going to have to try to decipher who's who and how old they are. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's not too often you bring your kid to the VFW. Theoretically. Okay. Thank you very much. Do fill out a pink card just so we have for the record. Okay. Anybody else want to speak on 565? Seeing none, we close the public hearing. Next up, 467. Defining social districts, enabling municipalities to create social districts. Yep, that's fine. Yep. Yeah. Okay, you're on, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again.
I thought I was so smart put scheduling on the same day. I didn't realize it would be 6 hours difference.
I brought work with me, and it's worked out quite fine, so thank you. Again, Mr. Chairman, through you to my esteemed colleagues of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. Again, my name is Bill Boyd. I represent District 12, the town of Merrimack, home of the Tomahawks. I'm the proud sponsor of House Bill 467, which defines social districts and provides a local option to create those social districts. In your hands, I've provided written testimony. I've actually provided a copy of the checklist that is currently utilized by the State Liquor Enforcement Agency, and I've also provided a sample guide of what they do down in the city of Raleigh, North Carolina, what they call their sip and stroll, which kind of explains the program in a broader perspective. What I do want to say to amplify my written testimony is that this is enabling legislation that if a community wants to have a social district, they will have the ability to implement. And likewise, if a community doesn't, they don't have to implement that. There are several states, 2 states come to mind with robust social district legislation. The state of Michigan, the state of North Carolina have done a very good job. I think the state of North Carolina has provided, as you take the opportunity to look at the guide, they've provided a really good example of how it would work in a particular community. House Bill 467 mimics that particular legislation used down in North Carolina. The legislation provides specific enough guidance for a municipality to implement the social district, yet provides a level of flexibility within it for a local community, law enforcement, and their state liquor commission, and the state liquor commission to be able to address some of the more salient points that I'm sure is going to cause concern: liability, district boundaries, hours of operation, enforcement. The way that the bill is designed is going to allow those communities that do want the social district to get granular with their appropriate jurisdictional partners to find and create basically a business plan, a working model that makes sense for their particular community. And then the one last thing that I would point out is that what started out as a response to the pandemic and in a drive to get people to come back out and to socialize and be able to get a beer or a glass of wine on the go and be able to congregate in public. These social districts have emerged and have become more of a permanent fixture. They're really doing a great job promoting economic development in the communities that these districts exist, really in expanding the local fabric of that particular community. And then lastly, as it relates to the outline, this outline that was provided to me by the State Liquor Enforcement Commission Chief Armaganian, who's here today, is the outline that they've used to create a similar program at Tuscan Village down in Salem that has been relatively successful. The liquor enforcement, and I hope I'm not misrepresenting Chief Armaganian and the department, but that really that this outline has served as a model as to what can be used in creating social districts in a given community. So that's basically the gist of it in a nutshell. I've provide, like I said, I've provided the written testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. And I thank you very much for the time.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question. First of all, it sounds like a really interesting idea. My question is, you talked about that there wasn't an increase in crime and intoxication. Do you know if there any increase in traffic? I mean, not traffic, car accidents in these districts?
I can't speak to that because I was focusing merely on the concept and fostering the conversation so that, like I said, this is a local option. As it relates to some of the, as I explained, like the liability issues, and those particular enforcement issues that may be out there, that regretfully, that was not one of the pieces of information that I looked at when I was looking at North Carolina and the state of Michigan.
Thank you.
Would you believe that I just, after learning more about it, because I had it totally wrong what the bill was about, but was I was thinking about how one of the first bills that liquor bill I was ever involved in, and it was sponsored by Steve Avery of Dublin, and the issue was corking the wine bottle. That someone would order a bottle of wine, and instead of feeling compelled to drink it all, that they could cork it, put it in a bag, and then take it home. And we had rules set up so that it had to be in the back of the car, yada, yada, yada. But since then, it's practically every state has now passed that statute. But in this case, it's the same issue, in my mind, is that you're going to go in there and you're going to get a pint, right? You're not going to get a half pint. I mean, you're not going to get, some wimpy size. You're going to get a pint. And we don't want you to have to feel compelled to drink the whole thing before you can go out and stroll down the street, that we would just assume have you take that one drink and not have to necessarily, put it all down. So,
And to answer your question is, yes, I would believe, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely would believe that. The one thing, now that I'm thinking about it, Representative Burrows, just to kind of, I don't know if it kind of gets to what you're driving at, but the social districts, and I want to be very clear about this, that the idea is that you go to a local restaurant and you finish your meal and you've got, as the chairman alluded to, you've got a half a pint remaining in your pint, and they put it in a to-go container, slap a sticker on it so that you're able to walk in that district with the container piece. It's really meant to be, I mean, I know sip and stroll sounds kind of cliche, but that's the intent, is for people that go to an establishment to take it in a to-go container and then be able to stay in that district. They might browse a local shop that's participating in the program. They might go to a local boutique. They might find a bench to sit down and just enjoy the rest of their beverage and take in the surroundings and, and basically enjoy the day of a particular common area that's within that particular district. So, like I said, this is going to be a local option piece where where if municipalities wants it, they're going to work with local law enforcement. They're going to work with the Liquor Commission. This is not like somebody, and I don't mean this to sound glib, and I apologize to the committee. It's not like people are walking around, with a six-pack of beer. This is somebody that's actually going in, they're spending time, having a nice evening, and instead of finishing their beverage, they take the beverage with them so they can go outside and enjoy the district and see what that particular area has to offer. To me, it's an economic development piece. Certainly could be a part of any community that's looking to revitalize, a particular district that may be, underwhelmed or blighted or, whatever you want to use. Certainly can be a catalyst to reinvigorating, a downtown or a particular neighborhood within a community. And I would leave it at that. So thank you.
further question?
So when they have these districts, are people also shopping in the stores?
So yes, if you take the opportunity to look at the guide that I provide you regarding the city of Raleigh, and I don't mean to highlight the city of Raleigh, but I found their guide very easy to read, and it was very, very simple and really got to the essence of how the program works. But yeah, you could conceivably have a social district. You'll have participating vendors. You'll have some businesses that don't want to participate, but they don't participate. Person leaves their discards their beverage, they go inside, or a participating retailer, they're obviously going to allow somebody in with the beverage, and they can shop while they're enjoying their beverage.
Better than using Bourbon Street or Las Vegas.
I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Walsh.
So this is a combo, would you believe, plus a question.
Okay.
So would you believe that in Newburyport, I think I spoke about this before, they have Witches Night Out, which is a lot of fun. And it's the same thing, sip and stroll. And I just want to understand, I think in New Hampshire, correct me if I'm wrong, you can, because like salons do this, where you, if they don't charge you for an alcoholic drink, you could have like one drink. So I'm wondering, would that be, and perhaps representative isn't the right person. Maybe I should be asking the chief this.
I'll defer to Chief Armaganian, but
could shops do that
We
as well?
don't want anything given away for free. No. We want our rooms and meals taxed.
But I mean, it's a neat thing. It's
But
a
let me-
theme, and it brings people. It generates, revenue. It's a free market thing.
And what I would say to you,
We actually have a law against that.
and Representative Walsh, I would believe Newburyport has the geographic design that would certainly be favorable to a particular social district. They have the Riverfest concert there every summer, which is also a huge attraction there. So I kind of would envision something like that happening up here in New Hampshire for some of the communities that that are eclectic and like to do certain things that like they do in Newburyport. And then the second question, nothing would surprise me that if you have a social district and you have a hair salon, that a couple of women go out, they have a bite to eat, let's go get our hair and nails done, and they bring their glass of wine with them while they have a spa day.
That's not
Further question now?
Thank you.
She's
That's-
giving away free drinks.
Right.
I'm not giving away free-
salon,
Exactly.
Right. Well, it wasn't really.
No, we're
I,
not
mean, I
going
used
there.
a salon as an example,
No.
but in Newburyport, it's stores, obviously, like,
Right.
clothing stores or knick-knack stores or whatever, would develop, and it was kind of their thing. They had a certain drink that night that they invented,
Yeah,
that they
that's-
curated, that they gave away, that was part
So
of this
we-
theme of Witches Night
This
Out.
has been an ongoing issue of many years ago. Eddie Edwards and I did go over this idea because we do know there are a lot of bridal shops that have a glass of champagne. And yes, there are certain facilities that, will want to give you a free drink. So I don't know, we're still contemplating our navel on how we want to address this issue because it means licensure. And so we're right now, there is, the law does say you can't give away alcohol for free, but that it is true, we are not enforcing any, at the bridal shops, we're not rating it to see if they're giving away champagne or not, but Representative Teresa.
I'll be quick. Thank you for taking my question. So, would you believe that, the situation you described for one drink, social strolling, sounds like fun and good, but this can also lead to people, nothing restricts them to have multiple drinks, going around with drinks. So would you believe that this is going to increase law enforcement requirement in the streets?
So what I believe, no, actually, I think I'm going to say respectfully, Representative, and thank you for your question. I wouldn't believe, because I think, the whole idea of a social district is just that. It's meant to be a social gathering. It's meant to people that go out, that go shopping, or if they go out for a bite to eat, then go shopping, having a social beverage within the context of a district and conducting their businesses is really what the intent is, and quite honestly represents a little bit of the success that the states of North Carolina and Michigan have had in that particular regard. But I think it harkens back to the previous question from Representative Burrows regarding the data. And I think, absent the data, it's very difficult to believe that this is going to increase nefariousness, for the lack of a better word.
Yeah, I would say that that was my initial concern with this legislation. It's certainly a burden on the law enforcement in the community to allow this to go forward, and that obviously they'll have a chance to weigh in when their community votes to decide to do it. But at the end of the day, we have not changed the fundamental structure of how we have in our laws, and that is that when that drink is being sold, the waiter bartender has an obligation to ensure that that person is not intoxicated and not giving it to someone who's under 21. So we haven't gotten away from our number one enforcement issues in terms of that, who is buying it. And so yes, he might get one, get two, but they start doing a little too many, and they better hold their liquor really, really well, because otherwise they're going to get cut off.
But they might not buy from bartender. They can just bring from home all the drinks themselves, and they
Well,
can
not
just
in this
party
case.
around.
In this case, the drink you're walking
It's an
around with
open
has to
bottle.
be these special cups.
Okay.
There is a special cup they walking around with.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And always a pleasure to have Drew Klein visit us. And evidently seems like liquor is his favorite issue with our committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's funny, I don't even really drink very much. So it's not even in my top 100 personal issues. But it's an economic freedom issue, as the sponsor said. So I'm Drew Klein. I'm president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. I handed in written testimony. I made copies enough for everyone this time, so I'm not going to read it. But I just want to give you a couple personal anecdotes to highlight the testimony. So I'm wearing a tie that I bought at the shopping mall in my hometown of Hickory, North Carolina, about 30 some years ago. The shopping mall that was supposed to destroy downtown Hickory. The last 2 years I've visited my hometown. The mall's actually doing surprisingly well, but it has empty storefronts every time I've been in it. Downtown does not. I'm not exaggerating. My downtown that has a small movie theater, clothing shops that were supposed to be destroyed and go out of business is thriving. The entire downtown area has not a single vacant storefront. And that is not an exaggeration. That's not entirely because of social districts. There were other efforts to boost downtown. They built a stage for outdoor performances. They completed a walk to downtown. But in researching this bill, I found out that my hometown adopted a social district 2 years ago. So I called the business development director to ask, hey, how did it go? What'd you guys do? He said, look, we tried to increase foot traffic to downtown by doing things like festivals that were an Oktoberfest, right? And it worked for the Oktoberfest. But the problem was only on that day would it bring people downtown. And it brought people who wanted to drink a lot in one little footprint. And it's all roped off, and they couldn't go out of that footprint to the other stores. So it didn't work to help all the businesses downtown. It wasn't bringing the kind of economic development they wanted. So they applied for pre-social district. There was a law that will allow them to create an entertainment district, but the city itself had to get a permit and be the licensee. So like city staff had to get fingerprinted and all that stuff. They tried that. It actually worked fairly well, except the city didn't want to be the licensee. That wasn't the point. The city didn't want to sell the liquor. They wanted the bars and restaurants to get the business. So when North Carolina passed this law, they put in for it. Transformative. In the last 3 years, they've had this for 2 years. I just confirmed this week with the city statistics, and I have the contact info in there so you can call and verify if I get that wrong. Their traffic to downtown in the last 3 years has been up almost 17%. You talk about saving small town downtowns, even places, that are city downtowns in New Hampshire. This kind of stuff is working. I asked specifically, look, police, crime, intoxication, trash. Tell me about that. He said, nah, haven't had a problem. I called Raleigh. Same thing. Tell me about your trash problem. No, we don't have one. Tell me about the public intoxication. They were like, no, it's not a problem. So how is that possible? And they both said, well, the reason is you're attracting a certain type of person that wants to come down and shop. Like they're coming just to shop. They're coming to browse and stroll. That's why Raleigh calls it sip and stroll. That's a very Southern kind of thing. That's what you're trying to do. Savannah, Georgia has this in its historic district. They actually advertise it. There's a direct flight from Manchester to Savannah. They advertise their historic district and the public drinking in their historic district to people in Manchester to come to Savannah because we don't have it in Manchester. They really do that. So in my research on it, you'll see some states, you'll see some cities. I haven't found, I mean, maybe there's a city somewhere where the intoxication has gone up, but because you're not going after that crowd, because it's highly regulated, municipalities can set the hours. Most of them set 10 to 10. And the reason they set 10 in the morning is because they want to have the same hours every day and they want to cover Sunday brunch. So people aren't really drinking at 10 on a Tuesday, but you need the Sunday brunch. So they want the consistent hours. You cut it off at 10. It's one plastic cup. It's got a sticker on it that tells, or you can put a sticker on the can. You know the person got that drink for this one thing. You cannot bring in outside drinks. Doesn't work that way. It's been very successful. A lot of the little dying small towns that we used to make fun of growing up that surround the area where I grew up are adopting social districts to save their downtowns. It's working, and I think it would be a really good option for small towns in New Hampshire. Happy to take questions.
Questions? Oh, yes, Representative.
Thank you, Chair, for giving.
Yeah, sure.
My question is, do you have any statistics on the crime rate after this kind of event?
So they didn't have statistics. I asked the folks I talked to at those cities if crime had increased, and they said no. They said their police departments have actually embraced this and don't have a problem with it now. And they said that their police were wary. People were wary at first. But if you want to call them, I included the contact names on here if you want to reach out to some folks and ask about the actual data. I didn't get numbers. They didn't have them. They said it just hasn't been a problem. Yep.
Okay, Representative Shreeson.
I'll be quick. So how will you stop a minor to get a drink because he's outside and I can just hand over to the minor?
Well, I mean, that would be the same case in any restaurant, right? So
Oh, in restaurant, they check your ID.
Well, correct, but you're not. So you're buying the drink in the restaurant. You're not buying it outside. So the social district just allows you to walk around with it in an open container, just like you would walk around in the restaurant or anywhere else. So the adult buys it, gets carded, and then you just walk around to the other shops.
Follow up,
Yeah.
quick.
Yes.
So an adult friend can just go buy 2 drinks and walk around and give it. give it
Bingo.
transfer.
Only can buy one at a time.
Oh, is that provision? Buy one at a time? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? You want, Chief? You want to? We only got 15 minutes. We got to be out of here. We got one more bill left.
I will, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Mark Armaganian, Chief of Enforcement and Licensing for the Liquor Commission. So it's always good to be third in line or last in line when you have thorough people that have vetted out issues that are before you. We feel that this model is a very thorough model. It has, again, a phrase I keep using, bookmarkers. And those bookmarkers are legal bookmarkers to make sure, number one, there's local control, there's local opt-in, to include from the police department to the representatives' issues. But the enforcement efforts or compliance efforts, if you will, as a relate to this type of service are going to be exactly the same as they are right now. The establishment will be responsible for that service of that one drink. It will be identifiable to us in enforcement efforts. God forbid there's a negative incident that arises. But like Mr. Klein said, in the research that we have done, couple phone calls that we have made, we haven't seen the negative data that you're thinking about. So with that in mind, I open it up to any questions that you may have on how we do. I know all of you know how we do business every day of the week. So I'm here to answer questions.
Now I know. You want guardrails, not
No, bookmarkers. Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Guardrails.
Yes,
Guardrails.
guardrails. Must be the New Yorker in me.
Don't even. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will close the public hearing. And we open up the public hearing on House Bill 496 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Turr. Welcome back to the Commerce Committee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate you saving the best for last and the very long drum roll leading to that. I will briefly mention why this might look familiar to Chairman Hunt. But let me first start off. So obviously I'm here to introduce House Bill 496, a bill requiring New Hampshire state liquor stores to distribute information on identifying the signs of alcohol use disorder, or AUD as it's called, and how to obtain help. Before I dive into the bill itself, just a little bit of background. The sale and distribution of alcohol in our society is inherently tied to some level of addiction. These should not, in my opinion, be viewed as two separate phenomena, but addressed together. Roughly 10 to 11% of the non-child population in the country has AUD within any given year. The National Institute of Health defines it as a medical condition characterized by an impaired ability to stop or control alcohol use despite adverse social occupational health consequences. The NIH also says no matter how severe the problem may seem, evidence-based treatment can help people with alcohol use disorder achieve and maintain recovery. There are validated screening questions that help people identify alcohol use disorder, and that factors into the bill. Our state has existing crisis lines for referral and treatment already in place, and efforts are made to promote these broadly in the public. When many of the people that need this information and services the most are literally coming through the doors of state facilities on a regular basis. I'll briefly touch on what the functional idea behind this. It touches on what's called the stages of change. People go through, it's been validated, about 6 stages between basically before they seek any help and when they actually achieve determination of use. Pre-contemplation, contemplation, and preparation are the first 3 steps. And that accounts, those first 2, pre-contemplation and contemplation, account for 80% of the at-risk population. So we're trying to get those people who are in the stage before they take action to actually take that next step. So let me dive into the bill itself. Oh, I forgot to. Could you send around those papers, Linda? Sure. Thank you. Sorry, I brought a couple of copies of just documents with some information. Yeah, there's 2 for each side. People can look them over if you want. I didn't bring copies for everyone, but I'm happy to provide them afterward. So the bill compels the state liquor stores to make use of their inherent ongoing contact with much of the population that's at risk by providing information on 2 things. 1, identifying the signs of alcohol use, and 2, providing either the 211 or 988 numbers where they can seek help, and that will connect them with existing treatment resources. It says that the information should be posted in the store, which is fine, but most importantly, and probably most consequentially, provided with each purchase, so that this came up last year. The video that I'll speak about a video in a minute. When they're in the store, they're in there for a short period of time. They're in there for a specific purpose. It's a very limited window in which they're going to absorb any information. This allows them to take this information home where it can be absorbed at later dates by them or family members. I want to make a point. This is not, in my opinion, a nanny state bill. It in no way seeks to stigmatize the people based on their drinking habits, and it no way negatively portrays the use of alcohol. It's literally a identification and referral to treatment initiative. The bill, when we drafted it, I tried to be as open-handed as possible about how this is accomplished to minimize the costs and burden. There are several ways to satisfy the with every purchase requirement in the bill. The most prominent of those, which we talked about, and I'll mention the last year's bill in a moment, is printing on the receipts. And Mr. Representative Fatusek shook his head. I'm actually going to call you out because you last year mentioned one in your would you believe mentioned that these could be pre-printed on the back of all the receipt paper in the store and completely satisfy that requirement. I personally think that's a great idea, but again, I defer to the Liquor Commission in terms of how they might achieve this.
They were overwhelmed with the cost.
Yeah, the cost. So I should mention that because again, the fiscal note that came out on this bill only showed up. I just noticed it was there today. It only came out 2 days ago. I don't know why the cost to program the receipts is that much, but last year I discussed this.
They print a lot of receipts.
They do, I know. So I discussed this with Aid Moore last year, and I don't want to speak for the Liquor Commission. Anyway, my dialogue about that, he questioned folks, what was the incremental cost? So the paper's already being purchased. What's the incremental cost in pre-printing on the back? The estimate was $40,000. So well below what the fiscal note says. But again, I don't get to write the fiscal note. I just wanted to put that out there.
What's it say in the fiscal note now?
It says that the cost of programming this to be printed on the receipts through, which would be the front of the receipt, is
correct.
In excess of 100 and less than $500,000 is what is. It just came out like I didn't know it was there until today. But at any rate, that research was done last year. I think that's a great solution, but again, not my call. I defer to the folks that would do
All
this.
I know is I used to use down in my summer home in Rhode Island, Stop and Shop used to have on the back. They always had all that stuff on it.
Yep.
Gone.
Okay. I mean,
evidently it's really expensive to put stuff on the back.
Okay, well, I don't want, this is the policy review of the bill. I know the fiscal people might have their way with it later on. I just wanted to put it out there that was a number that we got last year for pre-printing. And I totally acknowledge, since you raised it, that most people don't look at this on the back of their receipts, but we're not talking about one, stop at CVS to pick up, toothpaste. The folks that this is aimed at are making repeated visits by nature of the problem that they have, are making repeated visits to the state liquor stores. These will pile up. These will be things that will be lying on the back seat of the car. These will be things that their friends or their family members might pick up and say, hey, these couple questions on here sounds like maybe do you want to think about taking a step toward that? It's not an anti-state. It's just offering information. But again, I'm not here to debate the merits. I'm just here to present the bill. So again, it naturally targets the at-risk population. These are folks who are coming in repeatedly by nature of the problem they have, and it allows the information rather than to focus on the store to be absorbed over time. So let me spend a couple of minutes on the bill I had last year.
You got 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I had a time
Oh, yeah.
limit. All right.
You didn't know about the rule that we have to shut the this building down at 5 o'clock?
I did not know that. Okay. Well, then I won't delay. House Bill 1621 last year, very similar bill. It took an interesting path.
We will be going to subcommittee, so.
What's that?
We will be going to subcommittee.
Okay. So suffice it to say, there was a bill last year. It went to interim study, but the Liquor Commission liked the content. The commissioner put together a grant-funded, professionally shot video that is now intended and is running, I've seen it, on all the screens in all the state liquor stores. Not on a continuous basis, but it's a 30-second video, and it's on a loop in between the advertisements that run on those same screens. So my goal here is basically to reintroduce this bill to solidify that success, because it is not anywhere mandated. It was a one-time grant funded initiative, and to deepen this, I think initial and successful, I think hopefully others would agree, collaboration between the Liquor Commission and our public health community. And it doesn't compromise the mission of either group. It actually enhances, I think, the mission of both groups. So a quick couple of numbers for New Hampshire, which is in the information I sent around. So we are a control state, one of, depending on how you count, up to 18, but a lot less that do it the way we do it. Our rate of alcohol use disorder in New Hampshire, most recent numbers for the 18 plus population, is around 12%. It's above the national average. It's above the New England average, Northeast average, I should say. We're 36th in the country as far as alcohol use disorder rates. I'm not going to estimate the human cost in terms of lives, in terms of families, in terms of careers, and in terms of people's liberty. The cost in New Hampshire for actual dollars, however, is estimated. It's in the document that I sent around. I won't read the whole title, but it's from 2017. That's the most recent we have. Direct costs for things like police, courts, jails, property damage, treatment of addiction, health consequences is about $800 million. That's roughly the same as the gross, not net, proceeds for our state's liquor sales. So a small impact would make a huge difference. If you include lost productivity in that in that estimate, it goes up by an additional over $1 billion to $2.3 billion. That's not borne in any way in the cost of the sales, but it's being borne at our counties and our towns and our police departments and our health insurance. So all I will say is treatment programs work. It also estimates that there's $3 benefit for every $1 of treatment that's provided. So again, I'm hoping to build on what's happened last year, not supplant it, not say that it wasn't a good thing. It was a really good thing. It imposes minimal costs. And if you believe that fiscal note, they said there's 10 million transactions that take place in New Hampshire. So if we can, for maybe the cost of $40,000, preprint this information, scientifically proven information on the back of each receipt, if we could make a 0.5% difference, we would make a huge impact, and I think we could do a lot more. So thank you. I'm glad to take any questions.
I'm sure Aiden's ears are burning. Okay.
And I
thank
didn't
you.
mean to imply anything other than what we discussed in the past.
Thank you very much. We're all set.
We're good. Thank you.
Because Linda's got 2 minutes or 1 minute, or we're all supposed to be leaving the building. Sorry to hold you up. I really thought we could get through today, but I was wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, and friends. I am one of those victims of alcoholism. I am not an alcoholic. I lost my mother at 47. I lost my niece at 50 and my nephew at 35. I'm very grateful to Eric for bringing this bill forward. It's a tiny step. We're going to need a lot of efforts to stem the tide of our national disease. I run a support group for loved ones of addicted persons, so I hear these stories every time we meet, spouses, children, loved ones who suffer from alcoholism. This is a tiny step, but it's one that we can do, and because we can, I think we should. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Obviously, I support the bill, and I thank you for staying this long to hear it. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah.
Linda Haskins, Rockingham 11, Exeter.
Thank you. And with that, and the fiscal note is now being passed out. Thank you all very much. We're all down to one last bill that we'll take up in 2 weeks. Otherwise, it's another liquor. One more bill left for hearings. Otherwise, we've heard everything.